Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy trained by GARP and ate multiple fruit? Go support and follow the Slixic for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. To say the last few days haven't been sobering for the crew would be an understatement. They all had an equal share of both pride and joy in defending Nami's town from the fishmen, but that positive feeling was deeply overshadowed by the bottomless pit of shame, being the closest word for it. They were all aware of what they were doing as well as why they were doing. But to see the end results of their carnage, written on wanted posters, seems to have removed the rose-colored glasses from their view of the event. Everyone recovered from the event in their own little ways since Luffy decided to give them a few-day reprieves. Being aware of what being in a combat zone could to soldiers, Luffy didn't want the crew to think that taking lives was easy and warranted. No grieving, nor did he want them to overthink about what they have done in the line of duty. Never forget and mourn forever. There's a thin line in the middle, a sort of clarity in which one understands why they took a life, how they did, and the repercussions behind it. Bottom line, don't let the killing dehumanize you, but at the same time, don't let murder become the new norm for you. Zoro, Kuina, Sanji, and Jin recovered the fastest for obvious reasons. Zoro just trained with his metal bar, one he had Johnny make especially for him. It was honestly so much easier to train since he no longer needed giant rocks to lift, when all he needed now was a simple katana-sized bar of steel and Johnny's fruit. Kuina spends a lot of time meditating, be it for organizing her thoughts or pondering how to progress her style. Luffy didn't ask. Sanji just went back to the way he was, flirty and romantic. The timing between bat and whacking was getting further and further apart, so silver lining. That could, however, be because he has been spending more time either in the kitchen doing some odd task or training with his new weights. For some bizarre reason, he also asked for arm weights. Thankfully, he said it was more for training his arms for pushing power to give his kicks more force when doing handstands. Luffy was just worried that Sanji may have been considering breaking his no-hands fighting policy. Something to watch out for, especially since he hasn't bothered washing the blood off the shoes he used. Granted, it was the one pair, but the symbolism isn't to be ignored. Jin just kept driving the ship. There was no change in his behavior other than him being more open with everyone. He has gotten too used to this shit in his short life. Before or after the Don got involved in it was hard to determine. Luffy knew a guy like that. He killed so often that it just became the new norm for him. The guy could never transition back to civilian life completely. He was thankfully one of the lucky few who avoided getting PTSD, and even that was a small mercy. Thinking about what a man with his skills could have done if it flared was terrifying to consider. The animals, Brain, Pinky, and Diddy, were already used seeing lives end, Diddy more so Luffy had nothing to worry about. Johnny, Yasaku, Usopp, and Nami had various reactions. Johnny and Yasaku were bounty hunters, so ending lives wasn't anything new. Still, they decompressed in their own little way. Yasaku spends a lot of time fishing off the deck and Johnny preserved the fish caught. Thank God the Mary had a room which they managed to convert for food prep, using a smoker as a bitch and a half on a ship at sea. Still, tasty fish to eat, and Sanji wasn't complaining about the extra food options. Nami was a mixed bag. Luffy never asked what lines she had to cross in her thieving past, but he didn't push anything either. Everyone just sort of left her alone as she tended to the tangerine garden her sister helped her set up. Usopp took it the worst. Out of all them, he was a civilian. His first cherry was going to be a doozy no matter what or when it came. It should have popped during Kuro's attack on his hometown, but that was more in defense for his villagers. The fishman battle was cold-blooded murder. It was justifiable murder, Usopp's words, and it saved lives as well, Kaya's words, but there is just something about the first kill that breaks people in their own little way. He hadn't been seen leaving his lab at all for the last few days except for meals, night watch rotation, and sleep. They were long days. But eventually enough was enough, and Loguetown was approaching fast. So a meeting was called, blackboard and all. Except for this time it was covered in a tarp and Brain was set up on a table in front of it. Everyone looked at Luffy in confusion as he started off the meeting. I did tell you I would have Brain record and analyze your fights, shrugged the captain. Considers this the post-battle analysis. Luffy nodded to Brain, whose eyes started to flicker before projecting an image the fighting they did at Arlong Park. Everyone watched in fascination as Brain kept switching vantage points from different places in the park to different fights, all occurring at the same time. They never before doubted Brain's ability to, see, but to watch just how much was under his purview due to his powers was both enlightening and somewhat horrifying, especially when one remembers that Brain could see through walls. Let's start off with Zoro. On command, the projection switched to his fight with Hat-chan. I would say that you weren't fighting at your full power, but Hat-chan did say to put on the show for others, so am I only going to consider your chest wounds as a deterrent. Now, while you are known for your original Santoria style, you were forced to resort to Itorio after Hawkeye destroyed your 2 crab swords. Still, you showed skill, even with the one blade, despite your limited repertoire of techniques for it. I leave the one sword style and quick draw to Kuina. It was just dumb luck that I ran out of spare swords to use as a backup. Luffy nodded in acceptance. Well, we will be in Loguetown soon enough, and a place like that is bound to have a shop that sells swords. Nami, how are our coffers? Nami, the official ship treasurer, did some mental math. I was worried about it at first, but after combining what Diddy had on him and what I stole from Arlong, we are good. She smirked and looked at Zoro like a predatory shark. Now, if you need a loan, I have excellent interest rates. Nami, what did I say about turning people into your unwilling bitches? Luffy deadpanned. Collective sweat drop as Nami tapped her index fingers together. Everyone but the crew? Good girl, and only with a strap-on. Now give Zoro his cut of the action. Everyone just skipped over the strap-on comment. Zoro looked up curiously. We have shares? We are a crew. All money gathered, unless done by one person or pairs specifically, is divided among each other. Some of it is set aside for ship repair and maintenance, but the rest is divided. Some favoritism comes into play if someone performed a particularly dangerous task or found something unique to claim as their own, but otherwise, all is fair in war. Everyone nodded, accepting the explanation, as Nami sighed and started noting how much each person would get in their spending bag. All that shiny and pretty belly disappearing. Now, back to the analyses. I reserve my judgment on your skills for now, and I have already noticed that Johnny has increased your bar weight again. Have you considered using leather straps like Sanji? Shave and moonwalk are convenient techniques to have under your holster. Zoro pondered this. While it is true he figured out Iron Body, he hasn't yet made any progress in either hockeys. He has seen moments where he thought he activated armament, but they were too far apart to confirm or be of any use. He opened one eye. I'll start wearing them, but I prefer to wait out on the techniques till I get one of the hockeys down. Plus, I am more interested in that Tempest kick of yours. Ah yes, that ranged attack that you and Kuina need. Fair enough. Johnny, for more pairs please, one pair heavier for arms, another for legs. Zoro and Kuina nodded. Zoro was getting the heavier arm pair, but Kuina needed the leg speed and strength. Speaking of Kuina, techniques were solid and refined if a bit straightforward for anyone who can actually keep up with your speed. Congratulations of using your observation hockey though. The method was a little unique but not unheard of. I've seen something similar done by martial artists who fight using the Sei philosophy of fighting. Silence? Kuina asked in confusion. A Sei-type fighter hides his intention and emotions during the fight, instead focusing on sensing his/her environment, then releases it quickly in response to danger. Fighting with skill. Sounds familiar? Kuina nodded in acceptance of the notion. So they would produce an area around them to note their opponents. It's called Psychokin, yes, but you performed the weapon's variety of it, in which the range was the length of your weapon rather than your limbs. I've heard of a whip user whose range was ridiculous because of it. I think her name is Ivy Valentine. In any case, keep working on making it larger by practicing your hockey. How? Asked the bewildered Kuina. Not like she could make her arms grow, or her sword extend. Have you considered dashing before striking? There's a reason I want to teach you shave. Besides, with your style and hockey preference, I may one day teach you something unique to mix them together. Kuina stared in the captain, her curiosity winning out. How does one perform shave? Luffy smiled, stood to the side, before disappearing and reappearing all over the deck, before returning where he started. Supposedly, shave is the easiest technique to grasp. Technically, it's only taught first because it trains the person reaction speed, muscle strength, as well as the ability to avoid tunnel vision. Tunnel vision? Luffy nodded. Usopp, remember your fight with Kuro? How he reached speeds so fast that he disappeared from sight and slashed everything around him. That was an incomplete shave since his eyesight couldn't keep up with what he was doing, hence tunnel vision. Him slicing everything around him was just a way to obscure his weakness. The ones weren't at the fight were quickly caught up to speed about Kuro, their opinion of Usopp rising for his bravery, before turning back to Luffy. So the technique? Simple. The principle of this move is to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. Everyone just stared dumbly at the captain in disbelief. You saw me use hockey and seen devil fruits can do. Is this really what breaks you lot? Luffy deadpanned. Sanji, finishing his cigarette, stood up and went to the side, before tapping the ground slowly, testing out the motion. Everyone watched the chef curiously before he gathered his breath and disappeared. He, unfortunately, reappeared after only 3 jumps, grabbing his legs in annoyance and trying desperately to stop himself from swearing up a storm. That hard, arrow cook? Zoro smirked. No, I have the strength for it even with the weights, you mosshead. But Oda, damn it, the cramps. Yeah, Luffy said worryingly as he rubbed the back of his head. There's a reason I said you would be first to get it, and it ain't because of your leg strength. The physical motion to pull off this technique can literally rip your leg muscle and dislodge the tendons in your ankles. Kind of why I want to get a doctor sooner rather than later. Everyone nodded with fear on their face as Sanji sat back down. And you want me to learn this technique? I like the ability to walk, thank you very much, hence why you are learning. I am not some idiot who throws people into the deep end of the pool to make them learn something. Hell, the only reason that worked with my Gramps is because of my fruit preventing such injuries and because I was already outside the bell curve. Silence as everyone registered that. So weights? Yes, weights. Also Sanji, the 10-step thing is just a minimum requirement. Sanji registered the phrase before looking at his feet once more. They were still spasming. To Sanji now. Your execution of Kurobi was not something I expected. Sanji had the nerve to look miffed about that comment. I underestimated my strength. You forgot to practice without the weights and get used to your new speeds, huh? Sanji sighed yes. To be fair, I didn't think that my weights were that heavy. Luffy nodded in understanding. The legs are the strongest muscle in the body, and with you, they would adjust to the weights faster than most. Granted, you did ask for Johnny to increase them every day. Speaking of which, interrupted said weight master. We may need to reconsider the leather strap approach soon. I think I am reaching their weight limit for Sanji. This caught Luffy's attention. How much? They are almost at a ton, each. Silence. Well, that would explain how Sanji literally kicked through Kurobi's sternum, fishman or not. It also answers 2 of my questions. Which ones? That Sanji already has enough leg strength to pull off shave and moonwalk but not the muscle conditioning. And your power limit. What limit? Johnny asked curiously. Well, a ton is approximately 907 kilograms. The leather strips, if I recall, weighed about 0.9 kilograms. Doing the math, you multiplied their weight by 1,000, Johnny agreed, accepting the logic. To increase the weight of something by 1,000 times is not something to be underestimated. Back to Sanji. Out of everyone here, your body is the most evenly conditioned and honed. I have shown you how to do shave, and you can learn moonwalk on your own. It's the same principle but applied in the air. Are you sure you don't want to practice honing your haki? This was a point of contention between the two. Well, not so much contention, but close enough. Luffy seemed to have placed Sanji on a higher pedestal than most, claiming that unlike everyone else, he could learn all of the Rokushiki techniques. At the same time though, Luffy wanted him to be even-rounded by learning haki as well. He started using a weird passive-aggressive taunting approach against the cook, not telling him what to practice over the other but not denying him the training in either field as well. It was starting to get on Sanji's nerves. It reminded him too much of Zeph's old training methods before he began to see their results. Damn masters and their bizarre teaching styles. Kobe and Helmeppo both collectively sneezed as they paused in their cleaning. Garp stopped eating his cookies. Did I tell you 2 maggots to stop? Sir, no sir. Then continue cleaning. Remember, wax on, wax off. No thanks, Captain, I am good. I think I am close to figuring out observation on my own. Luffy's smirk got wider. Shishishi. Good, good. I knew giving batons to everyone would work out. You are one step closer to inheriting my techniques, disciple. Everyone shivered at Luffy's tone of voice. Him rubbing his hands evilly didn't help matters. In regards to the straps, Diddy, said Monkey reached into himself, taking out straps made off a unique material with little metal sticks in the side pockets. These are the weights I used as a kid for conditioning. The pockets are for the metal bars on the side. Each one weighs a quarter kilogram, so with 10, came to about 4 kilograms total for each leg. With Johnny's power, you could make each stick 250 kilograms, meaning each leg can carry 2,500 kilograms or about 2.75 tons in the end, not counting the additional weight from the strap itself. Sanji had the decency to whistle. That's a lot of weight. We will start off easy. Besides, it's good practice for Johnny. Johnny and Sanji nodded in understanding. Next, Nami. You handled yourself quite well engaging the mooks. Very effective application of observation haki and the finger pistol principle with your staff. For now, just continue honing your weight training and haki. Wait, that's it? Nami asked, bewildered and confused. Do you want me to train you in something else? Luffy inquired in a sort of sage way, almost questioning her outburst. Nami considered the loaded question. Well, no, not particularly. I know that I am in no way strong enough to pull off any of the technique you have shown us, nor do I have any other particular skills to bring to the crew other than navigating. Wrong on both accounts. This was not something Nami expected to hear. I am not showing you anything else because you currently don't need anything else. Yes, your body condition isn't up to par to take advantage of anything I have shown, but I still plan to teach you the paper arts technique in the future to complement your fighting style, which, I may add, is a speed-based combat style which prioritizes precise and crippling strikes, which meshes perfectly with observation and the flexibility granted by using paper arts. Also, you forget your most important skill set. Nami, you spend almost 8 years gathering money to save your village. You really going to tell me you haven't picked up any skills in that whole time? Nami thought about the statement, before smiling. I understand, Captain. Luffy nodded before turning to Usopp. Usopp. I know your issues are still not completely resolved, but can you handle watching the footage? I can, Captain, spoke the man, putting on a brave face. Luffy nodded to Brain, who did just that. Your transformation speed is progressing spectacularly, and you took great advantage of the environment. Was getting Chew on that platform intentional? No coincidence. I was more focused on sniping out everyone else. I just took advantage of the situation because it felt right. Good, keep listening to those instincts. I also note that you dodging that water barrage was using observation, so a plus there. While you ending the fight close quarters is not a minus, I would like to remind you that I took you on as a marksman, not a fighter. Your skill set is more valuable at a distance as shown by the targets you took out before finishing Chew. Usopp nodded in understanding before placing a bag on the table. I thought about that, which is why I have been working on a few things to enhance that skill set of mine. I would prefer not finishing my enemies that close in the future. Luffy opened and looked inside the bag, noting the beakers and bottles with solutions and powders in it, before looking back at Usopp. It turns out, my feathers are somewhat porous despite their hardness. They can easily carry powders and liquids on them for some distance, even at the speeds I fire them. Some stuff in there are things you can mix up with some household chemicals. Some are irritants, a noxious gas to gag enemies, hot sauce, strings, gunpowder. I get the string, but gunpowder? The feather would leave a trail behind it or cover people in it. One wrong spark and, gotcha ya. See me afterward. Brain can help you with the chemistry. Usopp nodded as he put his bag away and the projection switched to Jin. Congratulations are in order. You seem to have figured out how to manipulate centrifugal force with your fruit. I didn't expect you to apply it to the ground or people, but using it on the pebbles, and your tonfas gave me ideas. Hence, Luffy reached his hand out for a bag that Diddy gave him, before presenting the items inside, one by one. First, a jar of marbles. Cheap and small enough to carry and replace, these things can easily be used as projectiles like you did with the stones. Next, a long metal link chain. You can spin your arms around to take advantage of this thing like a lasso. Transfer your spin through the thing as well, and you got yourself a piercing attack to latch on to your enemies and drag them to you. That's not even considering the friction causing the end to heat up in the process. A whisper in the wind was heard, with a clear shout of "Get over here," being heard only by Jin. And finally, new tonfa attachments. Jin stared dumbly at 2 large handheld drill tops. He proceeded to smack his head on the table, not realizing this sooner. It's only obvious in hindsight, Jin, trust me on this. You do not want to know how long it took me to figure out that I could weaponize my body's ability to suck in an outrageous amount of air. Everyone let that comment slide as they focused on Jin's repeated bashing of the head. So, Johnny, did you get your new sword fixed up? Johnny smiled and proudly presented his shiny and straightened out wabazuk. Zoro showed me how to hammer it out, and Kuina gave me the perfect sharpening stone for it. Funny story behind that sharpening stone, as it turned out. When Zoro was younger and trained in the same dojo as Kuina, he kept losing to her again and again. Eventually, after 2,000 fights, they fought with real swords, and Zoro lost once more, but she didn't appreciate the win. In anger, he confronted her, in which she revealed that she had come to the conclusion that Zoro would soon pass her in skill and strength. This is because she believed that boys grow up to be stronger than girls, and she noticed just how much Zoro had already caught up to her current skills. So, when she started growing she became discouraged. Zoro, in a rare moment of insight and clarity, went to her father and his teacher, Kushuru, and told him, in so many words, to straighten his daughter out of her preconceived notions so they can continue fighting to the fullest. Kushiro, after smacking both their hides red and blue for using real swords, sat his daughter down and explained that strength wasn't the critical factor in swordsmanship. As evident in the fact that neither have yet to figure out his lesson about swordsmen who can cut nothing yet who could cut steel. When Kuina confronted her father about him saying to his colleague that a woman can't be a great swordsman, her father deadpanned that he was being literal. A woman can't be a great swordsman. Zoro almost died from laughing when he heard that. In any case, their friendship was restored, and their training continued. However, when Kushiro went to get the sharpening stone, he almost tripped down the stairs to his death. Luckily, he avoided the more grievous injurious, but warningly claimed to both in private that he felt the universe trying to correct an oversight. Being a firm believer in the old ways and figuring out how the situation could have played out differently, Kushiro thanked Zoro for possibly averting his daughter's death and warning him to never push his luck in changing fate again. A life was supposed to be claimed that day, and the universe prefers to keep a balance. In any case, both Zoro and Kuina kept the stone as a reminder for their friendship, a promise to become stronger, and to not challenge fate without reason. Anyway, back to the main plot. Good. That sword was a hidden blessing for your power. Still, seeing as Jin was able to apply his fruit to the environment, try doing the same thing when you get the chance. Otherwise, keep getting stronger. Johnny nodded as Luffy turned to Yasaku, who proudly held the kiribachi on his back. So, enjoying your spoils of war? Yasaku smiled. Yes, I am. I also finally figured out how to take advantage of my fruit to the fullest. Pairing it with Johnny's fruit. Pairing it with, was it that obvious? To be fair, your fruits were intended to be used in conjunction. Plus, your fruit is designed to work with heavy ornaments and armor. Yasaku nodded before presenting an armored glaive he found along with some spherical pebbles. I had Johnny increase the weight of these to the fullest before I applied my own power on top. I finally perfected deactivating at a distance fully or in increments. Luffy nodded, probably going to have to teach you moonwalk to take full advantage of the stones, but otherwise, good job. How heavy is the glaive? Well, the glaive itself, with all the metal, weighs about 4.5 kilograms, which Johnny increased to 4,500 kilograms, or just short of 5 tons before I made it as light as a feather. Everyone sans Luffy looked at the glaive with fear, imagining a 5-ton punch coming at your face. And the kiribachi? Now everyone just paled. The thing weighed just short of 70 kilograms. Did not think sea stone was that dense. Nami waved her hands. Wait. If my math is right, before you applied your own power on top of Johnny's, the sword must weigh about just short of 80 tons. For comparison's sake, the Going Merry, before Yasaku altered its weight, was at most 60 tons. Yasaku was literally carrying something that could cause the ground to collapse under it at full weight. Shishishi, when we get a chance, we are so getting you a full suit of armor and the biggest gun we can find. While everyone still recovered from Yasaku's reveal, Luffy's demeanor changed as he looked at Diddy, who was rubbing at his chest, the vest covering something. How much sunlight did you spend? Diddy waved his hand side to side. You're down a quarter, huh? Looks like you're going to have to use your other stores in the meantime. How's the stamina tank though? Diddy smiled at his captain. Enough. Luff nodded, staring at the coast as the island finally appeared on the horizon. Alright everyone, we're approaching Loguetown. You all got plans and things you want to buy, so let Nami divide your shares from Diddy the treasury. We meet up again at the end of the time after we restock, sometime later after docking. So this is it? Smiled Luffy as he and the crew looked up at the sign for Loguetown. Everyone observed the horde of people walking around them, of various appearances and colors. If you really knew what to look for, you could spot the pirates being incognito as to not get the Marines' attentions. Luffy was just thankful that the culture of this new world was more Western than. The architecture and crowds reminded him of Paris, save that instead of the buildings being aged or in the process of being renewed, these were absolutely pristine. Still, he got whiffs of some Eastern influences, more in the merchandise and foods than anything else. As for the mass of people and sound, it was just comforting to hear something other than seagull squawks and ocean waves. Well, that and the mannerisms. Luffy's only exposure to people behavior in this world was Gramps' crew, Dayton and her family, the revolutionaries, and the inhabitants of Dawn Island. So yeah, his expectations were somewhat skewed. Still, everyone acted within his understanding, nothing too different, nothing too extreme. Could be because he was just used to the weirdness of it all. Makes it easier to expect the unexpected, but unprepared for the mundane and obvious. Something to remember. Thankfully, the crew's bounties have yet to start circulating, and since they didn't look like your stereotypical pirate, they were in the clear, at least for now. Well, Luffy stretched. You guys go do your thing. I have business to take care of. Personal business or pirate business? Zoro inquired. A little of both and neither. It shouldn't really take that long. I am only really needed as more of a courtesy. After that, I want to see the execution platform. Well, don't take long, Captain chided. Marines are supposedly always monitoring that place for people like you who want to pay their respect to Roger. Luffy smirked as he began to walk away from the crew. Don't you worry, Nami. I won't be looking for trouble. It was after Luffy disappeared from sight that Nami registered the full meaning of that phrase and swore. Well-reasoned and intelligent her captain may be, but he drew trouble to himself like honey to bees. It looks wonderful on you, miss. Oh. Elegant, miss. Elemental, miss. Those were the words Nami has been hearing from the man desperately hoping she would buy all the clothes she was trying on. Not likely. Will you be purchasing all of them today? Nope, none of them, smiled Nami. I'm looking for something more casual. You could see the man's soul leave his body with Nami's honest brutality. It was only after she walked a fair distance away from the store that she reached into her shorts pockets and took out the jewelry and money she managed to pilfer from the store. Man, I've gotten rusty. I used to get away with much more in my youth. Maybe Luffy is right. Perhaps I should refocus on the skills that made me, well, me. I mean, pickpocketing, lockpicking, sneaking, infiltration, disguising. That's how I made my bread and butter, not my navigation and staff. As she walked down the street pondering this train of thought, she paused when she happened to come across a particular little shop. While the name and appearance of the said shop were rather discreet, you didn't have to be a genius to know exactly what was sold inside. If the fluffy handcuffs and whips didn't give it away, the waving smell of black leather and oils did. Nami stood outside the store for a good minute. Not like anyone on the crew is going to give me release anytime soon. Wonder if they have regular handcuffs as well. Johnny and Yasaku were caught in a life and death struggle between the road and whatever the hell they were trying to drag from the waters. Hopefully, using Yasaku's powers would be enough to change the tides. Usopp was walking through the aisles of the curio shop after having finished his shopping in a few specialty stores, making sure his giant green bag wouldn't hit anything. He particularly enjoyed the one that sold chemistry materials in bulk, even the few rare ones. The hobby shop had a rather wide assortment of tools as well. Looking around, however, he couldn't really see anything of note. That and every instinct in him warned him that the male shopkeeper smelled like a fake carnivore. Yeah, that took some time to get used to. Seemed like his animal side classified people as either herbivores, omnivores, or carnivores. To his understanding, so far, was that herbivores were weak, carnivores were strong, and omnivores were the strong-appearing weak. So far was because sometimes the instincts didn't match. For example, Nami and Kuina registered as herbivores, but he knew that neither was anything of the kind. Zoro was a carnivore, but so was Kuro when he recalled meeting him after he got his fruit. Jin and Sanji were omnivores, which made sense to Usopp. Luffy just read alpha. End of discussion. Anyone who was fake was pretending to be something else to disguise their intentions, usually rather poorly. For example, a fake herbivore was someone strong trying to appear weak, and a fake carnivore was someone weak trying to appear strong. In the shopkeeper's case, it was someone putting up a false front to get someone gullible, like him, to buy a bunch of junk. Being the creative type, however, he didn't see junk, but parts of a greater whole. Innovations in the making. Ideas yet to be made real. He noticed some old marine sniper goggles on one of the shelves and decided to test them out. Usually, he would only consider how well the lids would prevent light from interfering during his shots. Now, however, he had to consider how far it could stretch when he shifted. Luffy still couldn't figure out how the Zoan fruits granted the eater's clothes the ability to change in dimensions to a certain degree, with some obvious exceptions such as footwear. He heard of a captain from the North Blue who could transform into a giant dinosaur thanks to his ancient Zoan, but his clothes still managed to fit his frame, hat and mask as well. Unfortunately, nothing about the footwear was known. Odd coincidence. Not liking the guy trying to weasel his way into his pockets, he went straight to the elderly matron clerk, one who read omnivore. Excellent choice. You got good eyes, the matron commented as she put everything in a bag. I got these from a group of Marines before they left on some urgent mission. Why the paperbacks though? Usopp smirked as he counted the belly. Well, some of them are for me. I'm a tinkerer, but my skills are getting a bit rusty for my tastes. The books are just references and guides, and the science fiction? Good source of inspiration. Science fiction is just ideas that our current methods and understandings haven't caught up to yet. The matron smiled. Good for you. Ding. Will that be all? Yes, thank you. As Usopp turned around and started to leave the store, he spotted a girl pass him by. Large blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a dark green bow at the top of her head and a light green dress. And a giant screaming a fake herbivore on top of it all. Excuse me, I was reserved a pair of marine goggles earlier today. I came to buy them. The matron frowned. I'm sorry, child, but this store has a first come, first serve policy, regardless of how cute you are. But the man said, my son forgets himself, and he didn't tell me about that. I'm sorry, but I just sold them to that nice boy with the long nose, pointed the matron. The girl frowned. Outside, Usopp finished adjusting his bag and goggles and was just about to set out when, Hey you! Usopp turned to see the same girl from the store approach him in a huff. Yes? I want those goggles. How much for them? Pause. Pardon? The girl frowned further. I want those goggles. How much do you want? Usopp rubbed the back of his head worryingly. Sorry, little girl. Carol, but I just bought these, and I kind of need them. Carol glared at him some more. I'll give you twice as much or else. That was not something she should have said. Blame Usopp's fruit, but compared to himself before, he couldn't take such a challenge for dominance without a fight. He allowed some of his Zoan to bleed through just enough. Or else what? Had Carol looked around to the people listening to them argue, she would have spotted the older ones flinch and back away, sensing the animal in Usopp. Carol clearly lacked that survival instinct. Or else I'll make my daddy shoot you up for them. Usopp's eyes actually bulged. Girl, there are currently, Usopp quickly counted his fingers, 7 people who actually frightened me, my fiancé and captain at the top of the list. Carol blinked. What girl would marry an awesome, middle-aged man, 30s/40s, like you with that nose? You could hear the whiplash and how fast a tick mark formed on Usopp's head. Yeah, no. No goggles for you. Usopp turned and started to walk away before he would accidentally hit the girl for insulting Kaya. Carol was about to shout at the boy before spotting. Daddy? Usopp turned around to see just what kind of man would raise such a spoiled child. A carnivore apparently, a top tier one based on Usopp's current standings, bound to change in the future with more references. He was very tall, seemingly lean, had large sideburns, mustache, and a goatee-style beard. He had on a signature cowboy bucket hat, and the usual gunner theme that most outlaws and bounty hunters in the West Blue were known to possess. He also wore fingerless gloves and a poncho that covered his whole body. Didn't fool Usopp though. He quickly spotted all he needed to see. Calluses on both hands, gunpowder burns on both from mostly handheld firearms, aged burns on face, and right eyes associated with snipers setting up their shots. Slight hunching in right shoulder and gait indicated long-range marksmen who transitioned to firearms after a point. The wedding rings are worn but on the neck via chain, no tan line on the finger, possible dead wife and only child. Considering the child's behavior, spoils her rotten as compensation or guilt, or she acts like an angel in front of him. Oh, what a kind, angel child you are. Yep, fools her dad too, by the way. Carol, Uncle Smokey said hi. Oh, that's nice of him. Means you got paid the easy mill for that ragtag group. Carol smiled. Daddy, I am sorry, but I couldn't get you your present. Her father stood up from his kneeling position. Oh? How come, sweetheart? Carol turned and pointed at Usopp. Where those demon eyes? He brought your gift before I got the chance. The man paused and looked at Usopp, seeming to focus on his face. Odd. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to know someone by the name of Usopp? You know my dad? Asked a confused Usopp. The man's eyes widened marginally. Your dad is Usopp Geppetto of the red-haired pirates. Usopp nodded. Yup. The man stood up. I met your father a long time ago. Did you now? The man nodded. Years ago, he and I engaged in a duel. However, I lost to him and, rather than being killed, was spared by him. When I asked him why, he only responded that he would feel horrible depriving a child of a father. My Carol's mother, my wife, had just passed away at the time, leaving only me to take care of her. Afterward, I resigned from the Marines so that I would be able to remain safe and watch over her. As such, I believe I owe your father a debt of gratitude, as it were. Enough of a debt that you can accept the fact that I got these goggles first fair and square? Daddy turned serious, his reminiscing over. Unfortunately not. You see, I love my sweet angel child, and what she wants I get. Now, normally this would be wrong and callous of me, however, with you being his son, we are rather in a particularly unique situation. Usopp raised a brow. What kind of situation? Daddy raised his arm, unveiling his poncho and all the guns he had attached to his body. A rematch for the honor I lost to your father. As his son, I have the right to challenge you to a duel to regain said honor, asking for the goggles as a price when I win. Win? Inquired Usopp, adjusting the bag on his back, straightening up. Not to the death, mind you. I am many things, but I don't kill unless I am on the job. Say, disarming each other? Seems fair, just disarming or incapacitating? Daddy shrugged, walking to the side and setting up a distance at their oar. Do you accept this duel on your family's honor? Everyone on the streets, sans carol, ran inside the buildings. They still managed to look outside through cracks in the doors and paneling in the windows. So it was, on a hot and muggy day, two marksmen faced each other, near a clock tower. The wind blew, a whistling was heard, and for some strange reason, a tumbleweed blew through. Where did that come from, Daddy? Don't worry, Carol, those always show up in duels. Always? Usopp asked worryingly, hands at his side. Always, even on ships in the middle of the sea. By the way, are you armed? Usopp just smirked wider, adjusting his hands as if he had a weapon to draw. Don't worry, Daddy, I am always armed. Daddy just smiled and got his hand ready over his favorite pistol. On the count, we shall. And so they stood, drops of sweat forming on their brows, as they waited for the clock in the nearby shop to tick away. Eventually, the hands moved. It was high noon. Daddy reflexes and time-honed skills kicked in. In a second, he drew his weapon, at the hammer, and managed to aim his gun at Usopp. But that was already too long. When he released the hammer and fired, nothing came out. It was only in confusion he noticed a black feather in the muzzle of his gun. Looking up at Usopp, his eyes bulged, realizing what Usopp meant when he said he was armed. In full hybrid form, wing extended, stood Usopp. He reared it back, pointing at his head with one of his clawed arms. Daddy looked up, noticing that his hat was shot off, attached to a building behind him by a similar feather. Around said hat was a vague outline of his body done with similar feathers. Like father, like son, neither of us want to deprive a child of their father. Daddy smiled. I underestimated you, Usopp Geppetto. I would have called Zoan bullshittery, but your marksmanship skills are bar none. You are your father's son, he trained you well. Usopp shifted to his human form. Sorry, Daddy, but my father only trained me for 1 week. I haven't seen him in years and only recently got in contact with him once more. He left me on my home island to keep me safe. Unlike you, he never really got a chance to know his kid and raise him. Don't waste the chance my father gave you. Usopp adjusted his bag and turned and walked away. Also, you spoil your daughter too much. Usopp laughed as he heard Daddy admonish his daughter, her trying not to defend herself. So, acting all tough and noble, are we, Usopp? Usopp turned to see Nami. You saw everything? Yup. So did Brain, most likely. Boy, will the both of us have a story for Luffy when we meet up. Usopp's sweat dropped. Oh crap. As both started to leave, either noticed two figures in a shadowy alley watch Usopp leave. All that could be made out was that the punchy one had a bloated throat, while the taller one had long legs and an equally long neck. The duo had finally managed to sell the freakish fish they caught that looked like an unholy love child of an elephant and a tuna. Fresh with more spending money, the two decide to find the rowdiest and seediest bar to spend their new loot. They found one in the sickbed of Kuchulin. Chief Petty Officer Cordano was currently going over the reports coming in from headquarters, narrowing down the main points that the captain should be informed about, as he was finishing up the summary when the printer turned on. Spotting the codes for the harbor on it, he quickly surmised that a pirate ship was located docked at the bay. As he started reading and realized what flag was on it, he gulped in panic. Straw Hat Pirates. The rookie team made a memorable first impression in the quaint East Blue when they butchered the Arlong pirates. Granted, the reports showed that said pirate had held a whole archipelago hostage for nearly a decade, so the reactions were a toss-up. It was all hush-hush since it was due to Arlong bribing a now-deceased officer. Since the Marines wanted this thing buried, they never mentioned in the posters as to why the Straw Hats did it, only that it was a fight between two pirate crews. Rumor has it that the captain sent them recordings of everything the crew did to the fishmen. It was the only explanation among the lower ranks about their oddly detailed poster information, pictures, and bounties. Unfortunately, it was the pictures that caused the base's current headache. When Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi saw the wanted poster for one Kuina Shizukiza, she did a spit take. The two could have passed for twins with how uncanny their resemblance was. Granted, Tashigi was slightly paler and wore glasses, but it was enough to get the higher-ups on her ass. She had only returned from a week-long interrogation in which her entire background and history was searched, all to be summed up as to her repeatedly telling them that she was an only child. The pounding her father received via his wife's frying pan on the suspicions of cheating were refuted when it was revealed that Kushiri Shizukiza was confirmed alive and well. Now it was her mother's turn to be questioned for relatives since the patrilineal end was dried up. The base went to hell in a handbasket without Tashigi to rein in the captain during that week. Cordano opened the captain's office, eyes quickly watering and sweat accumulating on his brow from all the smoke inside. Damn the man's cigar habit and reluctance to open windows. Captain Smoker! There's an alert! The smoker started to recede, Corridon realizing the captain was probably using his fruit to do so. As it began to clear up, he saw the visage of the giant man stacking sauna stones surreptitiously. Not good. He alliterated. Reports from the harbor have come in. Docking of a pirate crew has been verified and confirmed. The captain's shadowed visage turned to look at him. This ship has been confirmed to belong to the Straw Hat Pirates, led by one Monkey D. Luffy, bounty at 65 million belly. The man paused, putting down the rock in his hand. How did they confirm this? The flag, sir? Not the ship? The ship for the crew has never been identified nor described in the reports after the fiasco in Konomi Islands. Then go congratulate the idiots pretending to be someone they are not. Cordano flinched a little. Sir? The smoke nearly cleared as the captain got up, causing his tower of stone to collapse. Monkey D. Luffy and his crew single-handedly destroyed a fortress that housed fishmen in the triple digits before proceeding to kill every one of them. There are also rumors they were responsible for disposing of the Krieg pirates as well, muttered the captain as he put his jacket on. Clearly, this crew is dangerous and wanted, and their captain is intelligent enough to know this. No crew would be crazy enough to dock in this town of all places before proceeding to the mountain with such fresh notoriety. But sir, this town is the most well-stocked and closest point to the mountain. Is it so hard to believe that a crew this dangerous wouldn't dock in town? Captain considered that a moment. While it's true his reputation preceded him, pirates did still dock in this town. Seeing the logic behind Cordano's words, the captain began leaving the office. I'll check the town over at my own pace. Tell Tashigi when she turns up that I am on patrol. Sir, interrupted Cordano as he tried giving the captain the posters. Don't you need to know how the captain looks like? It's a man wearing a straw hat. What more do I need to identify him? Captain Smoker would regret those words later. Johnny and Yasaku were enjoying their shepherd's pie and ale as they started chatting up with a gruff-looking man in a brown duster and a tattered Stetson hat with two Western-style swords on his back, and a revolver on the side. They really started to hit it off when they ordered him a McDade's football special. As Johnny and Yasaku continued to sing of merriment and spread their joy around by ordering drinks for fellow bounty hunters, they eventually caught the eye of a local back-game dealer who invited them in. Too indulged to care, the two went in the back, hoping to enjoy a nice change of pace, while the dealer awaited to empty their pockets of all the belly they had. If someone saw Zoro and Kuina, they would have thought that Zoro was the gentleman husband handling the wife's purse, but the truth is stranger than fiction. Just give me the money, Zoro. No, come on, I won't lose it this time. You said that the last time, and the time before that. Frankly, I lost track of how often you said it as it is. But I got better, pouted Kuina. The day you manage not to lose a single belly is the day I can walk in a straight line and not get lost. Kuina looked at her partner in shock. I can acknowledge my flaws, can you? Touché. Zoro smirked. Point for him. So where's this store anyway? Right here, spoke Kuina proudly as she pointed to a store proudly dubbed Arms Shop. Been around for over 200 years. It sells antique swords, new swords, and those in fashion. It also sells clubs, axes, flintlocks, rifles, armor, daggers, spears, and everything else. The shop also takes polishing and restoration jobs. Zoro spotted that the shop exterior didn't shine as much as he expected it to. Kuina spotted the look. Supposedly, ever since the captain was put in charge of this place, pirate visitations have dropped to zero, legally that is. The smart ones remain incognito and buy his wares under the table or through a middleman. Can't do it too often since he can't fudge the books that much, but it keeps them out of the black and red if you know what I mean. Zoro nodded. Not the first time they met a businessman who had to work around local laws to make a living. Thank God it was just a merchant. Blacksmiths and weapon forgers have it worse at hiding less than legal profits. Damn world government taxes. Both entered the store and looked around. Weapons and armors of all kinds were on display there on the walls, glass cabinets, or in the buckets. The sleeping owner at the counter deterred from that. If he was actually asleep, Zoro and Kuina just assumed that the man wasn't asleep. They would only learn later that they had unknowingly used observation to determine if he was focusing on anything or not, a hidden test of the owner to determine if the customers were worthy of his real wares. As Luffy said in the beginning, observation hockey is useful in determining things about another that even the subject isn't even aware of, one of them being potential. And despite living in the East Blue, the weakest sea, Loguetown was the filter of the best to the Grand Line, the mouth to the entrance of hell. People from the Blue might be weak, but still saw enough to get smart real fast. As such, Ippenmatsu the owner has learned how to pick out the talent, even if he presented himself as an idiot. Both had the auras for it. The girl was more restrained and honed, like an edge of a delicate yet deadly blade. He couldn't help but think it occasionally molded into a large bird of prey, with the chirping of 1,000 birds behind it. Almost sounded like lightning to the uninformed. The man, on the other hand, was so much more. His aura like an untamed menagerie of beasts and predators. Tigers, lions, and bears, oh my! There was even a dragon in there as well. But behind it all, he could see a visage of multi-armed beings. The one with the weapon seemed the most dominant, but there seemed to be others forming behind him as if only created recently. They looked defensive in nature. Protectors, guardians even. For someone as powerful and unruly as him to start developing such things meant that whoever is training him was unintentionally rounding him out. Interesting, though the shop owner threw his one open eye. Zoro approached first. I want to buy a katana. Yes, welcome. Please take your time and have a look around. Zoro and Kuina nodded before going for the buckets with the cheap swords. Ippenmatsu had to control himself when he spotted the 2 swords that they were carrying. The girl clearly had the Wado Ikemanji. The white sheath was a giveaway, but the man. He didn't recognize it off the bat, but the flame aura it gave off made it a great grade sword easily. Pardon me for asking, Ippenmatsu inquired while still in his persona as the two went through the bins. But why are you checking the 50,000 belly bins for swords? Do you not have money for something more reflective of your skills and standing? Kuina smiled. Oh, we have money. But you see, Zoro here always breaks his practice swords, so we are going to first get a bunch of training swords for him to hone his form with before settling on 2 permanent swords for him to use in combat. Ippenmatsu connected the dots in his head. A Santoria-style user, which made the green-haired one Roronoa Zoro, which made the woman his partner Kuina Shizukiza. So, the Yang and Yin swordsmen have finally visited his store. One known for his savagery and power, the other for finesse and speed. Indeed, a match made in heaven or hell depending on who's asking. Oh, well then carry on. If you need anything, just ask. Ippenmatsu smiled. He observed the 2 pull out some swords out of the bin, before noticing Zoro freeze when he picked one out. Ah, he found it. Zoro, what's wrong? This katana, it feels alive, I think, but the wrong kind of life. Kuina reached into her shirt pocket and took out a tiny book, flipping through it, before landing on the right page. Deep red sheath that continues into the design of the hilt, 2 golden clasps in short succession around its middle, and the Kojiri end cap also being golden. Yup, this is the Sanai Kitetsu, otherwise known as the 3rd generation Oni Piercer. Also called the 3rd Demon Splitter based on regional translations. You're kidding me? A sword made for killing Oni? Considering my favorite technique, I call that damn coincidental. Kuina slowly turned to the store owner. And I call it weird. This sword that made by the Kitetsu, making at grade sword. The lowest rank, but a grade nonetheless. Why is it in the cheapest bin? Ippenmatsu kept his silence. Kuina kept pushing. This sword is easily worth 1 million belly, not a measly 50,000. Why would you sell it for so cheap? Because it's cursed, Zoro stated with conviction as he finished testing out the sword. Ippenmatsu looked at Zoro. You can tell? Zoro nodded. Ippenmatsu turned to Kuina. Starting with the Shodai Kitetsu, they are all excellent katana. But they are all cursed. The swordsmen who have used the Kitetsu over the years have all come to tragic fates and mysterious deaths. You won't find a single sword user in the world nowadays who will use a Kitetsu. Mainly because everyone who does is dead. I want to get rid of the damn thing because of its curse, but no true sword user is stupid enough not to get it. Those who do usually return it a few days or weeks later when they cripple themselves. During the whole thing, Zoro raised the sword straight up and observed it, dare he say it, judge it. Whether or not the sword was doing the same was debatable. Finally, Zoro smiled like a shark catching the smell of blood in its waters. I like it. I'll take it. Ippenmatsu beat Kuina to the punch, albeit without shouting. Are you daft or just plain stupid, boy? I just told you what the sword does to its owners. If I sell it to you and you die, then won't it be like I killed you? Zoro just kept smiling, undeterred. Then a test. My luck, and this thing's curse. Let's see which is stronger. To the stupefying shock of both Kuina and Ippenmatsu and his wife, who came to smack him from trying to stop a sale, Zoro tossed the sword spinning up into the air, and extended his arms straight out underneath it. Ippenmatsu hockey be damned did not see this coming. Stop, you fool! Its sharpness is the real thing. You'll lose your arm. Everyone else watched in horror as the sword spun in the air, as Zoro calmly closed his eyes, dulling his senses to the world. It was just him, the spinning katana, and the void, and the demon of the sword hovering over him, one hand at his neck holding him, another with the katana it possessed, ready to slice his arm off when the moment came. The sword kept spinning, suspended in the air, before it started making its slow descent downward, swirling straight for Zoro's arm. And as if by some divine providence, the blade did make contact with his arm, the back end of it, that is. The sharp end didn't even make any contact with the skin, as its back gilded seamlessly around Zoro's arm, before falling straight into, and through the wooden floor. Like a bizarre sword in the stone, except it was a katana in the floor, but with the hilt at least, with how far it went in. Everyone was frozen in shock, odd combination of horrified and stupefied on everyone's face. Zoro's smilingly Ingly broke the silence. I'll take it. Ippenmatsu fell to the floor as Kuina smacked Zoro in the back of his head. You fool! Do you realize what could have happened if you fusected up? I kept Iron Body on just in case. Titan muscles don't do shit against swords that sharp, you mosshead. Hey, only Sanji gets to call me mosshead. Go pick out another good sword for me, will ya? Wait, Ippenmatsu commanded, his facade completely fallen at this point. None of the swords in that bucket will do you any good. Kuina and Zoro watched the store owner demeanor and stature changing completely with each step go in the back and return moments later with something covered. As he put it down and removed the cloth, they were presented with a propped sword, the sheath, a black lacquered long inlay. The blade, an unraveled edge with a small T, one of the 50 Ryo Wazumono, skillful grade swords, the Yubashiri, Snow Step. It complements your friend's straight road of harmony by grade and your soul flame by style. Ippenmatsu glared at Zoro. This may not be a big store, but it's the best katana I have. Zoro frowned. I don't have the money. Screw the money. I just saw you do something that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Ippenmatsu then smiled. It's been a long time since I last saw a true swordsman, the last time being when I was a child, and my father sold a sword to a red-headed man in a straw hat. That got Zoro's and Kuina's attention, seeing as the only one who met the criteria was Shanks of the Yonkos. To be fair, considering he was the only semi-normal human among the Yonkos, it made sense that he made his name as a swordsman, and why he was considered close friends with Mihawk of all people. They say a katana chooses its master. I'll pray for your good fortune. Zoro smiled and put their haul, which included a couple of books on swordsmithing and forging, on the table before proceeding to pay the man for everything sans the Yubashiri, plus a little extra on top. They weren't savages the man needed to make a living, and he just literally gave away something worth millions of belly. His wife's reaction clearly gave away her anger at such a thing. Ippenmatsu argued with his wife long after the duo has left his establishment. It was the dinging of the bell that made him return to the front of the store. Welcome to the... Oh, it's you. Figured you would want more practice swords. When did you get the time to change? Tashigi looked at the store owner in confusion, adjusting her glasses. It's my first time in this store today, sir. Have we met? Now Ippenmatsu was confused. Her aura was similar to the girl with Zoro. Well, nearly, but still. Don't try to make a fool out of me. You were just here with Zoro buying swords. Sir, commanded the girl. My name is Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. The person you speak of, Roronoa Zoro, is a pirate, who I would never associate with. The woman you are referring to is one Kuina Shizukiza, a woman I bear an uncanny resemblance to. Ippenmatsu gulped. Resemblance my ass. It was only now that he paid attention to her aura that he could tell the difference between the two. While Kuina's aura was littered with birds, Tashigi's was littered with sea creatures of all things. It was like staring at a bizarre mirror reflection. Now, would you mind telling me what exactly you sold to two recognized pirates? Shit, though, Ippenmatsu. Oh well, he did the paperwork for everything they brought, so it was all above board, and he did give away the Yubashiri. Sans probably some marines watching his store for a few months, no skin off his teeth. Besides, Bartolomeo built his secret entrance just for such occasions for his bulk purchases. I was told Shiger was going to be finished today, so is it? Tashigi demanded with a surprisingly even tone. Still, going to be a hassle to worm his way out of this situation. So he took a smoke, and started adding his services to Smoker's tab. Tashigi left a few minutes later with her new sword in hand and a mission in mind. In a room lit only by a loosely held lantern right above a circular table sat the oddest collection of individuals one would expect to find outside the Grand Line. A man named Ash with a chainsaw for a hand. Brock, who was, if the rumor was to be believed, 1/2 Yeti, 1/4 giant, 1/4 Winnebago. A short, annoying-looking fellow affectionately named Claptrap. The emotionless Glottos dressed finely in a black and white ensemble as she acted as the dealer, and the unfortunate sweating duo, sitting in front of a large stack of belly that they won, currently on the receiving end of the remaining players' ire. To be fair, either Johnny or Yasaku expected to make it this far on sheer luck. They won one round with a freaking pair of fours. Peeking at their cards in the spread, Yasaku had the unfortunate pleasure of revealing their hand. Royal straight flush. Already seeing where this was going, Johnny acted fast. Captain, please request backup, recommended the officer following Smoker. Don't need it, sir. Every member of the Straw Hat crew has a bounty, even the monkey. Smoker paused mid-step at that little tidbit. A monkey? Devil fruit, sir. A devil fruit would do that. He turned around slowly to the scared officer. Don't tell me how to do things, officer. I'm very sorry, sir. Saluted the man in a panic. Damn it, where's Tashigi when you need her? So consumed with his thoughts, Smoker was, that he didn't spot a little girl run toward him before it was too late. She didn't stop in time, and her ice cream spilled all over his knee, staining his pants. Everyone around him froze, wearing expressions of horror, foreboding, and anticipation. Smoker glared down, the shadows giving him demonic visage. Captain Smoker! Shouted the panicked father. I'm so sorry! My kid! Everyone around started to slowly back away, while the blonde girl looked at Smoker, tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry! I'm sorry! 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 Shouted the father in panic as Smoker leaned toward the girl in question. The girl closed her eyes in fear as Smoker put his hand on her kid. Sorry, kid. You could feel the weight disappear from the environment, the situation wholly diffused by said response. Looks like my pants ate your ice cream. Here, Smoker said, smiling as he got a golden belly from his pocket. Go buy yourself 5 scoops. The girl blinked up at the captain in stunned awe as she took the money. Thank you, mister. The girl's father was quick to grab her by her shoulders and hold her close. Thank you so much, Captain Smoker. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. Make sure it doesn't, Smoker ordered firmly. Not everyone's dry cleaning is paid for by the world government. Why, yes, sir. The father nodded hastily in agreement. Good. He then gestured at the soldier who was following him. Let's go. Had he been paying more attention, he would have spotted a man in a black top hat frowning at what he just witnessed. Docks. A man dressed as a stereotypical pirate was laughing while his crew was working in a line to transfer the belongings of a warehouse onto his ship, while the civilians were tied up as hostages. Clean the place out, Hearties. Leave not a bloomin' belly that. For ye see, that these provisions be necessities, for Gary of the Crescent Moon to become the pirate king. So make sure you get it all, Smoker commanded behind a line of mooks listening to their captain, catching them all off guard. Are you really supposed to the boss here? Why they never smelled his cigar smoke was beyond him. He always had 2 in his mouth, and he never bothered using his power to regulate the smoke. Who the hell are you? Gary shouted as his men drew their weapons. Oh wow, you really didn't bother checking who is in charge of this place, did ya? Well, let's see how tough you are since you're stupid enough to show that ugly face in my town. What? You've gotta be kidding me. Your town? Screw you. Get him, lads. Smoker sighed in resignation as he placed his hand on his seastone-tipped jit and began to circulate the smoke around him to set up a perimeter. Ya plumb done gone dadgum did it now, boys. Who in the wah? Were the captain's last words before all hell broke loose. About a minute later, all of the Crescent Moon pirates were beat up, bloody, and hog-tied. A job well done, Captain, saluted one of his men as Smoker dusted off his jacket. Smoker was about to respond to the man when he heard someone's slow clap. Well done indeed, Captain Smoker. Smoker turned to the direction of the sound. First thing Smoker noticed was the giant scar on the kid's left eye. He had round eyes, a tall physique, and short curly blonde hair. He wore a large black top hat with a pair of blue goggles wrapped around it, a long black jacket with a buckle on the left sleeve, with a blue shirt and vest, a frilled cravat, and a simple belt holding a pair of loosened light blue pants with black boots. He also wears a pair of brown gloves and the same top hat with goggles over the band. He also strangely had a long metal pipe slung over his back. Smoker quickly recalled that he spotted something on the back of his eye sparkling ever since he started his patrol. You've been following me. The kid waved his hands and smiled, guilty. Why? I was curious, Captain Smoker. I wanted to observe something I thought I'd never see in Loguetown of all places. Smoker at an eyebrow in flat curiosity. Oh yeah? And what would that be? The kid closed his eyes and smiled. A decent Marine. The onlooking Marine soldier tensed furiously as he glared at the man with the pipe, but Smoker's reaction was downright savage. His jaws clenched down hard enough to nearly bisect his cigars, his control over his smoke slipped, and the air actually cooled and heated up at the same time. "Would you care to qualify that statement?" he growled. "PSH. Like you care," scoffed the kid as he put his hands behind his head and started walking on the edge of the railing. Smoker continued to glare at the kid. Smoker fumed for a moment, both figuratively and literally, before whipping his glare at his accompanying petty officer. The Marine hastily snapped into a salute. "Why, yes, sir. Have the men patrol the docks. Keep your eyes peeled for Monkey D. Luffy. B. But sir, you have your orders, soldier." "Why, yes, sir." The Marine yelped in agreement before swiftly taking off. The kid looked at Smoker in confusion. Plausible deniability when you kill a civilian for insulting you. "For shame, Captain, for shame. Keep your mouth shut. I let him go because he isn't up to snuff to survive when I let loose." The kid rolled up his sleeves comically. "Well then, if it's a whopping you're wanting, come here and prove my point." "What point?" "That the Marines are an unscrupulous, morally corrupt military organization that is feared by civilians the world over." "You take that back," Smoker shouted. "No," the kid drawled as he looked at Smoker coolly. "It's a legitimate fact. One that you proved earlier." "What?" "The girl, man, the girl. The one who ruined your pants." Smoker slowly receded his hand from his weapon, looking at his knee before focusing on the kid again. "I didn't do anything to the girl. You didn't have to. That girl, her father, and everyone who saw you were scared. Not of you, not of your powers, but of your uniform. Of what you represent. The only difference between you and those pirates you arrested? You're well-funded. You're organized. You have weapons and devil fruits. There's more of you than there are of them, especially in the Grand Line. And you're always there. And if the civilians try to stand up and get rid of you, then the world government will crush them like ants. Which I find kind of paradoxical, you know, civilians standing up and defending themselves. Marines interfering with that prerogative is like declawing a cat and throwing it back into the wild thinking that the owner will always be there to protect it. I am nothing like that, hence my comment and nice Freudian slip by the way. Do you know how rare of a butterfly you are?" Smoker paused for a moment trying to process that backhanded compliment. "You called me a decent Marine, because it's just so much better than being called a good Marine," corrected the kid. "And what difference is that supposed to make?" asked a confused Smoker. The kid jumped off the railing as he began to walk away. "If my brother talks are any indication, a huge one. Maybe you'll run into him one day, and he will explain it to you. Or better yet, maybe one day you'll come to the realization of what it is on your own. On your head your actions be." Smoker frowned in confusion. "Good Marine? Decent Marine? Hey, who's your brother supposed to be?" The kid paused right before he would have disappeared from Smoker's view by the corner, smiling and looking at him. "Don't worry, you'll run into him soon enough." Smoker watched the kid disappear and finally noticed his cigars were burned out and in half. "Damn it. Now I need a drink." Sanji was experiencing an odd sensation. Here he was, surrounded by beautiful and lovely women all around, and yet, his urges weren't showing. He wasn't bleeding even a little, his cheeks weren't blushing, he wasn't smiling like a pervert. He knew he was attracted by the full-course meal around him, and he knew he was a hound dog, but there was a lack of something that he usually had when he met such tasty females. Luffy claimed that his urges controlled him. If that was the case, then the beatings he received from his crewmates really did help him out. But that couldn't be the case. Zeph has beaten his ass black and blue before for his behavior, but it never changed. How was his crew's treatment of him any different? He was so consumed by this contradiction that he walked straight past the beautiful and lithe woman who wore a white cowgirl hat with a large red plume and was covered in a pinkish coat with hearts on it. One that would have set him off so badly his eyes would be hearts, his nose would be having a menstruation, and his legs would start dancing something called the Gangnam Style had Luffy been there to comment on it. Truly, the world was ending. So with that out of his mind, Sanji proceeded to the market where he swore up and down that he spotted Nami walking out of a shop that looked like it sold paraphernalia. He would have confirmed it had it not been for the flamenco dancer. What a world he lived in that he could say that with a straight face. "I've been looking for you, Sanji. For 10 years. Commanded the tall woman with pink hair and eyes. She was dressed in a dark red flamenco dress with white frills, a green sash for a belt with a large red rose on her hip, and hot pink shoes. She wore a gold headband and a silver emerald necklace to match her diamond-shaped emerald earrings. The ladle in her mouth and fan kind of ruined the image though, in Sanji's mind. Her entourage duo didn't help. Her name is Carmen, the greatest culinary in all of the East Blue. They call me the woman of passion, The burning 5-alarm Carmen. By this point, Sanji tuned everything out. It was amazing how clearly he thought now that women did not consume his every thinking thought. 10 years ago he was just starting out in Zeph's kitchens, when he was still consumed by his obsession for the all-blue. He never left the kitchens to talk with his patrons, nor did he ever spot anyone in the kitchens that he was aware of. Odds are, this woman was a girl who must have spied on him while he was cooking and became inspired. Not a stretch per se, but seeing as he was already cooking professionally at that age, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that there was someone else with an equal amount of skill at the time. It took Sanji a moment to realize that everyone had stopped moving and talking, all looking at him for a response. "I'm sorry, did you say something?" Everyone around him face-faulted. In an anime verse 1 reality over, a silver-haired ninja with one eye covered by his headband sneezed loudly. "Did you not hear what I said? Me being the greatest cook in all of the East Blue, I thought that was Chef Zeph?" Sanji spoke nonchalantly. Really, it was freaking him out as to how odd it was talking to a woman without any romantic overtones. He would be waxing romantics and ing her hands on his knees at this point. "Fool! Take a look," commanded one of her followers, Leon, he believed, as he presented Sanji with a deck of cards. Sanji flipped through said cards, realizing they were pictures of famous chefs he has met or Zeph has talked about. "They are all pictures of cooks." "Yes," Jose shouted to his face seriously. No man should have nostrils that large, smiling. "They are of course the most revered chefs in the East Blue. All who were crushed by Carmen. So as you can see," Carmen spoke as she fanned herself, "I am East Blue's #1 cook." Sanji just stared at the woman. "I don't think it's a numbers game. You also have to beat my pops before you get that title in the East Blue." Carmen pointed her ladle straight at Sanji. "Not true. While you were still working at the Bartai restaurant, a special article was published. It exalted the assistant chef of the Bartai as the greatest cook in the East Blue, claiming how you have long surpassed the head chef in skill. The head chef, of course, being Chef Zeph." Anger formed on her face. "Losing my title to some nameless cook? It was absurd. After that, I set out to find you and reclaim my title." Sanji just stared and deadpanned. "Okay, first of all, I never asked for the title. I am thankful for it, but I never asked. Second, I still consider Pops a better cook than me, regardless of whatever the critics say. Third, why do I have to challenge you for a title I neither have claim to or want? But you are a chef. You have to defend your honor, an honor I have no legitimate claim to. It was given to me by word and masses, mind you, and as such, I did not earn it from the lips of the man who I believe has dominion over it. Also, I quit working for the Bartai to go into the Grand Line. Being called the greatest chef in the East Blue is really small potatoes when you enter that hellmouth." Carmen's rage ticks just grew larger and larger with each point, eventually causing her to knock out her 2 associates with her spatula. "It matters not. Face me, Sanji. Come to the #1 cooking contest this afternoon at 1 o'clock. I will skillfully defeat you there. Prepare yourself." Sanji and everyone watched in shock and confusion as she began to spin around so fast that she became a small tornado, creating enough lift via spinning to float away. Sanji didn't really know what to say in such a situation. A short man turned to him, asking the question on everyone's mind. "You really planning on entering that contest?" Sanji shrugged as he lit up another cig. "Nah, that kind of thing doesn't interest me." Sanji proceeded to spend the rest of his day shopping at the fish market. He couldn't help but smile the whole time. Now this is what Loguetown's all about. The quality and selection are incompatible. Sanji would have spent the rest of the day talking to the local fishermen about how other Blue's fish ended up in the East Blue, confirming his all-blue theory had he nor heard and spotted the gathering of people. Sanji managed to force his way to the front before spotting the catch of the day, bluefin elephant tuna. The jewel of the sea, the miracle ingredient. A South Blue fish that was caught earlier this very same day, sold by 2 guys who somehow reeled it in with 1 fishing line, as was told by the man who bought it for a steal. Sanji would have brought it right there had the man not admitted a second later that he would be making it a prize in the #1 cooking contest. Honestly, the universe was conspiring against Sanji. When he sought out women, they couldn't get rid of him fast enough. Now, a woman was interested in him when he wasn't in her, and the universe was making it happen for him. Someone must really have a twisted sense of irony up there. Sometime later, it's finally time for the All-East Blue cooking contest. Sanji leaned back in his chair alongside all the other chefs, realizing that Carmen may have gotten the name of the contest wrong. "The greatest cooks from all over East Blue have gathered here today." Sanji looked at the audience. Surprisingly, he spotted Usopp alongside Nami. He waved to them when they spotted him. Nami looked like she was going to berate him for something before she heard what the prize was. She gave him a look that said, "You got lucky, the prize is worth something. So, you did come. I'm so glad you didn't decide to run away, Sanji." Sanji turned around to see Carmen sitting on a literal throne being fanned by her entourage. "Nevertheless, the title of the greatest in East Blue will be mine." Sanji just continued to stare, confused. "I am just here for the fish." Sanji kind of tuned everything else out after that. It was something he picked up while under Tortu. I mean, training with Luffy. Something akin to a Zen state of focus, but without any thoughts in his heads that he picked up while trying to achieve observation haki, which he did, mind you. Batons hurt. Luffy just called it being in the zone. Sanji would have called bullshit on it. But before he even realized what was happening. And now for the final round. Sanji snapped out of his head and looked around and checked his watch. Hours had passed before he realized it. And he somehow managed to make it all the way to the finals to face Carmen. Either his muscle memory was that good, or there really was something to the whole zone business. Took him a second to recall what he cooked in the previous matches. No one wants a repeat dish. The man of prominent sense and skill, coming through without the faintest hint of danger. Sanji, the woman of dazzling dance and technique, consistently overwhelming all her opponents. Carmen, the gong rang, and the match began. Sanji focused mostly on his own work but couldn't help but catch what Carmen was doing. Frankly, nothing fancy. All the cheering from the crowd was because of how dramatic she made everything, washing the carrots sensually, singing extravagantly while peeling vegetables, pirouetting between each burner and station. Granted, she wasn't a bad chef per se. Sanji could clearly spot all the spirit and professionalism in the dishes themselves which earned her the wins. If anything, he would say she was very passionate rather than dramatic. If he were ranking her with Seth being S-class, she would be a good B, maybe B+ class to his own A-class. Granted, he had a tiny pool to compare it to, but it worked. Still, the announcer and audience were getting way too into it. Any more cheering from the males and this would be considered softcore porn. Sanji actually froze. Dear Oda, what the hell was happening to him that he could actually think to himself that it wasn't time for a hot chick to dance around and get him aroused? Hoping to deter that self-reflecting train of thought, Sanji went back to his cooking. It was only halfway in that he realized he forgot to do something and slapped himself in the head. Stupid, oh? Turned the announcer. It seems like Sanji forgot something important. He is rolling up his sleeves, and are those weights? Everyone, even Carmen, turned to look at Sanji as he removed his arm straps. Most would have made nothing of it a small hindrance to a cook as he tossed them over his shoulder to the stone pathway outside the competing range. The laughter stopped when they saw the dent and cracks the two bands left in the ground. Holy, shouted the announcer as Sanji's chopping and slicing became a blur. Clearly, Sanji was taking it easy on 5-alarm Carmen. I don't know where he got those weights, but clearly, he is now in overdrive. The crowd went right back to cheering, now focusing more on Sanji. Sanji didn't notice this since he was cooking as he always did, but with how fast his hands were, even the most normal of actions, such as whisking eggs or cutting fish in the air, were being performed in super speed and with such efficiency, you would think it was being done by a devil fruit eater, something the judges actually check for to ensure some level of fairness. Some fruits were just not fair for chefs to have. In Tavland, a short old man lightly sneezed while he was turning a piece of large gravel into a cream puff with his cooked fruit. Time's up. Everyone cheered as the two finished, but the differences between the two were as clear as night and day. While both presented an equal amount of dishes, all beautifully displayed and crafted, the two chefs themselves couldn't appear more different. Sanji was nonchalantly applying his weights back on as he unrolled his sleeves and put on his black vest. Carmen, on the other hand, was leaning against the table trying to catch her breath. She had to stop all her theatrics and focus all her energy on cooking just to keep up with Sanji's speed, and even then she nearly collapsed from exhaustion. And now, who will receive the prize? Everyone watched as the judges were presented and ate both sides' dishes and began tallying up the points. Didn't take a genius to realize who they favored more if the orgasmic faces weren't a giveaway. I shall now announce the result, said the main judge as he got up. For this year's cooking contest, the winner is Carmen, trying to save what little face she still had, attempted to get up and surrender proudly, when all of a sudden, a presence surrounded her. She dug her nails into her legs. It was cold and burning at the same time. It was dark. It was overwhelming. She even heard the sounds of scrapping iron and a command to sit still. She had just enough strength to turn her head and look at the source of the feeling. All she could see was one of Sanji's eyes not covered by a shadow or his hair glaring at her, to keep silent and accept her lose with dignity. She swore that she could see a visage of a demon behind Sanji, prepping a knife, as if to cut her if she dared dishonor the match between them in such a way. So she sat in silence, the only giveaway of her stare-down with death being the amount of sweat she was producing. Is Sanji? The crowd cheered widely as Sanji simply smiled and took another drag. While he waited for his tuna to be wrapped up, he approached Carmen. So, good match. Carmen looked at the chef, unable to correlate his nonchalant appearance with what she felt from him. You know, I thought back, trying to figure out when we could have met. I mean, I would have never angered a lady in such a way as I did to you. Competition is one thing, but I almost felt insulted in not being able to remember as to how I could have wronged you. So tell me, what have I done for you to display such hostility against me? Carmen stared before she stood up. I've wanted to have a match with you for so long. That's why I worked desperately to get better. I wanted to share the same title as you. Since that day for 10 years, when you inspired me with your unwavering belief in your dream, Sanji's open eyebrow was raised. So you did spy on me in the kitchen. I wondered how you were inspired to become a chef. Carmen smiled fondly. Yes. You inspired me to become a chef that day with your dream to find the all blue, that and your skills with the knife. Me and my arrogance actually believed I could have beaten you today. Both laughed at that. Don't give up, Carmen, you'll catch up to me one day. Carmen smiled once more. Fine. I'll concede to you today. But I won't lose again. Next time, I will be victorious. If it's a challenge you want, I'll take it any day. However, it's going to have to be in the Grand Line, Carmen. So get better before deciding to chase after me. So I shall. Till we meet again, Sanji. And on command, she spun around once more, flying off once again, leaving her 2 followers behind, again. Sanji just stared in confusion as he hefted his tuna. How does she do that? Lady does have a right to her secrets, Sanji. Nami spoke calmly as she approached the chef. Nice to see you not acting like a horndog anymore. Thank you so much, Nami Swan, shouted Sanji as his eyes turned to hearts. Whack, thank you, Usopp. Running with their hard-won loot, the duo ran as fast as they could, hoping to lose the enraged and now nude Brock chasing after them. Hey, he agreed to play by Tijuana rules. Not their fault he offered almost all his clothes. Johnny had no other target to make heavier other than his pants. The fact he took off his undergarments as well was just overkill. Thankfully, with Yasaku ripping off chunks of the road and tossing them back at him, reverting their weight in the process, they finally managed to escape. Having nothing better to do, the two decided to head for the execution platform to meet up with the rest of the crew. Sometime after finishing the contest, Sanji, Nami and Usopp were walking across the town, Sanji rubbing the bulge on his head, swearing up a storm at Usopp. Now that was fun! Laughed Nami. For some reason, there seems to be a lot of duels today. Nami ignored the two argue between each other as to who was carrying more weight of the tuna before looking up at the sky. Something wrong, Nami? Asked Sanji. We better find the others soon. The air feels different. It's going to rain. Oh, is that what it is? Asked Usopp for confirmation. I keep feeling like it's going to rain, but I couldn't see a cloud in the sky. Another footnote to tell Luffy about your fruit. Let's get going, hopefully. We may meet up with him at the execution platform. Luffy was walking through one of the older sections of the town, one in which the buildings were so tall and close together that almost no light filtered through. Now this definitely reminded him of the old European cities and towns he visited in the past. Streets and corners too narrow for groups or vehicles to pass through. Architecture old enough to house secret passages and remodelings. Too many possible vantage points for sniping or surprise attacks. Honestly, he felt like a mob man going to meet the capo. Good movies. Except for the second. The third had some redeeming qualities. Luffy finally managed to track down what he was looking for, a bar called Gold Roger. Going down the stairs into the old and worn-out place, you would think you entered an abandoned business. Sans for the old man wearing a white, red-hemmed shirt, earrings, necklace, hat, and glasses sitting in the corner. To the unobservant, that is. You needed to note the little things to realize the bar was frequently in use despite its appearances. While the furniture was shoddy and cracks were everywhere, the place was clean and without a hint of dust anywhere. The liquor bottles on display were of the younger variety and full. The posters on the wall, while predominantly of the older generation, had a smattering of more up-to-date and active pirates as well. The most critical telltale sign that the bar was still active was the shrine in the back to the deities and beasts of the sea. Calypso, in her dark-skinned visage, depicted nicely despite the small golden statue, was the most prominent, and apparently the most prayed to if the incense and small offerings were anything to go by. Luffy looked at the other figures, trying to determine which were included initially and which were brought from other blues. Davy Jones was present and old, of black iron and untouched, the devil of the seas a reminder to all. Neptune, king of the sea, was present as well, probably brought in by a fisherman's sympathizer, since they and mere people seemed to worship a mixture of Roman/Greek pantheons. You could tell by the surrounding figures of Ceto, goddess of the dangers of the ocean and of sea monsters, Chymopolia, goddess of giant storm waves, Galene, goddess of calm seas, and Nereus, god of the sea's rich bounty of fish. Ironic that the later ones have been adopted by the community at large without realizing they were initially part of the beliefs of a people most humans hate. Freyr, god of rain, sunlight, fertility, life, and summer, and Jord, god of the sea, particularly of seafaring, were present as well. Small sized indicated that the giant's Norse pantheon was brought in by a human follower, or someone with very diluted giant blood. A black and white statue of Tiamat, goddess of salt water and chaos, was present as well. Most likely from the North Blue, they have more tropical regions, and she is a Mesopotamian goddess back in Luffy's old world. It's kind how he knew that the Mokosh, lady of waters and goddess of moisture, was from the more Slavic-oriented South Blue. Odd the dichotomy of the seas. East was rural and peaceful, west technological advanced and with unrest. North was warm, south was cold, weird. The figurines of Ebisu, god of fortunes and fishery, as well as Watatsumi, dragon king and ocean god, were a recent addition, an odd one for sure. The Easter deities were reserved for the inhabitants of the Grand Line. Guess a visitor left them. The figurine of Danu, goddess of primordial waters, was a clear indication of someone from the old generation, since those supposedly only came from the New World, seeing as that's where the mink lived. Made sense to Luffy in a twisted sort of way. In his world, the Indian region was filled with deities and figures of myth who were part animal or outright hybrids. It would make some sense that the mink would worship them. Plus, not eating meat from anything with fur due to their own mammalian appearances would complement their beliefs nicely. The figures of Nephthys, goddess of rivers, death, morning, the dead and night, was a nice Alabasta touch. Then there was a splattering of figurines he didn't recognize outright or was unfamiliar with. The small dangling rainbow serpent carving was a nice touch though. Luffy just shrugged, lit a stick, and offered a belly before praying. To the goddess Calypso, I beseech thee, an offering of belly and humblings, hear my plea. Safe journey by the blues I ask for, to enter your doors at death required, not before. Against storms and monsters, we are merely your wanderers. To journey, adventure, and good times for all, hear my plea, to prevent a pirate's downfall. The old man looked up from his bottle. Haven't heard that version in some time. The younger whippersnappers always just give a coin and quick prayer before moving on. Luffy turned. All of them? The man shrugged. Some are like you, aware of the old ways but not necessarily the proper prayers. Some have distinct ones for certain gods. Met a young lass some time ago who gave a prayer to that little Wernpa statue in the native tongue. Luffy whistled at that. Damn. That's dedication to history. Luffy approached and sat opposite of the man. I only know everything because of my sponsor and his friend. The man looked at Luffy's hat for confirmation. Who's the friend? Luffy smiled and finished the coded response. A big drunk who takes in more strays than he can handle. The man smiled and presented his hand. Raoul. Luffy shook his hand. Luffy. So are the others here yet? Raoul tips his head to the side at the glass lantern. When the light fades, means he's here. Luffy nodded before finally registering the giant skull on the table with a sword hole in its forehead. Is that what I think it is? Yep. It's the skull of a man known as the Killer Giant, a man who killed hundreds of pirates. He was a devil. Raoul took a drink and smirked. And Roger's first confirmed kill as a pirate before he left town. Luffy smirked. Shishishi, quick fight? Damn right it was. Raoul shouted as he raised his hands up and laughed. Bastard was as tall as most houses and had a sword to match. Roger killed him before he even noticed the fight had started. Know what his last words were? Luffy leaned in. Roger. No one can touch me. Luffy laughed at that. Famous last words indeed. Raoul joined in the mirth as he poured himself and Luffy a shot. You should hear some of the stories that passed through this bar in its heyday. King of the Eric Pirates, the famous gunner Silver, the devilish Kung Fu brothers, the Crimsoner. Luffy shivered. He's still alive, right? Last I heard, he was hired by some organization in the South Blue to take care of some crazed cannibal right down there. Oh, those poor bastards. The cannibals or the organization? Yes. Raoul drank his shot. Don't worry. If you know that old trolling bastard, you know that he is a mercenary to the core. He's only a mercenary because the Marines aren't stupid enough to give him more leeway and a get-out-of-jail-free pass by making him a warlord. Or Oda forbid he ever decides to become a Yonko. Bound to happen eventually with his age and boredom. Luffy finished his shot. And that is a secret that stays firmly in the minds of the old generation and anyone they trust. Thank God the bastard can change his face. Amen. No one needs to know his ed-up version of immortality. Who knows what the nobles or worse, Marines would do with that power? Raoul nodded. Thank Calypso that he was friendly with Roger who kept him in line. Roger kept everyone in line back in the day, Raoul. Even the Marines, they had Kong for that. PSHH. Luffy sputtered. Right. Roger gets killed in the same week Kong is promoted to World Government Commander-in-Chief, separating him from his control of the Marines. Granted, Sengoku's doing an excellent job of it, but having the likes of Sengoku and Z replaced by Kazan and Sakazuki just brought more headaches than it's worth. Raoul raised a brow. And what about Borsellino? The bastard is calm and lazy as hell, but he is neutral at best and doesn't raise any issues when his orders are given, Luffy replied nonchalantly. He's too powerful to ignore or piss off but not active enough to warrant much fear from him outright. He's more likely to drink with a pirate than arrest them on sight. Thank Oda for small mercies. Both chinked their glasses before finishing them off once more. So what are the numbers at? Not good, replied Raoul. Fewer and fewer people are daring to go into the Grand Line. Not to say there aren't pirates around, but nothing major has entered that damn place in large enough numbers in some time. So infiltrators and revolutionaries? The best way to get any form of adventure these days. Roger was a true beacon, drawing in the similarly inclined to go and explore. One Piece is but a candle to his being, only the truly worthy hear its call. Everyone else gets lost in the darkness and fall. The world needs some sort of shake-up to get rid of the stench of stagnation permeating it. You don't have to remind me, growled Luffy. I made 2 offerings to Calypso so far, and I doubt Krieg and Arlong can satiate her hatred of such deplorable beings. A toast then. Raoul raised his glass alongside Luffy. To the Eternal King, to the Eternal King. Both finished their shots, at the counter since Raoul needed to get a new bottle, when someone entered the business. So it's you, huh? Raoul chided. The usual greeting, eh? Replied a smirking smoker. Not a nice way to treat an old customer. You ruined my business. I don't feel like joking around with you. Smoking sat down, ignoring Luffy who was keeping his silence, and continued to smile at Raoul. You shouldn't think of me as someone who betrayed you. It's not my fault this is the business you're in. The pirates today are all weaklings. That's the real problem. This bar had more than just pirates in it, Smoker. Your presence scared all the traders and explorers off as well. Smoker frowned. Pirates. Those traders and explorers were pirates. They flew flags and ignored marine commands. That makes them pirates. TSCH, dog. Smoker turned to the boy with the black hair as Luffy had left his hat back on the table behind them. What? I said you are a dog. You heard your marine masters give an order, and you obeyed. Probably never bothered getting the full story until after the guns and artillery have been fired. Smoker turned facing Luffy in whole. Watch your mouth, boy. They avoid Marines and ignore any ordinance issued by the world government. No, they ignore listening to the world government dogma and being restricted by all the crazy regulations and travel routes set up by them. You know that about half of the East Blue alone is off limits to anyone not a Marine? And that's the known half, not the parts that haven't been explored, catalogued, and documented. Or how about people who want to go out and discover and research new things? Ever since the Tree of Knowledge was lost from O'Hara, there hasn't been a central hub of knowledge anywhere else in all the years since. That is done for a reason, right? Giving people who aren't even decent pirates bounties for bailing on paying the money the government is due or avoiding Marines is such a better option. What a dystopian society we live in. No wonder people have stopped caring about the government. Smoker frowned further. Those are dangerous words there, boy, dragging the world government through the mud. Luffy snorted and looked forwards defiantly. I'm no revolutionary, Jarhead, but I'm not an idiot either. I keep up with the maps and history books, those that aren't burned or deemed illegal to own by your precious world government. Islands disappear, never to be heard from again. People vanish, their histories are forgotten. Events are worded differently in the news, reactions altered to suit the winners. Some events are just outright forgotten to the savage waves of times. For Oda's sake, the old ways are for all intended purposes considered a taboo at best, illegal at worst in certain parts. The world nobles are allowed to run roughshod over the rules that their so-called bloodlines established. Hell, I've heard stories of the Marines hunting down and capturing civilians all because they bear brands. Very specific hoof-shaped brands. Luffy tilted his head back and let out a sardonic laugh. The great and powerful Marines, enforcing the laws they don't follow and protecting civilians from all but themselves. Smoker steamed darkly for a second as he contemplated my words. I trust you have proof to back up these claims. I can give you 3. Luffy deadpanned. Captain Axehand Morgan, who ruled over Shelltown like it was his own little fiefdom until a pirate deposed him. Captain Nozumi of the 16th branch, whose pockets are very open from what I've heard. And Admiral Bunta Akainu Sakazuki, who doesn't give 2 shits about protecting civilian lives, merely killing all pirates in his path, decent and good alike. That drew a derisive snort out of Smoker, but only to cover his shock of hearing something like that a second time today. The hell you talking about, boy? I just mentioned people who do nothing but explore and have fun who are stigmatized by the world government. The people who don't want to get involved in the pillaging, the murder, and the raping, those are the pirates who become pirates for the journey, the adventure, the freedom. Those are the decent pirates. Those weaklings you mentioned? Those bastards on the real wanted posters who make even the most hardened of men puke at the shit they have done? Those are the good pirates, the bastards who have twisted the life and message of being a pirate as simply living without rules and indulging in humanity's darkest vices and indulgences. They become no better than common criminals, psychopaths, and the damn world nobles. Smoker continued staring. And you can give me examples of decent pirates as well? I can give you 2 examples off the top of my head. Luffy held up a finger. I don't know about you, but I'm fairly certain that Whitebird protecting Fishman Island is a distinctly good thing to do. Neither King Neptune nor any noble of the Ryugu Kingdom has asked for support from the Marines, nor has the world government ordered us to send troops to provide support. Smoker defended swiftly. Too swiftly. It sounded rehearsed. As though he were justifying it to more than just Luffy. Oh, I get it. Luffy piped up in a sickeningly sweet tone of voice. So the long and short of it is that the Marines won't do their jobs and give a flying until they're ordered to, and the world government won't order you to, I reiterate, do your jobs and protect the civilians of a member nation, because they couldn't give a crap about pirates and slavers raiding their personal aquarium. How am I doing so far? Am I in the ballpark? Was my early comment about calling you a dog on the mark? Smoker growled darkly beneath his breath. Luffy snorted and rolled my eyes. You know, I can't see why people call the warlords government dogs. After all, from what I've seen so far, the Marines are the world government's bitches. And you had the nerve to get angry at me for calling you a dog. At least I made you male. Didn't you say you had 2 points? Smoker spat rather quickly. Luffy chuckled humorlessly before moving on. Well, as for the second, he shot the captain a wide grin. You've seen the wanted poster for the new pirate crew coming into town? The captain glared intensified. The straw hats. What about them? You bother actually reading what they are wanted for? They killed people. End of story. Luffy shook his head. No, Smoker. They killed wanted pirates, good pirates, not the decent ones. If you bothered reading their posters, you see they are wanted for exterminating the Arlong pirates. You know, the pirates who paid off Captain Azumi? There are absolutely no mentions of looting, plundering or pillaged in their recognized travels, and as far as I can tell they haven't ever hurt any civilians, period. All they're doing is flying a Jolly Roger and potentially stocking up before going to the Grand Line. But hey, none of that matters to you. Doesn't matter to the Marines. The flag is black and has a skull and bones, so they must be evil. Would be the same if it was pink or dotted with polka dots. The government says they are pirates. They must be the most depraved and vile individuals on the planet. So, come on. Lock them up. Toss them and impel down to be tortured far more cruelly than any human should have ever conceived of. Toss in those wrongly confused and unprepared for that hellhole and leave Oda to separate them from the sinners. I mean, that is your job, right? Smoker looked at the boy, pondering his words about pirates. Despite his efforts, he couldn't help but recall when the pirates began to deluge into the world en masse. It was a hot, muggy day just like today. On his way to the execution platform, even though his hands were bound, Roger carried himself with pride. At least that's what it looked like to Smoker when he watched him walk toward the execution platform. Knowing what he knew about the people from the Grand Line, Smoker never understood why Roger didn't bother escaping. He had so much to live for. Wealth, fame, power. The man who had everything in this world. GOLD, Roger. And yet he walked toward his death, holding himself high, like a proud warrior. Inherited will, the destiny of age, the dreams of its people. As long as people continue to pursue the meaning of freedom, those things will never cease. Those were Roger's first words spoken when he was allowed to make his last words. Yet they were lost to the time, overcome by what he said soon after. He stood smiling, looking at the audience, asking for his manacles to be removed. He was denied this request, so he just sat down, still smiling, just asking to get the deed done. The people, the island, the world, watched in silence as the two spears were readied. There were Yonko and warlords in that crowd that day, future, present, and past ones alike, just waiting for the nail to drop. "Hey, Pirate King!" shouted one desperate soul. "What did you do with your treasure? It's somewhere on the Grand Line, isn't it? You have it, don't you, the greatest treasure in the world?" Roger just outright laughed. "My treasure?" The Marines readied their spears. "I left it all behind, for others to find, to explore, to seek." The spears were in motion. "I left it all behind. Stab! Stab!" in one piece. His last words, that smile. What should have ended in resignation and shock, what should have ended the pirate age right there and there, was instead met with cheering and joy, but for all the wrong reasons. As his blood pooled on the post and stained it forever, never to be used again, that's when it was marked. That was the beginning of everything. Smoker just continued to glare at the boy. He turned back first and finished his rum bottle in one go, slamming before he decided to leave, the argument apparently over. Luffy just faced away from the delusion marine, while Raoul wiped the stall. "Tell me, boy." Luffy looked at the man, whose back was still turned. "You distinguished between good pirates and decent pirates. What about Marines?" Luffy froze. This was not something he expected someone as dogmatic as this captain to ask. A chink, perhaps? An actual conscience beneath all that exterior? Or was he honestly just parroting conditioned responses? "I believe that a good Marine follows his orders to the letter, and will sacrifice all for the sake of justice." Smoker flinched, his hand unconsciously scratching his chest. Luffy caught the motion. Perhaps this captain is worth another look when they are done with this town. A decent Marine, however, will sacrifice everything for the sake of all those whom they swore to protect, even justice, if it comes down to it. Smoker said nothing. He just stood there. "Have a good day, Raoul. Your rum was just as good as I expected it to be. We had a nice talk today, you and I, and only us." Raoul and Luffy watched as Smoker went up the stairs and left the bar to them alone. Raoul turned to Luffy. "You got lucky, boy. Captain Smoker is as tough as they come, and his Logia doesn't make him a slouch either." Luffy raised his hand, turning it black with hockey. "I may not have a perfect command of armament, but I have enough to land one good surprise strike to his face." "Good man," Raoul nodded before spotting the lantern. "His is ready." Luffy went up to get his hat as Raoul pressed a button behind the counter, causing a hidden trapdoor to open up. "Don't wait up," Luffy said as he put on his hat. "I'll take the other exit when the meeting is over." Raoul nodded, waiting for Luffy to disappear and his footsteps to die down before closing up the door and returning to his business. "Well, Roger, it seems like your successor has finally arrived. Give them hell." Took a while for Luffy to walk down the fire-lit corridor, but eventually, he made it to the hall hidden underneath the island town. All secret passages in the town intersect in meeting points like these, but this one was particularly special, as it only had 3 entrances and exits to and from. As Luffy approached the table in the center, food, drinks, and paperwork all set up, he noticed the 2 who appeared to have been waiting for him. One was a slim man with his top front teeth missing. He has jaguar spot tattoos on his upper arms, along with a cross tattoo on his chest. He has light-colored hair and a beehive style with sideburns. He sports a headband with goggles and wears sunglasses. He also has a dark-colored vest, and shorts that go to the middle of his thighs. He has high boots that start above his knees, and dark elbow pads. He also has nunchucks sticking out of his shorts. If Luffy remembered his briefing papers, this was the Gambia's second in command of the Barto Club, which made the other guy Bartolomeo. Light-skinned, tall, lean yet muscular man, sporting light green-colored hair in a wild rocker-like style and no eyebrows. He has a demonic-looking face, sharp fangs, and a ring piercing on his nasal septum. There are 2 lines tattooed under his right eye that curve towards his ear. This matches the dark tattoo on his chest of a thick ring with an opening on the top, wings on the sides, and long fangs on the bottom. He sports a yellow and red vertically striped coat with tan fur around the neck. He also had brown pants and a black belt. He has a light-colored ring-patterned belt with a chain on the left. He has a weapon tucked in the front of his baggy checkered trousers and has light ruffled dark boots on his feet. Basically, your stereotypical new-age gangster or mob boss. Your late Bartolomeo grumbled while he was picking his nose. "Don't blame me," grumbled Luffy as he sat down at the table. The Marine captain of this town entered the bar to get a drink. I had to wait for him to leave. "Captain? You mean Captain Smoker, that windbag? Asked a now focused Bartolomeo. Windbag? Bastard ate the smoke Logia at some point. I'm not even sure if Smoker is even his actual name, or just a code name to go along with his power. Luffy clasped his hands in interest. How good is he with the power? Bartolomeo shook his hand. Not that good based on the reports I read about other Logia users. Either he never bothered experimenting with it, or he's hiding things up his coat sleeves. Agreed, Luffy nodded. If he ever bothered figuring out the tricks of gas Logia, he would have found your operations the moment he set foot in this place. While Luffy still maintained that Logia were the weakest of devil fruits, that is not to say that there weren't a few that had, shall we say, unique applications depending on the element. Since unlike the Paramecia, a Logia can become his or her element, allowing them to spread their presence using it would be aware of everything happening as long as a part of them was present in the surroundings. Now some would argue that is what observation hockey is for, but that technique is draining and rather narrow in certain scopes. A Logia for a gas is particularly suited for dispersing itself to gather information and infiltration. Had Smoker been aware of this, he would have discovered entrances hidden all over Loguetown and all the operations being run in town. For someone who claims to stop all wrongdoing in this place, Smoker has been doing a piss-poor job of it. Not that people like Luffy or Bartolomeo mind. Gambia handed Bartolomeo some more paperwork to sign. Yeah, give me a second. I swear, had I known that becoming the kingpin of crime for all of Loguetown would have involved so much paperwork, I would have pawned it off to someone else. Shishishi. Consider yourself lucky. I've seen some of the paperwork Sabo had to do for his boss, and it ain't pretty. Besides, pirates have to do paperwork as well. Ace has to do reports for his division on an almost daily basis for all the operations and people under his watch. He even has to submit paperwork in advance to take a vacation. Is there no release from paperwork at all? Bartolomeo sighed in resignation. Yeah, keep your organization small enough that logistics doesn't become a concern. That or find a devil fruit that makes clones of yourself. Smug bastard. Speaking of which, where is Sabo? He should have been here by now. And as if on command, the echoing of Sabo's footsteps were heard from the third entrance. Sorry everyone, hello Luffy. For being late. Sabo apologized as he sat down and took off his hat. I got held up at the docks. Some idiots were robbing the warehouses and I had to wait for Smoker's men to arrest them all before making my way here. Oh why, again with Smoker? Bartolomeo shouted, throwing his hands in the air. That bastard has been harping on my profit margin for months now. I've lost 14.6% of yearly revenue since we can't ask for protection money against idiots who come a-knocking. Sir, don't forget we made up the losses when we started charging for usage of the underground networks and supply distribution system. Oh, thank you Gambia, Bartolomeo smiled appeased. I keep forgetting. Let's hope that's all you forgot, Sabo snarked as he opened up a suitcase he was carrying with him. Here are the contracts the revolutionaries are willing to sign. The terms are open for negotiation, and as the chief of staff, Luffy tuned them out afterward. He was only here to deliver payment on Sabo's behalf, as well as exchange pleasantries and the like. Still, lost in his thoughts as it were, Luffy couldn't help but reminisce how it all came to this point in time, and how he almost lost Sabo. It all started when the idiot nobles almost committed genocide in their attempt to burn down the Great Terminal, where the lower class lived. Sabo overheard his parents' and friends' plans for it, and tried to warn his brothers about, but that was unnecessary. Granted, his fears were justified. It was just that his fear of losing his brothers as they had shared sake by this point had overwritten the fact that Ace and Luffy weren't exactly weaklings. See, when Luffy was first introduced to Ace, the older boy figured he would have to protect the younger kid and train him up. Boy, was he surprised when Luffy punched the giant gator out in one rubber-assisted punch. Ace learned two things that day: that Luffy was an excellent cook, and that being friends with him would be fun. Luffy's lessons didn't really take off until Ace introduced Sabo to him. Afterward, Luffy started showing the two everything Gramps taught him and everything he managed to think up during that time from his lessons. They put those hard-earned skills to the test when they jumped up from pickpocketing idiots to robbing the daylights out of the more stupid nobles. Luffy liked to joke and called themselves the Merry Men. Back to the point. Sabo was so used to the standards his friends were on he never considered just how powerful the trio have become compared to most adults. By the time Sabo arrived, Ace and Luffy have made a bloodbath out of the men the nobles hired to burn down the Great Terminal. Consumed by rage and the shame of even being related to such things, Sabo asked a favor from Luffy and Ace, the only one he has ever made from the two in all their time together. One that solidified their status as brothers in all but blood literally and figuratively. When they were done, It was not the gray terminal burning that day. As Sabo later found out, only his adopted brother managed to survive, propelling him straight to the role of king. Not that it helped supposedly, he had to learn to sleep with one eye open and with a rifle in his arms from sheer fear of the trio ever returning for him. Sabo decided to leave Goa and its stench, writing a letter to Ace and Luffy explaining his actions and hoping to meet again as pirates. He went and set sail on a stolen fishing boat, intending to never return. Unfortunately, he immediately encountered the massive ship of the world noble Saint Jalmac, whose arrival to Goa is what stirred the nobles to try and burn down the terminal. Sabo sailed out of its way, but Jalmac was offended that he had crossed his path, and so shot the vessel with a bazooka. Sabo desperately tried fanning the flames of the explosion caused by the first shot, but was caught in the second shot as it destroyed the ship entirely. Heavily injured by the explosion and on the verge of drowning, Sabo was rescued from the wreckage by Monkey D. Dragon, who was in town on an unrelated assignment. Dragon carried the unconscious boy to the Revolutionary Army's ship at Shimatsuki village during the night, where his injuries were immediately treated by the crew. When he recovered and was diagnosed with amnesia, Sabo joined the revolutionaries and went training on their island in the East Blue under the fisherman Hack. Luffy found all this out later. All that he knew at the time was that he saw his brother get blown up by a celestial dragon. Had he managed to use his observation haki at that point or listen to his snails, he would have known that Sabo was still alive. Unfortunately, the unbridled rage consumed him. The loss of his brother stirred the wartime memories of Luffy's former life, unleashing something he thought he buried a long time ago. His restraints ripped and shredded to pieces, Luffy shaved and moonwalked his way to the Saint's ship, raining down Armageddon upon all on it. To this day, it was the one and only time Luffy has used a forbidden technique he developed by combining haki and the six powers, one of many in his arsenal. It was his own personal variation of the Six King gun. Nothing of the ship nor the fish and beast around and underneath it remained. All those things shattered and were blown to smithereens. Reports indicated that fragments of the Saint were found at all corners of the island, and some washing ashore on others. When he returned, Luffy lost himself to grief, locking himself away. It took the combined efforts of Ace and GARP to snap him out of his sorrow by revealing that Sabo was still alive thanks to the snails spotting him being rescued. Knowing that he was a wanted man in all but name, GARP had to, unfortunately, advise Luffy to go on the lam. The death of a celestial dragon was not something the higher-ups can overlook. While everyone who knew what happened kept their silence, it was only a matter of time before the likes of Cypher Pole got involved. Seeing no other option, Luffy was forced to leave Ace behind on the island and search for Sabo. Ace understood and promised Luffy he would join him soon enough as a pirate. Contact information was exchanged, and Luffy's exploration of the East Blue began at the young age of 8. After months of searching using what scant information he had and malicious overuse of brain scanning and information gathering capabilities, Luffy finally managed to track Sabo down to a hidden island that was in use by the Revolutionary Army of all people. Explained one reason why Sabo didn't return, but not why he didn't message them in all this time. It was only after Luffy snuck onto the island and ran into Sabo, happy to see him alive, that he figured out the second reason. His hope of reunion nearly shattered when Sabo didn't recognize him until Hack explained to Luffy that he had amnesia. It didn't take long for Luffy to snap Sabo's memories back in place by using pictures Brain had made in the past to gain back his brother. It was only after that Luffy finally met his father, the head of the revolutionaries, for the first time. The rest, as they say, is history. But that's for another day, so we are in agreement. I provide the weapons and medicine, as long as you guys provide the raw materials for the manufacturers as well as access to your information network. Luffy snapped back in, watching the two finalize and notarize the paperwork in triplicate. Those are the highlights, and yes, we are in accord. Great! Bartolomeo cheered as he started rubbing his hands together. Now for the down payment? Of course, Sabo smiled as he reached for another suitcase, opening it to reveal neatly stacked parchments of belly. Bart glared and did some quick math. That only looks like half the money, where is the rest? Sabo pointed at Luffy. You may be wondering why he is here. Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy, the guy who killed Arlong and his crew. Yes. You see, Luffy here has been our agent in the East Blue for some time, waiting to get old enough to make his break into the pirate world to be our inside man. Inside man? Asked the confused Bartolomeo. Don't you guys already have agents serving as pirates? As information brokers at best. Our brother is high up in Whitebeard's crew, but he is usually tied down to the end edges of paradise and parts of the New World. Luffy here will be our eyes and ears in the first half of the Grand Line. Bart nodded in understanding. Makes sense. But what does that have to do with the payment? Luffy reached out and removed a small chest from his vest, sliding across the table to Bartolomeo. In my travels of the East, I have, shall we say, liberated many interesting things from people who didn't deserve them. Across my many trips, I've found such fascinating little items: books, scrolls, weapons, armor, and my favorite thing of all. Bart opened the chest, revealing a green tangerine with swirls on it, to his and his partner's shock. Devil fruits. Bartolomeo gaped at the fruit before looking back at Luffy. What fruit is it? The Bari Bari no Mi, a paramecia that would allow the eater to create invincible barriers. Bart frowned. Oh? Is that it? I guess I'll just sell it then. Sabo laughed. Really? That sounds like a rather handy fruit to have. But it's a paramecia, Bart pouted. A paramecia that has the potential to turn someone like you into one of the most deadly people in the world. Bartolomeo looked at Luffy with his undivided attention. Explain your reasoning. Luffy leaned back. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia only mentions that the barriers are invincible, are limited by some unspecified surface area, and can be made transparent or visible. That's it. Clearly, the idiots who had this fruit never bothered figuring it out. So it isn't a defensive fruit? Not at all. The fruit's main application is defensive in nature. However, knowing what I know about environmental paramecia, its capabilities are numerous. Environmental? I'll give you a pamphlet later. Let's start at the most basic level. You can make barriers of various shapes that you can manipulate and move at your discretion. Meaning, you can create a giant shield which then you can use as a battering ram, or even a giant fly swatter to remove enemies from the ground or the air. That's not even considering creating multiple spheres and using them as tiny wrecking balls of doom. The barriers would be invincible, meaning that no defense or Logia power will be able to stop them, especially if you don't need to cover the barriers in hockey to affect Logia users. That immediately caught Bartolomeo's attention, as well as Sabo's. He always enjoyed watching Luffy analyze weak fruits and turn them into downright terrifying weapons. Many agents in the army owe their infamy to Luffy giving them advice on their fruit. Then there's manipulating the shape of the barriers, creating things such as stairs, platforms, or even giant limbs when you get up to snuff with it. Or how about creating an armored barrier around oneself and turn yourself into an unstoppable juggernaut? Or how about covering your fists in it and punching people to death? There's also creating restraints or barrier prisons to contain people. Bartolomeo's fascination and interest in the fruit continued to grow. Let's not forget that you could also possibly manipulate the permeability of the barrier and say, cover an opponent's head in one that prevents air or light from entering. One knocks them out from deoxygenation, and the other turns them blind. Not soundproof? Asked a concerned Sabo. No. Apparently, that is the one thing the barrier can't block out. Everything else is up to the user's imagination and control. Bartolomeo looked back down to the fruit. Seems too good to be true. Well, it's not like you'll get all that power all at once. You'll start like every other person who ate a devil fruit and work your way up to the cool and dangerous stuff like the rest of us. Bartolomeo caught the word used. Are you being general or room-specific with the US? Luffy and Sabo both shared a look before Luffy replied. Let's just say that my brothers and I have been fortunate in our endeavors to, shall we say, even out the playing field with the enemies we may face in the Grand Line. Is it worth it? Bartolomeo asked of Sabo, as he knew him longer and by reputation. Luffy has a knack for turning unsuspecting devil fruits into horrifyingly efficient weapons with time and effort. His greatest success story? Ajitsuke no Mi, spice fruit? How the hell did he weaponize that? Shishishi, depends on your distinction between spices and herbs as well as their pharmaceutical applications. Also, this is one of those rare special paramecia, if you get my drift. Bartolomeo crossed his arms and frowned as he started thinking it over. He had heard about certain cuisines that use spices and herbs for their supposed medical and health benefits, but how can that be used offensively? And special paramecia? He knew those are the rarest of paramecia since they turn the user as close to a Logia as possible. Bartolomeo's eyes bulged. No, you don't mean. Jan Akiyama is currently the Revolutionary Army's rising infiltration agent, mass enemy remover, assassin, and cook. And that's not when he gets dragged in for medical lessons to use his fruit's power in more obscure ways, Sabo replied with a proud smile. Like I said, one of Luffy's more well-known success stories. Bartolomeo looked at the fruits once more before closing the chest and putting it away. Look, the gift is all nice and all, but I got my men to think about. Sure, it's nice and all, but bottom line, it's my men over whatever the hell this fruit brings down on whoever decides to use it. Luffy's assessment of Bartolomeo went up significantly from that statement. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one? We prefer family before familigia, and my family is my familigia. Shrugged a resigned but smiling Bartolomeo. Luffy smiled in kind as he walked to Bartolomeo and handed him Pinky's mushy number. Here to keep in touch when you need someone to talk to. Bartolomeo smiled, accepting the paper for it was. It was. Interesting meeting you today, Luffy. Sabo laughed as he started getting ready as well. Interesting is one of the nicer terms I have heard used to describe Luffy's twisted form of luck. FYI, never make a bet with Luffy if you aren't prepared to suffer for it. Car. Bartolomeo laughed. Well, still, this was a delightful and profitable meeting. Till next time, folks. And remember Marines drool, celestial dragons are fools. Sabo and Luffy said their goodbyes and started leaving via the same path. In any case, Luffy, spoke a more serious Sabo. I don't plan to stick around on this island for too long. We've been hearing talks of odd things happening in the North Blue regarding Judge, and I don't think Kurasa can handle it on his own. Shit, Luffy swore. I thought the mask was enough. Looks like the bastard knew exactly where he was the whole time. Mask? Does Zeph Noir have something to do with it? Luffy stared at Sabo seriously. This is between the two of us and anyone you trust seriously enough to keep it a secret. How bad? On the scale of 0 to 10? A safe 6, but unless we outright reveal to the world who he is, 9 at a minimum. Sabo's eyes bulged. The identity of Luffy's and Ace's fathers were considered a 10. What the hell was Zeph? I'm listening. I'll only tell boss unless otherwise inclined. Luffy nodded. The name he prefers and acknowledges as his is Sanji Zeph. His birth name, however, is Sanji Vinsmoke. Shit, Sabo replied succinctly. That's not the worst of it. There's more? Sanji is just how people read his name. It's actually Sanji, as he was considered the third modified of the second generation. Wait, you mean those rumors about Judge genetically altering his children is true? Wait a minute, Ray 0 Ichi 1 and I 2 Yan 4. Judge is one up father, isn't he? It gets better if Judge is just putting out feelers for a hunch. He will go outright apoplectic with what Brain discovered about Sanji's physiology. I can only deduce that he was thrown out because whatever he did to his kids didn't stick? And guessing by your reaction that is not entirely true? Close enough, and in fact, it did stick, just not in the way Judge anticipated. Long story short, his improvements can still be passed on, and all Sanji needs is some sort of trigger to activate them in himself. The worst thing? Based on Brain's understanding and estimates, the improvements are exponential at the time of activation. If Judge's kids got that strong at birth, then Sanji activating his at this point in time. Oh cluster, Sabo chided as he rubbed the bridge of his nose for a headache he knew was coming. And with the short leash he has on his sons and the rumor that his daughter's fruit has made her near sterile, Sanji is literally both Judge's chance to continue his legacy and the Marine's closest shot to figuring out how the hell he modified his children into superhumans. And here I thought Kazan peddling his way here was bad enough. He's what? Shouted a terrified Luffy, and justifiably. He thought he had outrun that ice bastard and his horrifying weather-altering byproducts. You didn't know? Asked a confused Sabo. Of course I knew. That Akiji bastard is after Diddy under the authority of the higher-ups. Shit, I have to cut the excursion short and get out of here now. Shit. Your ship is still docked, right? Yeah? Asked a confused Luffy. Look, I'll go to the ship and make sure it's safe. You go and find the rest of your crew. Luffy nodded and ran off one path as Sabo went to the other. Things just got complicated. Jin was lost. His entire goal of becoming a pirate was to get away from the hellhole that was his life. Joining Krieg was an unfortunate choice in hindsight, but at the time, he really had no other opportunity. He was chained up for an exorcism at the time, being repeatedly dunked into holy water. Oh, there are no words to describe the amount of vitriol Jin has for his parents. But could you blame him considering the face and demeanor he was born with? It was just his unfortunate luck to be born to two overly devout members of the Church of Oda. And yet, despite the hell they have brought upon him in his formative years, here he was, sitting in a church looking at the stained glass windows showing the founding and development of the establishment right around the time the world government came to power. Really, he could only sigh in resignation at it all. He did read the scripture, hoping to get his parents' approval and prove to them that he couldn't be a demon, as no demon could possibly spout the holy word. But no, not even motherly love could get over his appearance, and rage of being picked on by others. One could only turn the other cheek so much before they ran out. Still, despite no longer having the faith to believe in the one above all, he couldn't just throw it away. The scripture, despite its irregularities and holes, was good. It taught lessons, it gave guidance, and it gave solace to those seeking it. Jin shouldn't paint the establishment under the same brush, one tainted by his experiences. There were people, followers out there who lived the right way and brought peace and hope to others in the world. But that's not why he was here lamenting about it. No, he was here because he didn't know where to go from here. He was happy that Luffy and the others accepted him as he was, past and all. They didn't judge him when he savagely desecrated the fish men. They didn't bother him when he wanted to be left alone. They gave him the space to be left to his own devices, but at the same time, stood right by him when the need arose, as to remind him that he was no longer alone. He had been a drifting cloud for so long that he honestly forgot the feeling of sticking to one place, especially when he was actually wanted. So here he was, after walking around time and having made his odd little purchases, his favorite being a little-known work of Vegapunk's that never really took off about something called an internal combustion engine, that he made his way here. He really didn't what he was expecting when he sat down. The kid in him would say to wait for a sign from Oda, but the cynic in him just wanted something, a reason to why his life has gone the direction it did. Jin had to shade his eyes as the lights outside began to be covered by the clouds, sporadically focusing the sunlight directly into him. When he was finally annoyed enough to see from where the light was coming from, he saw the stained imagery depicted upon that window. It was a rather less known scene from the book in which Oda tried to spread his message across the land, but failed when confronted with the more appearance-different races out there. Uninterred, Oda simply used his gifts to change his image to better resemble the people he was trying to spread the word to. Granted, Jin viewed this as one of the more bizarre scenes, but at the moment, he couldn't help but interpret its message differently. Not so much as to change one's appearance, but rather their image. Jin took on a predatory smile and chuckled to himself as he started leaving the church. So, if the world had the nerve to call me Mandemon, then perhaps it's time for me to go in the other direction. How did the passage go again? And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for, behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy. The joy of my resurrection. In a store with a snail shell-shaped sign hanging over it sat an old headset-wearing man looking behind the counter surrounded by hordes and hordes of multicolored and variety of mushies. Business has been slow as of late. No one ever came around other than the Marines for the mushies except for the rare person who was a hobbyist, or had someone in the Marines themselves who traveled far. It was days like these that the old man wanted something interesting to happen, and apparently, Oda was listening. Because today was the day when a monkey in a red vest entered his store with two of the weirdest-looking mushies on his shoulders. Diddy looked around the establishment in wonder. Though somewhat small, the walls of the shop were lined with shelves filled with snoozing den mushi of varying sizes and colors, with a wide variety of technology and equipment strapped to them. There was also an open crate, within which he could see several dozen baby snails crawling around. Diddy walked up to the counter and smiled. Good day, sir. The shopkeeper's only response other than the slight bulging of the eyes and raised brow was merely asking, One of the snails eat a devil fruit? Indeed, the people of Loguetown were made of sterner stuff. Why couldn't I have eaten a devil fruit? Because you don't look like someone who has eaten a zoan from either the Hito no Mi, human, or the Sara no Mi, monkey/ape, family. More likely that one of the snails ate something which is allowing you to talk. My money is the tall one. The trio just stared at the man in silence. Poink. They really are made of sterner stuff here, aren't they, Brain? Indeed they are, Pinky. I believe the marine propaganda against devil fruits is less effective than they realize. Also, you are right, Pinky ate the sound fruit and Brain ate the vision fruit. My name is Diddy, and I ate the storage fruit. The shop owner whistled. Darn, useful as hell, especially for the correlated communication and visual related mushies. The name is Samson, by the way, owner of this establishment. What can I do you folks for? Little of this, little of that, Diddy shrugged. We are here for 2 snail rigs. Do you offer that service? Samson hummed as he eyed Pinky and Brain curiously. Mind if I? Oh no, go ahead. Alright, then he picked both up and started looking them over. Good color, healthy weight. The shell seems nice and solid. Mia looks like they could take a rig. Their mixed ancestry may be a blessing in disguise in this situation. They aren't specialized, meaning that a rig will enhance all of their capabilities. To what degree? Brain asked. Hard to say, the man grimaced. Under normal circumstances, the dominant genes would be influenced the most, with the weakest one represented being raised to standard norms. He put the snails back onto the counter. I also don't know how your powers will interact with the technology, but I think you are both viable to get a rig. It will cost you, though. Diddy shrugged indifferently. Yeah, that's to be expected. What would you recommend? Samson scratched his chin thoughtfully for a second. Maybe an Ichabod Portentia 6S for both? Latest model off the market. A bit pricey though. How much? 25,000 belly for visual and 35,000 for communication. Installment plans available or lump sum up front. Sold. Diddy smiled eagerly. Diddy reached into his storage space and dug out the prepared stack of bills. Samson blinked in surprise but shrugged before taking the money, counting it swiftly before nodding in agreement. All right, then. He held out his hand and allowed both snails to crawl on. It should only take me a few minutes. It's a delicate process, but not too difficult. Diddy didn't have much to do, so he decided to explore the placate and look around. The snails were interesting, but seeing as to how they didn't really need any more for now. Still, he picked out a maintenance book for reference if the rigs ever break down. While looking through the rigs on the shelves, he noticed something odd on the topmost one in the corner. He would have looked further until, all done, Samson emerged from the back with snails in hand as he put them down on the counter. Diddy noted that both had a fresh coat of wax, something else he picked up along the book, as well as their new rigs. Pinky's was definitely suited for communication, what with the speakers pointing out of his side and a small pair of headphones on his head. Brain, however, seemed to have dials and an antenna on his shell, designed for transferring and receiving. Excellent. So, does it work? Are their abilities affected? Brain flipped through his filters. I believe that the strain of using my power to see from multiple views has been significantly reduced. My range has also increased, as did my retention and clarity of detail. Not to say my faulty in any way, but now I believe that my recall abilities will become much easier. The rig, however, hard to predict. Attachments such as projectors, printers, and the like may be needed to confirm interference with fruit capabilities. Sammons looked down at Diddy. Such stuff is in the back if you want them. No need, replied Diddy. I already have a few models in storage and on the Mary for testing. And Pinky? Well, Brain frowned as he looked at his energized and excited partner. I can see forever. Diddy looked at Brain. His range has become so fine-tuned he can see the environment in his range via echolocation. It may have not increased as so much become easier to handle. Before, he would need to tune out surrounding noise within his range to pick something out. Now with the rig he can handle parallel processing and listen into a dozen sound noises while also serving as a niche communication beacon between the crew. Holy! Samson interrupted. Are you telling me this snail knows everything that happens within his fruit range? He's also the size of a baseball, can only move at the rate of an inch a minute, and salt shakers are as deadly to him as cannonballs. Diddy deadpanned. Alright, I feel a little better. Should I ring you up while you do the paperwork? Not yet, Diddy commanded as he pointed to the tech he spotted. Mind telling me what that is? Samson looked up, reached for the tech, before putting it on the counter. Not really sure what this old hunk of junk is. It looks like the rig they used to transmit messages, but I noted parts missing or otherwise that were used for radio towers before the Marines started regulating the stations. You really want this thing? During the whole explanation, Brain's eyes bulged more and more, as if realizing what the thing was. Noting his look of interest, Diddy replied in kind. Put it in. We have a guy who likes to tinker with stuff like this. Maybe he can fix it up. Sure thing. Let me get the paperwork. Diddy waited for Samson to leave the room before asking, is this something major? Beyond measure. If we can fix this up, many of Luffy's plans become actualized. Our entire timetable accelerates by years. Diddy hid his surprise as Samson reappeared. It's standard boilerplate stuff, registering mushy information, rig register, and the like. Diddy started flipping through and filling in the information. Is the mushy number necessary? Nope, no marine or world government regulation states that a snail number must be listed. Only date of purchase, rig ID, snail pedigree if applicable, and store of purchase. The trio looked up at Samson, who just smiled mischievously. Only pirates or marines bother spending so much money on snails, especially when the buyers are devil fruit users. Trust me, store owners in this town have refined the process of playing along with the regulations while doing business with pirates, at least those we like. And the ones you don't like? Oh, well then we ask them to fill in all the paperwork and jump through all the hoops. It's not our fault if afterward the Marines manage to catch them later on with all the information they provided shopkeepers like us while shopping. Brain smiled evilly. Knowledge is power. And there is no greater knowledge than having a black den mushy laser focused on your specific snail calls and messages that are so conveniently listed, in triplicate. ZRK. That is evil. We approve. Samson looked at Diddy for confirmation. Let's just say we are intrinsically familiar with the power and dangers of paperwork. You can say that our very presence here is because someone found something they shouldn't have in an office somewhere they shouldn't have been. Diddy was surrounded by darkness once more. It was the only thing he has ever known in his short life, other than pain and suffering. Not even his brief reprieves by his brother's side have mitigated the horrors he had experienced. The shackles he wore, his cage, the gruel he has been served, it would be all he would ever know. He would have dived into dreamless sleep once more until he felt the labs shake and beakers fall. He leaned forward as much as his chains would allow, trying to hear over the screams of fighting and shouts of the people. As more explosions and shaking were felt, the door to the room was finally broken through, the man responsible for his suffering landing against his cage, bleeding, and dead. Diddy looked up at the person who punched him through, noting his hat and the snails on his shoulders. So, the paperwork was right, you were being kept here, want to get out with the rest. On that day, Diddy finally felt an emotion he never felt before, hope. Diddy blinked, recovering from his flashback. If all is done, we wish you a good day, Samson, and I wish you 3 great adventures in the open seas. The trio left the shop and walked off to explore Loguetown. On building roof across the street, a giant figure in a cloak watched Diddy leave the store, smiling widely. Later, as Diddy made a corner into a somewhat darkened street, a man stood in front of him. Diddy and the snails looked up at the grizzled man in confusion, brow raised. Give us the mushies, monkey. The civilians in the street quickly left, having better things to do, while several other members appeared circling the trio, looking to be part of the man's gang. Why? Because I want them, that's why. Apparently, the man either didn't care that Diddy could talk or he was just too stupid to notice. Diddy was thinking the later. No, excuse me? You dare tell me? No? The man said, glaring and flexing his arm. Diddy observed the rest of the gang draw up their weapon or crack their knuckles. Diddy sighed. Under normal circumstances, he would have drawn up his weapons and disposed of the idiots. However, this was Marine territory, and unfortunately, they would use any excuse to capture them even if they killed off filth like these thugs. He could use some of the elements he has gathered over time, such as sunlight, water, wind, fire, electricity, and the like. Unfortunately, he could accidentally damage the buildings and a stray civilian doing that. Gas attacks were also out of the question. As such, he was left with his least favorite option, fisticuffs. It's incredible how creative Luffy can be when given time to analyze a fruit power. The storage fruit was always considered to be a useless paramecia by the books, only used being for smuggling things and the like. It was only when Luffy made Diddy question just what exactly could be considered storable. He made Diddy shift his perspective from the physical to the mental and spiritual. The realms of possibilities that he uncovered from that day onward were astonishing. Storing weight, physical speed, physical strength, mental strength, senses, warmth, wakefulness, breath, health, energy, luck, presence, memories. There is a reason why Diddy sunbathes so much, and it's not to just build up his sunlight reserves. Being immobile and in warmth allows him to literally store snippets of his very being and attributes for later use without worry. Why? For application. Tapping an attribute at the same rate it was stored, Diddy is able to get out exactly what he put in. For example, storing 50% of his strength for 1 hour can tap that and be at 150% of their strength for 1 hour at a later date. However, Luffy made him take it a step further. If an exchange can be equivalent, what happens when it isn't? By compressing the attribute being used and drawing out more of it for usage, a storage of 50% of strength for 1 hour can be changed to 200% for 25 minutes. The more an attribute is compressed, the more is lost. However, the more it is compressed, the more payout Diddy gets. Luffy told Diddy repeatedly that if the Marines ever knew what they really had in their hands, the pirate problem would have dealt with ages ago. But that's what you get when you remove imagination from research. In any case, Diddy was now using some of his stored attributes to even up the field. Mostly strength mixed with some vitality, reaction speed, weight for his punches, and the gang looked in shock then horror, raising their heads up, as the once tiny monkey they were looking down on grew in stature, towering over them both in height and muscle. His vest, unbolting itself from his massive girth, revealed all the scars that were once covered in entirety, especially the giant X going across his entire torso. Yes, I dare, growled the now deep-voiced Diddy. The man's only reaction was gulping before his machismo demanded him and his gang to defend their image. Get him! As the gang ganged up on Diddy and charged, Diddy moved. Getting into a standard boxing pose, Diddy dealt with the boss with a straight left hook combo. He went down, ducking underneath the sword slash by weaving. Diddy uppercut his left kidney before spinning and backhanding the fool. Quick zigzag to the left, putting him in the distance with another two, which were promptly dealt with 2 wide swings, one to the head and one to the body. since that mook bothered ducking. Shifting to the bigger and fatter one with the hook chain, Diddy got behind him before managing to suplex the fool. Where were Pinky and Brain in all of this? On his shoulders, taking care of the idiots behind Diddy that he didn't notice. Pinky used his Odo sickness to induce vertigo and sickness in the fools, while Brain used light flashes from his eyes to induce confusion and possibly seizures via his Bijin flash. The fight would have gone on till all the idiots were dealt with until one of them got a hostage. Said gangbanger idiot reached into a store and got a woman by a dagger to her throat. Diddy and the snails froze. Now, how about you deflate so me and the boys can get our retribution? Diddy snarled, but realizing that the blade was too close to the woman's neck, he couldn't react without accidentally causing the mook to flinch and finish the job. Diddy deflated and raised his hands in surrender. The man smiled, thinking he won, until a large hand reached out from behind him, grabbing his dagger arm, releasing the woman, who quickly ran back to the store in a panic. Diddy stood in place, trying to figure out who the individual was in the black coat that saved the woman. He looked familiar. What the? Let me go, you idiot, before I stab you to death. The idiot managed to pry his arm out, but it appeared the individual didn't put up much of the fight. Ha! You are an idiot! I still have my dagger. No, spoke the individual with a loud booming voice, one that Diddy immediately recognized and smiled from ear to ear. What are you talking about? Questioned the mook. The cloaked figure smiled before pointing at giant fingers at the idiot's dagger. He looked down and noticed that said dagger had an odd mark on it that was currently glowing. The cloaked figure readied his fingers. Boom! Before snapping them. The dagger glowed brightly before exploding, taking the man's hand with it and propelling him into the building behind him. The figure turned, still smiling, facing Diddy. Did you miss me? Diddy's had tears pouring from his eyes from joy. Brother, really, Pinky? How did you miss him of all people since you are translating for him? Zoinks. Sorry, Brain. My translation is automatic at this point, and I sort of, tune him out. Sorry. Brain sighed in resignation to Pinky's absent-mindedness before smiling. Well, at least we meet him again after so long. Luffy probably set this up as a surprise for Diddy. As Luffy raced toward the execution platform, he couldn't help but regret the fact he couldn't use Shave to get there sooner. Hopefully, the crew will meet him there as well. Based on the weather clouds approaching, it was about to get real nasty, which just means that the Iceman cometh is a-coming. Luffy finally arrived at the town square, stopping to catch his breath. Had he had the time, he would appreciate standing in front of the single most heinous and monumental monument of the pirate age. Unfortunately, he can bask in the platform's shadow later. Closing his eyes and standing still, Luffy released his hold on his observation hockey, expanding its perimeter exponentially. He quickly spotted 5 distinct groups converging on each other on their way to the square. Smirking, he also realized that Diddy's brother made to town as well. He would have enjoyed his reminiscing were for not him sensing a giant mace swinging at him. Thank God he expanded the range when he did. His reflexes triggered, he propelled and flipped himself all the way to the top of the platform for the best vantage point. It was only at the top that he noticed not the woman in the white hat holding the mace that nearly smacked him, but rather the hordes of people wearing cloaks surrounding the town square in anticipation. One unusually tall fellow stood in front of everyone else, smile clearly evident despite his cloak covering most of his face. So, you finally arrived, Monkey D. Luffy. My compatriots and I have been waiting for you for some time now. Okay, and I should be impressed because? Seriously, even Luffy didn't know what the hell was going on at the moment. Do you really not remember me? For it is, dramatic cloak reveal Buggy the Clown. Luffy smacked his fist into his open palm. Oh right. Didn't I smack you into blasting off? Face fault. And I shall have my revenge for that. Do you have any idea how long it took to find all my limbs? Not long enough? Luffy deadpanned dryly. Curse you, Luffy, and your wit. But still, smirked Buggy vindicatively. I should thank you for disposing of me in our first fight in such a way. For had I not been displaced so far, I would have not run into my cohorts on the way back. A towering figure approached Buggy from his left as a woman from his right. Raising a brow in confusion, the taller removed the cloak, revealing Kuro, or rather, a facsimile of him. In their last encounter, Kuro was the epitome of finesse and class. He was well dressed, immaculate, and above all, the appearance of someone high class. But this, I see you recognized my new second in command? He has you to thank for his new appearance. You see, you caused so much bodily harm to him, his fruit had to kick into overdrive just to save him. Unfortunately, with so much of him now replaced via his fruit's regenerative properties, the balance between man and beast has shifted. And wasn't that the truth? While before Kuro was tall and lanky, This new Kuro was tall and savage. His hair was now long like a mane. His eyes were more cat-like and without his telltale glasses. His teeth were now fawn-like and sticking out of his jaw. And his nails, dear Oda, they were black and curved. He was practically crouching over, be it due to some new body structure or the sheer girth of his new muscular frame. Add in the fact he was only wearing tattered pants held up by a rope, he looked like some demented cat version of Tarzan, and the growl. Luffy was more likely to believe that it alone scared off the civilians than the actual emergence of a horde of people in gray cloaks. You'll have to forgive him. He is not as eloquent as he used to be. When I found him all alone on his island, he was all but savage. Thankfully, since he couldn't kill me thanks to my fruit, I had more than enough time to return some snippets of humanity back to him as well as hone his rage against the common enemy we shared. Kill Luffy, growled the man, as his hair slowly started expanding over his body and his frame became even bigger. No, not yet, Kuro, savor the hunt. He shrank back as Luffy turned to the woman. And her? Now don't tell me it's possible that you've forgotten this beautiful face, boasted the woman in heavenly voice, one that clearly did not reflect the ugliness he sensed inside of her. Granted, she was beautiful, as evident in the heart eyes seen on all men and women civilians around them, boasting about her unparalleled perfection. Trust me, lady, I would have remembered someone like you, but I will remember you, for you were the first man to ever strike me. Luffy raised a brow. Seriously? The hell you do to piss me off like that, and how drunk was I? Clearly, this was not what the enraged masses wanted to hear about a man hitting a woman. Luffy noted the confusion. Hey, I don't care who you are or what your gender is, I am an equal opportunity hitter if you piss me off. At that time, that mighty fist, spoke the woman sensually as she rubbed her open chest. Luffy's sweat dropped. Oh shit! Stalker alert! Stalker alert! She smiled as she put her alabaster hand to her face. It moved me. Even more people had hearts in their eyes now. My dears, who is the most beautiful person upon all the seas? Luffy's eyes bulged, recalling where he heard that before. No ing way. It's you, madam! Shouted every man on their knees. The now recognized woman displayed her free hand proudly since the other held a giant mace in it and boasted. There is not a man in the world that will not kneel before my beauty. And I love strong men, and you shall be mine, Luffy. For Captain Alvida always gets what she wants, for I am too beautiful to be ignored. How the hell are you that whale of a carcass, Alvida? You look like some lost child of old Charlotte the Harlot rather than a twin of Boahan, shouted Luffy in confusion. Somewhere in Tato Land, Big Mom sneezed unexpectedly while eating a large brownie at her usual tea party gathering. Why am I all of a sudden thinking of dumplings and monkey stew? Linlin wondered and just shrugged it off since she wasn't in one of her famous cravings. Alvida shrugged and waved at her form. Please, do not compare me to someone as plebeian as Boahan. And you can thank my new appearance to a little-known devil fruit called the Sub no Mi, smooth fruit. Luffy's face faltered to one of non-interest and shock. You are actually calling yourself more beautiful than Boahan? The Shichibukai? The tall Amazon whose legs go on for miles. Whose skin is as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony wood. The one whose 3 measurements are considered a national treasure but whose bosom is large enough to feed a family of 6. The wet dream of every straight man and curious woman in the world. That Boahan? The hell are you smoking to get that idea? Somewhere in Amazon Lily. For some odd reason, Boa felt a strange sensation to lean back and boast to the world once more about her superiority to those below her. I say once more because she had already met her daily quota. Now Luffy knew infuriating the woman was a bad idea, as evident by her increasing anger and twitch mark at every mention of Han's more magnificent beauty, which culminated in her tossing her mace straight at him. However, the reason for doing this was threefold. First, there was the fact Luffy needed more time for his crew to get to the square. Luffy could handle everyone around him single-handedly, but he already spotted a dozen or so Marines on the periphery of the square, just waiting for a chance to capture everyone. He didn't spot Smoker yet, but that didn't mean that someone wouldn't recognize half the crap he would need to demonstrate to eliminate everyone, especially his hockey trump card. He wanted his crew to appear as weak as possible and under the radar until they were sufficiently armed and trained. He knew that the crew could handle most of what the first part of Paradise could offer, but he didn't like taking chances. Secondly, he still needed to analyze what exactly he was up against. Based on first glance, the mooks consisted of a combination of the remaining Buggy, Alvida, and Black Cat pirates. Luffy couldn't help but grumble that those idiots were harder to put down than John McClane. Thirdly, he needed to recall just what precisely the smooth fruit could do. Supposedly, the fruit makes the user immune to attacks either by a weapon or by hand-to-hand combat, as those attacks would just slip off their body. The fruit's powers also extend to whatever items or clothing were on the user's person. As Luffy nonchalantly caught the weapon, he was at least able to confirm that the fruit doesn't apply to an item once it leaves their hand, meaning that it wasn't like the fruit user Kobe mentioned in their first meeting. Still, that alone limits my options if I can't use armament hockey. I wonder, Alvida, enraged by both the insults hurled at her and the fact Luffy caught her mace, was not anticipating said mace being thrown back at her. Thankfully, she just smirked. Luffy watched in fascination as the mace made contact with her body and literally slipped to a different direction, hitting the mooks around her who were still transfixed by her beauty. Well, that happened. Surprised? The fruit did more to me than just make my skin silky smooth. Luffy's sweat dropped. Okay, she's clearly delusional about her appearance. Enough of this flashy shit, shouted an ignored Buggy, pointing a cutlass at Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, I sentence you to death, so prepare to face the vindication of the Buggy Vidakuro Alliance as we flashily introduce you to the Carnival of Carnage. Luffy looked somewhat fascinated as all the mooks took off their cloaks, revealing what Luffy expected to see. He still felt like one more insult was needed though to really set off this powder keg. I figured a clown like you would need to be the ringmaster of your own circus to compensate for your deficient buggy balls, but this is just overkill. Silence. Kill him! Shouted a truly pissed Buggy. Luffy cracked his knuckles in anticipation. I guess I can use a warm-up. Meanwhile, Nami stared up at the sky as the clouds transitioned to black and rumblings were heard. Let's pick up the pace. Guys, we don't want to get stuck in the rain. Usopp and Sanji nodded as they picked up the pace, the trio eventually reaching a five-way crossroad. It was there they realized that everyone noticed each other. From one path stood Jin, in another stood a tired and painting duo of Johnny and Yasaku, Zoro and Kuina in another, and the animal trifecta stood next to a giant figure in a dark cloak. Well, ain't that lucky, Usopp added backhandedly. Better for us then, Nami commanded before raising a brow as she checked out the bags of belly Johnny and Yasaku were carrying. The hell happened to you two? We caught a giant fish with tusks. Sold it for cash. Sanji's eye twitched realizing he just won the fish the two sold. Got sloshed in a bar while talking to someone named Gerald. Were invited into a poker game. Won, and ran like hell when the others got pissed that they lost to us, finished Johnny in their little two-man retelling. There may have been a chase and me tossing boulders as well, Yasaku added as a footnote. Nami sighed. Did you at least win a lot? Both looked at each other for confirmation before firmly nodding a definite yes. Fine, better than nothing. And who's your friend Diddy? As Diddy started opening his mouth. Zarf. Sorry to interrupt, but I believe that which be making our way to the town square. Why? Boom! Crash! The crew twitched at the sound of an explosion happening at the direction of the execution post. Nami's brow twitched as she glared back at Pinky. Luffy? Pinky sweated in fear. In fairness, it's not directly his fault. Everyone, give your crap to Diddy and get your asses to the tow square on the double. Nami commanded / shouted. We got a captain to save. Yes, Nami / Nami Swan, replied everyone. Sanji reached into his vest. Better get my game face on. Marine HQ entrance. You want to repeat that to me once more, Private? Smoker was standing on the footsteps of the HQ with Tashigi, and a Marine looking up at him. In addition to Straw Hat Luffy, Buggy the Clown and Iron Club Alvida have been spotted in town as well. Both two are also East Blue captains with Devil Fruit powers but significantly lower bounties. Right here under my nose. Brazen fools. To be fair, Captain, Tashigi interjected as she adjusted her glasses. I only spotted the discrepancy when reports noted a large gathering of people in cloaks through the city for the last week or so, and that wasn't considered suspicious because? 2 reasons, Captain, pressed the Marine. The first is that they weren't doing anything illegal, just walking around town and eating out. Secondly, we were working under the assumption they were waiting for someone to arrive, which is why we had increased patrols as well as remaining on alert. Well, at least your reasoning is sound. Boom! Crack! The 3 Marines looked in the direction of the town square as the alarms started ringing in the HQ. A lone Marine ran outside moments later, Captain Smoker. Buggy and Alvida and an unknown third party have engaged Straw Hat Luffy in combat. It seems the trio is in some sort of alliance against Luffy and him alone. A vendetta perhaps? Tashigi speculated. More than likely, nodded Smoker in agreement as he prepared 2 new cigars. Men! Move out! We got some pirates to capture. What are your orders, Captain Smoker? Order the first unit down to the harbor. Have the second units around the plaza from the streets. Have the rest stand by at a distance. Yes, sir! Give the first unit this order as well. find and destroy the pirates' ships. Don't let even one of those animals off this island. Back at the square, Luffy was doing his best to resist yawning. But come on, none of these idiots was putting up much of fight. You would think Buggy would have picked up some understanding of tactics while he served under Roger. But apparently, without the genius ones known as Kuro, the mooks were reduced to swarm tactics, and that shit only works with the Zerg. Whatever idiots Luffy didn't get rid of from below by the Gomu Gomu no Muchi whip, got annihilated by the Gatling from the top. Then it was just rinse and repeat. I'll give them this. Their underlings are sturdy. Sub spur. Luffy quickly turned his head and noted Alvida without shoes and with the apparent use of ramps sliding toward him in a striker position, with her mace in place of your everyday baseball bat. No wonder his hockey didn't trigger. Feeling peckish, Luffy swallowed a big gulp of air, shocking the quickly approaching Alvida. Goma Goma no Fusen balloon! Shouted Luffy. Why does he do that? As Alvida was buried in his body, before being propelled back into a building as Luffy deflated, smirking. So, guess my hunch was right. Your skin is able to negate direct physical attacks, but it can't negate encompassing attacks nor bypass laws of physics. If it could, you would have simply slipped around me when you made contact rather than go further into me. Kuro, sensing a fallen comrade, became enraged and finally went hybrid. Luffy couldn't resist whistling, staring at the outright monstrosity in front of him. While Kuro's original hybrid was a good 7 feet, this one was easily double, in size and weight. Just how much of his original human cells were replaced via his Zoan regeneration for him to get this way? Not the I wanted to screw with, but at least I get to screw with, Luffy deadpanned. Roar! Howled the enraged beast, crossing his talons over his chest. Hunting. Cat. Unlike his creeping cat, Kuro didn't disappear via his speed. This technique was all about straightforward slashing, as evident by Kuro's blinding forward speed. Luffy barely managed to dodge it, but the slicing winds from the passing of Kuro's claws was enough to rip his vest as well as the surroundings in a funnel-like cone. That momentary distraction was all that Buggy needed. Clank! Clink! And just like that, Luffy was struck by the most intense form of lethargy he had ever experienced. Looking down at his hands, he saw the manacles the floating gloved hands of Buggy had put on him. Gotcha! I knew that flashy distraction would be enough. Where Wheeze in the world did you, Wheeze, get Seastone, of all things? Jaya ha 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 ha. I always carry a pair on me, do be used in a flashy situation such as this. Laughed Buggy as he dragged / flew a limp Luffy all the way up to the execution platform. Captain Smoker, come look at this, replied a marine from his binoculars, the observation post outside the square. Something strange is happening. Smoker took the binoculars and looked, spotting Buggy putting a wheezing yet resisting kid in a straw hat into a wooden block with manacles on his hands. What the hell's going on over there? I thought you said that Buggy and his alliance was fighting against the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sir, that kid is the captain. He was putting up a good fight until Buggy managed to slip the Seastone manacles on him. Smoker's eyes bulged as he looked once more and realized he met the same kid earlier today in the bar with Raoul. It looks like Buggy is preparing him for an execution, Tashigi spoke once she had her turn with the binoculars. Smoker stood tall and observed the square. Were it not for the strengthening winds and pure black clouds in the air, the merriment shown by the pirates would have at least fit the ambience. Captain, shall we commence the attack? Requested the sniper. No, it'll cause chaos. Tashigi and I will take a small squadron with us. The rest of you remain here at your posts. But sir, we can be. I am the one that's giving out the orders. Glared Smoker. Why yes, sir. Smoker breathed in. Pirates wiping out pirates is exactly the way we want things to go. We don't have to do shit, and they take out the competition and weaken themselves in the process. Smoker started walking away, and his squadron followed. All of you that remain, listen up. After Straw Hat Luffy's head gets knocked off, surround Buggy and the rest of their crew. Hurry! The lightning is getting worse. We are Nami. The square is just other the way. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, I sentence you for the crime of laughing at my misfortune and pissing me off to a flashy death. Well, not the way I wanted to end up. And unfortunately, he meant it. Luffy could survive many things, but he could do jackshit while wearing the accursed Seastone. Even hockey was outside of his reach, and not even his rubber body could resist a blade slash to the neck under such circumstances. ING cop-out cheatstone. Not even the crappy lightning weather was making the mood any better. Nor was the gang of morons below him shooting their guns in the air making it any better. Luffy could swear that the constant flashes were making him see spots and figures where there weren't any. Like the cloaked figure standing on the building just outside. Wait a minute. Luffy slanted his eyes, focusing on the black outline in the distance, cape blowing in the wind. It was only for a moment, but the cloak revealed just enough of a face, and the light hit in just the right way. Luffy's eyes bulged before he smiled, like he knew the biggest secret in the universe. Sabo, what's that? Leaned in a smirking Buggy, hand to the ear. Any last words? Buggy's followers as well as the civilians still in the square all looked up at Luffy, who just smiled. The older ones in the audience felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Yeah. I got some last words. I just saw some massive nimbus clouds in the sky to the east. A storm is coming, a massive one, and with the rumors we are hearing, that riot is going to make the Marines show up. Sanji added, his voice altered by the mask. What'll we do about the boat? Kuina asked. The Marines are mobilizing for the largest horde of pirates. At best, they will send a small group to the harbor to make sure no one escapes via their ships, chided in Zoro. Plus, we put down the flag, surmised Johnny. What's the worst that can happen? Yasaka finalized. Sir, are we sure this is the Straw Hat Pirates' ship? Asked a confused Marine holding a lit torch. I understand that the sheephead figurehead is off, but reports earlier in the day state that this ship had a pirate flag with a straw hat on it, meaning it's theirs, answered the leader. Still, to leave a ship defenseless, inquired another Marine with a torch. They are pirates, they are fools and nerdwells, all of them. Or Susumion is here, listening to you chat, growled a serpentine voice from everywhere. The horde of Marines panicked and huddled up in a circle, everyone aiming and looking in a different direction with the leader in the center. Who's there? Reveal yourself or face the wrath of the Marines, oh pleases. Susumion, like me, commanded a figure that started slithering from within the ship, emerging and raising its head higher and higher to the horror of the Marines. Has nothing to fear, boomed the long-necked figure, its terrifying wings revealed, eyes glowing, and winds blowing the Marines' fire away. But another dragon, shouted the beast as it charged. Yeah. I got some last words. Luffy spoke. At that exact moment, both Smoker's squadron and the rest of his crew arrived at separate ends of the square, quickly noting Luffy. I am Monkey D. Luffy, inheritor of the will of D, the man who will be Pirate King. While everyone else had mixed reactions, Buddy just laughed. What a bold statement, in this town and in your position no less. It's about time to end this charade, don't you think? Buggy grinned maniacally as he raised the sword. The Luffy did something that finally made the older generation remember. He looked forward, faced the audience, Marines, and his crew, and smiled. He smiled the very same smile that another famous man did on that very same platform. Then, as Oda as my witness, may he strike me down dead for lying. No, that smile. That accursed smile. Thought a paralyzed Smoker, flashing back to his execution. With pleasure, shouted Buggy as he swung down the sword. And right before the swing connected to Luffy's neck, as his crewmates watched in horror and the town in anticipation, and a few in fear, Oda replied, bang! Suddenly, with legitimately no warning whatsoever, the sky seemed to split open in a flash of light. An ungodly explosion of lightning struck down on the top of the metal execution platform, blinded everyone watching from its sheer ferocity and force. Everyone present shaken to the core by a crack and rumble that most were amazed wasn't powerful enough to shatter the very island foundations. As everyone, civilian, pirate, and Marine alike, recovered, they stared in shock as said platform collapsed in a heap of blue flames. As the rain began to pour down and the fires died, a straw hat lazily spun down from the heavens, landing on the ground in front of the post. Then, as if by miracle, if the chorus of Hallelujah in the background by Pinky wasn't enough, Luffy emerged, unscathed, slightly dirty, from the ruins, lifting said hat back on his head. Shishishi! Laughed a smirking Luffy in front of the still twitching corpse of Buggy that he managed to drag out with his free hands. Note to self: sea stone becomes fragile when exposed to electricity. Determine if it is a voltage or amperage factor. Hey, I'm alive. Guess I wasn't a liar. Jaw drops as far as the eye can see. Well, if I was a non-believer before, started Sanji. I wouldn't go that far, Diddy whispered to Sanji and the rest of the crew. He tilted his head subtly to the side while everyone was confused, letting everyone note the cloaked figure on top of a building. Who that? Inquired a confused Usopp, Luffy's brother's boss. Let's just say he has been known to do things like these, smirked Diddy. Now come on. We have a captain to save. Everyone smiled and armed themselves as they ran forward and began bulldozing their way through Buggy's allies. That apparently was also enough of a signal for the Marines for all hell to break loose. As the civilians began to run, a three-way war started between the Marines, Straw Hats, and the rest. Usopp cawed as he maintained the high ground, firing his arrows at everyone he could. Eventually his feather bristled. Creeping cat! Usopp quickly flew higher, avoiding the spraying of blood and gore as everyone got caught in the Savage Cats massacre. Usopp landed as soon as Kuro regained his footing. So, you still haven't gotten around the tunnel vision, huh? Brain said that you change, but damn, you would think your skills would improve as well. Don't care, as long as… Rage. Satisfied, Usopp gulped. This a carnivore in front of him, pure and simple. Barely an ounce of humanity kept Kuro together. Preparing for a fight, he dipped some plucked feathers in little jars on his belt. Well then, let's get started, Kuro roared as he charged forward, spinning like a drill. Die! Zoro and a bunch of Marines stood in awe, looking back and forth between mirror images of swordswomen, swords drawn. Kuina, you sure you weren't separated at birth? Yes, I am sure. Did Dr. Vegapunk finally work out the kinks in his cloning program? Yes, I am sure. They even shout the same way. Stop copying me. Tashigi glared at Kuina with rage. How dare you steal my image? Do you have any idea how much paperwork I had to go through to prove we weren't related? Hey, don't get your knickers in a twist. So we are doppelgangers. What are the odds that there is anyone else like that in the world? Duval of the Rosy Life Riders sneezed loudly, not realizing that he should have been thanking every deity in existence for the fact he managed to avoid a cruel fate simply because Sanji wore a mask. In any case, I cannot allow a pirate like you to use Wado Ikemanji weird in such a distasteful matter. You sully it by even having it your hands. Tashigi commanded. Hey, the Ikemanji has been passed down in my family for generations. It has spilled blood by the hands of my father, his father, and his forefathers, and it shall continue to do so by my hands as well, replied Kuina equally in anger. A katana as magnificent as that shouldn't be used in such a way, shouted a shocked Tashigi. It's a sword the is supposed to be used for? Decoration and sushi making? Zoro and the Marines looked at Kuina in agreement. She's right, you know, affirmed Zoro. The only swords not used in combat are ceremonial swords, holy swords, and swords that not capable of being used anymore. Tashigi just glared. I'm going to take the Wado Ikemanji from you, and make sure it never falls into the hands of a pirate again. She readied her stance. That poor deluded woman. Kuina sighed as she placed her hand on her katana and closed her eyes. Kiri Shigure, cutting autumn rain, charged Tashigi, swinging her katana downward double-handed. As Tashigi neared closer, Kuina opened her eyes, full focus. Hakadori Namiru, hummingbird sleeps. Both swords met in the middle, Kuina's attack being a variation of an upward slash, but before anyone had a chance to react, Kuina quickly undid the contact, before slashing forward, whizzing by Tashigi. Before anyone realized it, Kuina had already resheathed her blade while Tashigi's shirt was sliced and she was revealed to the shock of her fellow male Marines. As she shouted in fright and covered herself, Zoro quickly disposed of not killed off everyone while they stared at their superior lecherously. Kuina raised a brow and smirked at Zoro. What, my twin wasn't enticing enough? Zoro smirked back in kind as he tightened his bandana. I'm intimately familiar with your body as it is. Hers wasn't going to surprise me in any way. Ha! You're getting something special when this is all over. Kuina smiled as she ran straight into the fray once more. Zoro was dumbfounded for a moment before his grin turned downright predatory. Huh, neat. He turned with an aura of a tiger to stare down a whole bunch of Buggy's pirates. Alright everyone, I need you all to calmly die now as quickly as possible. Zoro is getting lucky tonight. The pirates screamed and loosened their bowels in fear as Zoro leaped forward, his bloodlust all-consuming. White out! Shouted Smoker as his arms became smoke and started capturing as many pirates as he could. Unfortunately, his very surroundings were being difficult as sections of the ground kept spinning in and out, some parts featuring and others colliding with another. The source of his troubles? A smirking Jin in the distance, hand to ground, using his reported fruit in the most bizarre way possible. Hara hara hara! Laughed a figure behind Jin. Mind if I finish them off? Jin turned back to the figure that Diddy claimed was an ally and shrugged. Go for it. The cloaked figure smiled as he slammed a massive palm on the ground. Then, to the shock of Smoker and Jin, red lines pulsed from his arm down to the ground toward all the pirates. As they zigzagged and reached their targets, the lines swirled together into small discs that looked like, "Say hello to my little friends." "Landmine surprise!" shouted the figure as he clapped his hands together. On strike, all the discs glowed brightly before exploding, to the shock and surprise of everyone targeted. Smoker dusted his eyes off and reformed his arms. No, it can't be. Why the hell are you helping the Straw Hats? I can explain that. Diddy jumped in, smiling proudly as he activated the attribute for his voice. Introducing the Mad Bomber of the East Blue, a beast who drums to his own tune. The eater of the Bakuha, explosion, Bakuha no mi. Lock up your coffers and hide your bananas, for I give you the one, the only. Diddy grabbed the cloak with 2 hands and in his best announcer voice shouted to the heavens, my big brother, King Kong. Every marine and pirate stared in shock into the most elusive bomber in the last few years, who turned out to be a freaking giant brown gorilla with a red bow tie. Flexing his arms, Smoker growled, so what if he is a gorilla? The mad bomber still has a bounty, so I am bringing you in. White launcher. King just smiled and stopped flexing as Smoker turned into smoke and launched himself forward. Fool castanet clap. King shouted as he clapped his hands together hard and produced a wave of wind from the mini explosion in his hands. While the wind was strong enough to blow away some people, in Smoker's current form, however, Smoker barely had enough wits to solidify his top half and float in the air in confusion. Darn it! Clever little monkey. A hand grabbed Smoker's shoulder, a black hand. Oi, don't be insulting. King isn't a monkey, Luffy commanded as he stretched up to a shock Smoker as he was punched down and smashed into the ground by the other black hand. He is a primate, Luffy intoned as he landed. Boss! Ran up a crying King, grabbing Luffy and Diddy into a massive bear hug. I missed you guys so much. It's been years since I last seen you. Alright, King, cut back the waterworks, Luffy commanded half-heartedly as he smiled. Everyone, back to the Mary. Aye, Captain. Everyone shouted as they quickly finished up their spars. Zoro and Kuina sheathed their swords. Sanji, Zeph Noir dusted his hands as he got up from a handstand after he finished tenderizing some of Alvida's men. Usopp quickly flew back from a tangled-up Kuro. And they said strings wouldn't be handy. Granted, they were mixed with a low-grade paralytic and Kuro was sneezing and crying like crazy from the hot sauce he managed to get in his eyes via his feathers. Jin was already with Diddy and King. Johnny! Yasaku! Block our path of escape. Nami ordered as the group started running down the street. On command, one grabbed into the ground, lifting a section of the road, creating a poor structured but a rather hindersome wall. The other touched the 2 buildings' walls at the entrance. Almost immediately, the structures sank into the ground, before collapsing around the places where Johnny had touched them. All done! Woohoo! They're pissed! Luffy cackled madly. Good job, boys. Nami smiled. Thank you, Nami. Nami sighed a breath of relief as they continued running to the harbor. Now let's just hope nothing else goes wrong. K and Murphy's Law. Die, bird trader. Viva LA Court of Avies. Everyone looked up to see 2 figures in well-dressed mafia-esque suits drop toward them. That is where the similarities end, since one looked like a giant pelican holding 2 shoguns and what appeared to be a modified flamethrower in its mouth, while the other was a giant ostrich who had 2 swords connected to his arms that made them as long as his legs. This shit. Diddy screamed as he jumped toward them and dispensed some green vapor from his palms. As soon as it made contact with the 2 bird brains, they were knocked out cold. The crew didn't even bother to stop running. That was anticlimactic. Usopp looked back and forth in confusion. Should we be concerned? Not now, questions for later. Diddy shouted as he raced forward ahead of everyone. K's sweat dropped as King rubbed his head with one arm, which made walking particularly difficult for him since he had to do the whole gorilla fist arm walk. Sorry about that. Diddy never liked the rain, and he probably wants to catch up to what I have been in the last few years. Yes. Nami spoke menacingly, promise of pain at the edge of her voice as she looked at Luffy. We do. Tell me, Captain, when did you plan to tell us that the mad freaking bomber was going to be part of our crew? Over lunch? To be fair, did you really think our day was going to end with us running in the rain across town toward our ship to avoid being captured by a smoke Logia marine captain, while also avoiding a woman who may or may not be stalking me, who thinks she is hotter than Boahan, a man who crossed a bad Zoan line, and a pirate who thinks dressing as a clown is a good gimmick? Pregnant pause. She honestly thought she was hotter than Boahan? Asked of all people Brain. Yes, the mushies were present, they just don't necessarily get involved in all the action. Everyone looked at the mushie with some confusion. What? A mushie I may be, but even I can distinguish between beauty by human standards. Besides, she had nothing on Han's measurements. Wait, you know Boahan's measurements? How? Better yet, what are they? Sanji asked without freezing mid-stride. Via pictures in newspapers and B111W61H91. How the hell does she even walk with those things? Asked the more body-conscious Kuina, even if Zoro reminded her multiple times that she was, in fact, beautiful the way she was. She is an Amazon and 6 feet 3 inches. To her people, she is actually average by proportional standards. It's just the fact she hit just the right ratio for everything to make her second in world beauty, with only mermaids and Princess Shirahoshi above her. Garf. Hey, look our boat. Oh, thank Oda. This conversation was getting weird, praised Jin. It was only when everyone got closer that they realized that the area around their ship was in tatters. Marines were thrown everywhere, land and water dash. The pathways and building were damaged, giant claw marks were everywhere, and what appeared to be focused burns and holes were spread around sporadically as well. The hell happened here? Sanji asked, shocked. Forgive me. I got a little out of control, spoke a voice from the deck of the Mary. Before anyone got a chance to reply, a dragon rose from the ship. Yes, a dragon. Because frankly, that's the only thing you can call it. It had 2 pairs of wings, one pair higher than the other on the massive serpentine body. The feathers bloody red, pairing well with the collage of greens and aquamarine scales prevalent on the body, save for the belly, which was a dark shade of gold. There was also plumage on its draconian head, sort of like an ancient crown, just without the reefs or inlets of gold to form the circlet of a crown. And while one may suspect a full snake-like physiology with the lack of limbs and forked tongue, there also appeared to be at a distance slabs of stone covering the body, like a prehistoric armor. Only as the beast approached did it finally click that the slabs were not so much stone but layers scales that covered all the sensitive parts of the frame, face included. It would have been easier to tell if it was not for the fact that somehow the dragon an odd black-blue best combo, and a top hat of all things. The scar on the eye was the only mar on the magnificent 50-foot frame. Everyone was already drawn and ready for combat except, "Hi, Sabo. Thanks for watching the ship for us." Face drop. On cue, as the dragon approached closer, it began to morph shrink even until all that was left was a well-dressed teen about Luffy's age, if not a little older. "My pleasure, Luffy. Did you run into?" "I did." He made the lightning that saved. "When you run into him, say thank you, hi, and apologize on my behalf for not getting to talk to him in person." As everyone registered the fact that it wasn't an act of Oda that saved their captain and regretting the fact that they actually considered that sentence normal, Jin asked first. "And you are? Oh, where are my manners?" "My name is Sabo, Chief of Staff for the Revolutionary Army and one of Luffy's older brothers." Everyone slowly cranked their neck toward Luffy. "I did say I have a connection to the Revolutionary Army." Nami slammed her fist into her captain's head. "The Chief of Staff doesn't count as freaking connection, that's the freaking direct line." "Oh no, he has that too, even if he doesn't use that as often as boss would like," Sabo added, his two belly, feeding the flames as it were. "The boss, you know what, no. When we get back, Luffy, we are having a very long talk as captain and first mate about the crap that I should be aware of. Any other secrets I should know at this particular moment in time?" Luffy started counting fingers. "Well, Sabo ate the mythical Zoan Hibi Hibi no Mi model, Quetzalcoatl, which frankly should be just feathered serpent, but it turns out there is a lot of those dash. My other brother is Portgasti, Ace, or otherwise known as Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebird Pirates, and one-time captain of the Spade Pirates who integrated into said division. Also, we are brothers in all but blood via sharing of sake. Ace won the right to eat a Logia while Sabo a Zoan years ago via a game of Jankenpon, and all 3 of us, well, 2 since Sabo is considered dead, are wanted men in our home island of Dawn Island for massacring nearly all the royalty there after almost starting what would have certainly been dubbed the Great Terminal Blaze. Is there anything I missed?" Sabo was laughing at everyone's sans animals' jaw-dropper reactions to Luffy's revelations. "The?" Kuina asked with a sprinkling of outright curiosity and fear. "Yes, that sums it up nicely. Shishishi. So Sabo, hope your journey back is more successful than ours." "Don't worry about it, brother. Boss and I are going to stick back for a while and wait for this storm to die off before making our way back the mountain." Luffy slammed his fist into his palm. "I knew I forgot something. Everyone, prep the Mary, we have a mountain to sail up. I swear to Oda, Luffy, I will strap you down to a slab and regurgitate all the shit we should know out of you." Nami shouted in a demon-possessed rage. "Oh, kinky, what's the safe word? I hope it's fruit. Vegetables are phallic enough as it is." And just like that, Nami's figurative sails collapsed, as did Sabo, rolling and laughing on the ground. Sabo watched from the harbor as the Going Merry set sail, the screams of Nami traveling over the water loud and clear. He said, "Thanks for the special effects," Sabo said without even turning around. "I knew that he would have escaped on his own somehow, but it felt appropriate as a send-off." Sabo giggled. "You literally just made it seem that he had Oda on his side." "Yeah, that legend is going to live in this town for a long time." Dragon looked at Sabo in wonder. "You honestly think we managed to inspire anyone to become a pirate from that demonstration?" "Same time. Boss, how could you?" That fruit was worth a fortune. I don't give a shit? Bartolomeo screamed as he washed his mouth with water once more. What I want is to start looking into my successor. Successor? Bartolomeo's eyes gleamed with awe. I want to become as awesome a pirate as Luffy senpai. So I need that replacement on the double. Probably, Sabo shrugged. Not like there are better inspirations out there. Speaking of which, did you pass on the order we had for him? Shit, I knew I forgot something. You didn't give him the order to look into Baroque works? Oh, that? That's better then. I'll remind him over mushy later. I thought it was something worse. Dragon raised a brow. You know something? Well, Sabo grinned. We had our suspicions that you know who operates the whole shindig, right? Dragon nodded. Let's just say that Luffy has his first Grand Line target set pretty high. As he put it, he is going hunting for a new gator belt, and the perfect reptile just happens to be in Alabasta. Dragon couldn't help but smile proudly. That's my boy. Come on, we need to get moving. We've got a tailwind. We need to get out of here before the Marines manage to catch up to us. Nami had finally recovered her groove, in her element once more. As she commanded everyone, the crew did as they were told. Jin was behind the wheel, the rest were pulling on the ropes, controlling the sails, manning the lines, or just making sure nothing fell overboard. Diddy was mostly responsible for that last one. It was a fight against the elements to force them to work in the crew's favor. It was not a fun time, what with us coming within feet of capsizing and taking a final dip, but eventually, with Nami's firm hand, they managed to stabilize the ship. Finally, Nami called out to us all. Hey, look! There's a light. Is that a lighthouse? Usopp asked in confusion as he clutched the mast. Nami grinned and nodded. Yeah, the guiding light, it's one of the markers beyond that light is the entrance to the Grand Line. So? She smiled at us all eagerly, seemingly drunk on the moment. What's it gonna be? I say we do something to mark the occasion. Sanji nodded in determination, lugging a barrel out of Mary's storeroom and setting it up on deck. Hell yeah! Was the collective response. And so, Sanji raised his leg and placed it on top of the barrel. I'm going to the Grand Line to find the All Blue. He announced, I'm going to be king of the pirates. We're going to be the world's best swordsman. I'll draw a map of the world. We're going to be the best fishermen in the world. I'm going to live up to all my tall tales. As the brave warrior of the seas, I'm going to remake myself into a better man, one that I can be proud of. We're going to see more than any other mushy in the world. We're going to make sure no animal ever suffers when we come to their rescue. They stared at the barrel for a moment as they took it all in. 9 people, 2 primates, and 2 snails, each with their own dreams, their own capabilities about to take on the world. It was awe-inspiring. Finally, Luffy grinned and raised his leg high, prompting us all to follow along. And now, he announced, to the Grand Line. And just like that, Oda decided to throw them all a curveball. Hey, who turned out the lights? Zoro asked in confusion. In confusion, the rest of the crew looked back. That was their mistake, for a giant shadow was surrounding the whole lighthouse structure, in a shape of giant wings. Ah, Luffy, Nami asked with hints of fear. Your brother didn't forget to mention anything to us, did he? No, Nami, he did not, Luffy replied with the same hesitation. I also don't remember my brother having one pair of wings or feet. The figure's wings finally unfurled, revealing a wingspan that was easily as long as Sabo's whole body. Ah, guys? Usopp spoke, shaving in fear. Every nerve in my body is telling me to get as far away as possible right now. Why? Because Brain replied in fear and anger. Unless my vision is suddenly failing and my information is wrong, that is not just a big bird. The figure jumped off the lighthouse, light shining once more, the beast finally revealed in all its all. It appears to be an ancient Zoan, Tori no Mi model. Rock. To call the rock a simple bird of prey is like calling a phoenix a bird that can regenerate. It just didn't do it justice. A mixture of a raptor and an eagle, with a wingspan that easily measured 48 feet, talons large enough to lift small ships and elephants, and a beak sharp enough to puncture submarines, this was indeed an ungodly monstrosity. It was predominantly white, with a splattering of browns and blacks, but its eyes were sharp and golden, with flecks of red in it as well. Its haunches and back were bulging, muscles more developed than in any other bird, designed less for flight, but for pure ramming power and defense. This bird didn't need speed to catch its prey, because it had no predator to fear. The clear indication that it was a Zoan? The noticeable military fatigues it wore over its chest and legs, as well as a military beret to finish off the look. No goggles or other armor, small mercies. Like a disaster, one just can't look away, which is not what the crew needed at the moment. Everyone listen up! Luffy shouted, taking charge and shocking everyone out of their fear. I don't give two shits why the living that giant flying rooster is going this way, but I want this ship at Reverse Mountain yesterday. I don't give this storm and rain a two-finger push-up. We will survive to die another day. Two-finger push-up? Johnny asked, honestly confused. Luffy presented the appropriate middle appendages to the said rooster. Two-finger push-up, got it. Don't worry, Nami reassured everyone as she stepped up onto the prow, glancing at the map she was holding as she tried to perceive something, anything through the deluge. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I can get us into the Grand Line, guaranteed. If you can find your way through this, then I'd say you're more witch than an expert. Luffy offered, only half joking. Then shut the hell up and get to pulling. That or punch the air out of the sky. He is currently too far and needs to be closer. Brain commanded. Nami stared at the brain and then back at the approaching giant bird, the flapping of its wings sounding like the passage of tornado winds. How close does he actually need to be? Diddy reached into himself and took out a buggy ball. Close enough. I'll take that, King spoke as he took the cannonball into his palms. Bakuha charge. Said cannonball glowed now, spasming and twitching as if barely contained when King passed it to Luffy. It needs just to get close enough before it can set it off. Luffy nodded Nami to Reverse Mountain. Right then she walked over to the table and looked over the map before pointing out the design that occupied the center. Alright, this here is Reverse Mountain. See these lines that cross over it? Sanji nodded on his cigarette contemplatively as he looked the relatively ancient map over. Yeah, what are those? Canals? Nami held up a hand to stave off any oncoming protests. I know it sounds nuts, but those are canals, running up the entire length of the mountain, past the clouds and down into the Grand Line. No clue who built them, how, when or why, but they exist alright. No way, Usopp stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sailing up a mountain? Who would have made something like that? Easier than sailing into the calm belt, Luffy supplied, still holding to the cannonball, waiting for his chance. If the lack of ocean currents or winds blowing doesn't leave you stranded to death, think doldrums, but on a global scale. It'd take weeks, hell, maybe even months for any ship to row their way through. Most crews die from dehydration or a tsunami by then. Plus, if that doesn't get you, the Sea Kings will, since it's their natural breeding ground, unless you are a modified marine ship with shielding from seastone on the underside. Jinzai twitched. Why the hell did Krieg decide to get to the Grand Line that way? No wonder Hawkeye attacked us, he was trying to save us from his idiocy. Luffy ignored the now shouting man. In any case, Nami, you stole this map from Buggy. Are you sure that it's reliable? I can guarantee it, Nami volunteered. It's not surprising that map is so valuable, it's eerily accurate. The Marines would probably love to get their hands on it, so as to better control any info on the Grand Line. And how do you know so much anyway? Zoro asked with a tinge of curiosity. I pilfered a lot of marine outposts and stations. The East Blue is considered the weakest, so a lot of less sensitive but important data and hard copy records were stored out here since it wasn't like anyone was going to steal them anytime soon. As much, I have a rather general guideline of the Grand Line, enough to know how active it can get. Luffy barely represented a shudder as he pointed out several spots on the map past the Grand Line. There should be islands here, and here according to the classified maps I found. At least, from what I remember at any rate. FYI, not all of them were destroyed by the natural phenomenon. Everyone stared at me in horror. Are we really ignoring the giant bird coming at us? Oh, thank you for reminding me, Usopp, Luffy replied. And then the boat lurched, speeding up by a pull in the water. The currents. That must be how the canals work. Nami shot to her feet and started pacing furiously in thought, somehow managing to stay standing despite how wildly the deck was swaying. It sounds crazy, but if sea currents flowed at the mountain strong enough, then the water would flow up the mountain before coursing down into the Grand Line, like a fountain. There's no doubt we're already on the current, so we just need to do is steer our way in. She then bit her thumb fearfully as a realization hit her. But that also means that things are that much more dangerous. When the current hits the red line, it sinks back down into the sea. If we crash, we'll be dragged under for sure. Less chatting, more surviving. Kuina screamed. Luffy, giant bird, remove, please. Once we are on the mountain, he needs to get closer. I can see the whites of his eyes. Kuina screamed in panic. Birds don't have whites in their eyes. I know. Oh, sweet Oda, Kuina whispered in reverence. We all turned to see what she was looking at and promptly fell silent. It was monolithic was a word, but it didn't even begin to do the red line justice. It was as though the horizon had just become stone. Everyone craned their neck back, staring up in an attempt to catch sight of the top of the line. It was an exercise in futility, but some stubborn part of everyone's mind just refused to accept that something this stupidly massive could exist naturally. But there it was, presenting a giant middle finger to geography and everything they knew some more than others about natural formations. Guys? Diddy croaked numbly. Luffy successfully proved that the apocalypse was fast approaching by being the first to realize what was happening. We're getting sucked in. Jin! Steer us in! Shocked out of his stupor, the man promptly scrambled, grabbed the whip staff. Wheel! As we came closer and closer and the rock became louder and louder, the storm barely keeping it back, they managed to catch sight of a crack in the mountain. Nami dug a pair of binoculars out of her coat and stared through them for a second before fumbling and almost dropping them in shock. Holy crap, she squeaked. What is it? Zoro asked her. Nami handed the binoculars to him without a word. Zoro looked through them as well and promptly clenched in shock. I can't believe it. Before anyone got a chance to ask, it finally came into sight, what had to be thousands upon thousands of gallons of water pouring up the mountain, passing beneath 10 impossible stone arches. The view was so insane, so terrifying, like nature wraths wrapped in a blanket of sheer beauty. But that's just what it was, an awe-inspiring sight that kick-started some primal part in everyone's being, that part that helped them survive when the nights were cold. Fire was an idea, and the predators were hungry. The sight of such a grand obstacle of nature awoke every fight or flight instinct in everyone's body. There are more things in heaven and earth, Luffy couldn't help but quote with an ear-to-ear grin. Zoro ground his teeth as he stared at the fast-approaching gate. Damn pretty words. Won't mean much if we die, though I plan to get lucky tonight. Then this is all over. You can break the bed for all I care when we get to it, Kuina deadpanned. Factoid aside, how exactly do we get up the damn thing? Jin asked, trying to change the topic. And just like that, Mary shot upwards, everyone clinging to the ship to their dear lives. The winds blew heavy, the waves shook the boats. The whole damn experience was like riding a deranged bull bareback and managing to survive more than the freaking 9.8 seconds full throttle. Captain? Brain shouted over the storm. What? Brain smirked viciously. He's close enough. Luffy turned, noting that the rock was, in fact, getting dangerously close to catching them. Luffy firmly planted his feet on the ship, before twisting back long and hard until he resembled a corkscrew. As he started unwinding, building up speed and rotation, he waited till the very last moment before releasing the charged buggy ball at the rock. The look on the bird's face priceless. Bombs away, Tweety! Luffy shouted, and the ball made contact. All that they could say is that they were thankful that they were far enough from the mushroom cloud of an explosion to not get caught in the pressure wave. Watching the damn thing fall down into the sea though. Is he still alive? Usopp asked in shock. It's a giant ancient Zoan. That bomb was a distraction at best. The only reason we managed to knock him out was that we caught him off guard. Speaking of off guard, Nami suddenly shouted and pointed ahead. Look! She exclaimed with a massive grin. We're going through the clouds, and so they were. Further in and further up the mountain, the going merry piercing through the roof of the heavens until at last the figurehead broke through and came within sight of the peak, the very roof of the world. It was breathtaking. The waters of 4 oceans, the world itself, colliding into a singular point, foam spraying up and dissipating into mist before it all rumbled down a singular channel. The sunlight, unfiltered by clouds and shining brightly against the exposed wet skin of everyone on board, the rare bird flying in the heavens, a splash of color on an otherwise bright horizon. And the air, the feeling of one's lungs becoming intoxicated by merely breathing it. That moment, and oh, that instance, there was no future, past, or present at that time. There was only the now, for forever and nevermore. A moment that will always remain unspoiled and beautiful in everyone's mind. Then Nami looked over the side, down into a field of blue that married the horizon, roiling and churning and roaring in welcome, and the Mary was teetering over the edge of the abyss. Luffy? Yes, Nami? You knew about the fall, didn't you? I was informed about it, yes. If we survive this and when we survive this, I will make you intimately familiar with my handcuffs, fists, and my strap-in. Luffy's only response before they fell over the edge? Why do you even have one on board? Followed suddenly by this noise from Jin of all people. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Back in Loguetown, Smoker was in a delicate situation. The town had just experienced an impromptu pirate invasion. Giant green gusts of wind had blown through town and scattered trash and people everywhere topsy-turvy. The rain had managed to make its way into the gunpowder reserves of everyone's weapon, save the ones in HQ. City-wide structural damages were aplenty, and for some unknown reason, a giant explosion and a monster of a bird was spotted in the direction of Reverse Mountain. But that was for later. The only good thing? No civilian managed to die. Marines, not so much. The bad thing? The towering figure of Admiral Akiji looking down on him, icy smoke coming off his body, an honest-to-God face of annoyance on him. So, Kazan commanded. In summation, you allowed the Straw Hat Pirates to escape, alongside this alliance of his enemies? Smoker maintained his control, anger bottling inside of him. No, Admiral, I did not lose control of the situation. Buggy and his associates showed no signs of planning to attack this town. The arrival of the Straw Hats was completely unexpected, and my Marines were in complete control of the situation until the storm came along. In any case, we managed to capture almost all the low-level members of Buggy's alliance, even if the heads managed to escape with one ship. Kazan looked up at the clouds, still prevalent even if the rain has eased up. Yes, this storm. I thought I was responsible for it when I overused my power getting here. But even if the cold front I created mixed with the warm front here, the storm formed too fast based on your accounts. I can only assume that he was in town as well. Sir? Smoker asked in confusion. Kazan looked back down. There are rumors that Dragon of all people ate a devil fruit that allows him to control the weather. We are not sure how this is done, but the man has an uncanny ability to always be present when acts of nature arise. Dragon was here? Smoker shouted in panic. The head of the Revolutionary Army was here? How did he? Don't doubt yourself for missing him, Kazan interpreted, reading Smoker's mind. The man received Marine training in the past, and he has years of experience in avoiding the likes of you. Most people require specific training just to spot revolutionary member patterns, and even then, we leave that to Cypher Pole. In any case, we are in a tricky situation. If I may ask, Admiral, why? Tashigi pleaded. Kazan sighed in resignation, rubbing the back of his head. Orders from above. Initially, I was called in to get Capture Monkey D. Luffy because he got his hands on something he shouldn't have. Now that I hear that he has the Mad Bomber on his side as well, the situation has risen in priority as well. Having both of them is bad enough as it is. Sir? Kazan looked around. Everyone but Tashigi and Smoker leave. Every Marine nodded and quickly did so. What I am about to tell is grades above what you should know, but seeing as you are of rank and are involved in this shindig, odds are you two are going to be commissioned to hunt down Luffy and his cohorts. Sir, my order tie me to this town. Smoker started. Vice Admiral and Chief Scientist Valefor has command of this operation. Captain Smoker, I am just the messenger. Valefor? I thought he relinquished his rank when he took over the science unit. Kazan shook his head. He did not relinquish it, being chief just superseded his rank in most situations. This is not one of them. Pretty soon, you're going to get a message to gather up your men and hunt down a certain member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Which one, sir? Smoker intoned. Kazan took out the poster. Smoker and Tashigi looked, eyes bulging in shock. Sir, the bounty is only 18 million. How can the monkey be a threat? It's not so much the monkey but what the monkey has. The storage fruit? I get that it is a devil fruit, but... Tashigi started. You mean that literally? Smoker interrupted. The monkey literally has something that makes him more valuable. Kazan leaned in, his haki unleashing. As far as the two of you should be concerned, that monkey is priceless. There is no amount of belly that can possibly match the value of this monkey remaining alive. Smoker unwillingly gulped. Sir, this is beyond our pay grade. Shouldn't CP0 be involved in something like this? There would be, if we were willing to acknowledge the existence of a black site research laboratory that was off the books, and shit just got complicated. Black site was one thing, a laboratory already painted an ugly picture as to what Luffy and the monkey could have stolen, but off the books, that meant that no paperwork of the hunt would exist as well. What Kazan was giving Smoker was an off-the-record assignment, a death sentence if anyone ever found mentions of it anywhere, except by word of mouth from the highest of echelons. Sir, I gave you your orders, Captain Smoker. You are to gather your men and hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates. Congratulations, you just been promoted to the big leagues. No sir, you just sentenced my men and me to an early death if our real objective ever gets out, growled Smoker. Hey, I am just a messenger, Kazan placated. Valefor may be below me in rank, but he scares me more than you do. You have your orders, Captain Smoker, obey them. Smoker suddenly flashed back to the talk Luffy gave him in the bar. You know, I can't see why people call the warlords government dogs. After all, from what I've seen so far, the Marines are the world government's bitches. And you had the nerve to get angry at me for calling you a dog. At least I made you male. Never did he imagine that the speech would come back to haunt him now that his men have been served orders to act as a hunting party. Marines are meant to protect the people, not serve as bounty hunters. Yes, Admiral, growled the conflicted Smoker. Oh come now, Smoker, smiled Kazan. We used to be so much closer than that you even used to call me uncle. Rage gathered in Smoker's eyes. That ended the day my father hid me away, Kazan faltered. Look, I am sorry about that, but you shouldn't have questioned him about. I had all the right to question him about what he did to the 13th Royal Marine Flotilla in the West Blue when he was Vice Admiral. They were hunting down a criminal. They had 12 other flotillas to work with. Someone needed to protect the people of the Blue. Nico Robin was a priority target. Nico Robin was a kid who could have caught at any major checkpoint, not hunted down like a pig to slaughter. Now Kazan was enraged. That was not for you to decide at the time. You were barely 22. Yeah, but I can hold a grudge for a long time. 12 years is nothing compared to the hell he brought upon the flotilla. You ever talked to T-Bone? I heard he finally got the surgery to get rid of the last of his burned scars. He can finally show his true skeletal face to the people he protects. Kazan looked down in resignation. I was not there, Smoker. I would have done things differently. Yes, you would have. Your lazy justice is good for those situations. I used to respect his justice, but after that spectacle. No, Smoker looked at Kazan, enraged and committed to his ideals. Following that fool's absolute justice is not something I will ever do, regardless of our blood. The trio stood in silence, the rain finally ending. Give my men a day to get ready. We have a pirate crew to capture. Send word up to Vale for that we graciously accept this assignment. Smoker. Kazan reached out. That will be all, Admiral Akiji. That will be all. Justice shall be done, muttered Smoker as he and Tashigi started walking away. Omake. Somewhere in Tato land, a tea party was taking place. Montdor was on the stage singing, much to the surprise of his family, with his velvet baritone voice. When the news coup made its way to Brulee's lap, she has a subscription because she liked the crossword puzzles. She picked up the paper, and a few envelopes with all the bounty papers dropped out. Lin Lin and a few of her kids saw the envelopes and went to get them, while Brulee went on with her business. Well, it seems we got a nice prize from the East Blue, Smoothie said with a light chuckle. Well, what are you waiting for? Let us see, Poor asked. Okay, hold your horses, sister. A few showstoppers in the North Blue, some Grand Line idiots making their way here, and would you look at that? The East Blue Piece de Resistance, Monkey D. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates. According to this, Monkey D. Luffy is the recognized consumer of the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Where does it say that? Poor asked innocently. Smoothie looked at her little sister with a deadpan expression on her face. It's in the fine print of the poster. Admittingly hard to see on the back what with all of his charges listed here. Killing a fishman with a baguette. Really? The Gomu Gomu no Mi? Doesn't that make him a rubber man? I wonder, if you pinch it, does it stretch as long as you pull it? Joscarpone wondered. He's a monkey with a magic, so I'm sure he can make the ladies rock, Galette deadpanned. But I can have him lubed if he wants, she added as a joke. Well, I guess his girl doesn't need a rubber when she already has her rubber man. Praline giggled, earning a few groans from her sisters. Please, as much as I would love to see another monkey in action, get your minds out of the gutter, Compote huffed while enjoying a green tea and strawberry scones. Besides, I think the Marines are blowing smoke just because his name is Monkey. They don't want to piss off GARP. Pudding had a profound interest in the particular poster of Zeth Noir. Such a mysterious dreamboat. I guess the Mandyman Jin really likes to get a spin on things with his new fruit now. There was a poster of Eustace Kid that interested a few others, mainly the men. I swear, these rookies are getting more brazen every year. Brulee huffed while working on a second crossword. What goes with the riddle Vikings treat all their backstabbers this way? It's 10 letters. Blood Eagle, Brew, Yukura said while looking at a poster of Scratchmanapa. Thank you? And I know you're sneaking glances at Scratchmanapa. Is it that he's armed or are you trying to catch waves? Brulee said with a toothy grin. There was a lot of merriment in Lin Lin's eyes when she saw her daughters converse with each other. But when the name Monkey was uttered, Lin Lin immediately tuned out all the conversation in the room. Not because she cared about Luffy or the festivities, but because the name stirred up a memory of her trying to get the gorilla milk of one Monkey D. GARP 38 years ago. I wonder if he still has those bikini bottoms I gave him. She was called out of her reverie 10 minutes later by her oldest granddaughter, one Charlotte Cherimoya, so they can get on with the main reason for the party. The sea was still turbulent, thunder and rain prevalent, and pounding on all in its wake by the sheer force of the storm. The waves crashing matched the thunderous roar and lightning struck down seemingly at random. While the chaos at Loguetown was still ongoing and the Straw Hats had managed to make their way up the reverse mountain, another situation was occurring on a small sandbar over the horizon. One whose participants were increasingly less jolly than the strange crew entering the Grand Line. Is he still alive? Cried a panicked ostrich, passing back and forth on the beach, leaving a deep groove in the sand. At the rate he was going, his efforts began making a deep moat in front of his companions. The other individual, a giant pelican, was doing his best to give chest resuscitation to a giant rock laying on its back by jumping up and down rhythmically. With his partner's incessant ramblings and annoying fidgeting, the pelican started getting annoyed. "I don't know, how about you get over here and help me out?" "Don't yell at me, Panic," answered the bird in panic, flying up to the chest. He made an active effort to not dig his talons into the giant rock for fear of causing any more damage that has already been dealt. "Then stop your bitching, Pain, and help me out." "Okay, jump on 3? 1, 2, 3. The duo jumped up and slammed down on Rock's chest, finally causing the behemoth to cough and spur out all the water out of his lungs. The two promptly removed themselves from their boss, watching the big bird get up and get rid of the rest of the liquid. Took him a while. Falling straight into the waters near the mountains would have been a death sentence for devil fruit users. But the boss was just big enough to avoid drowning completely. It also helped that he was in animal form, which meant he had hollow bones and was buoyant enough to stay on top. Got to love Bird's own advantages. Took the rock some time to recover his strength and breathe before turning and looking down at his rescuers. "Pain? Panic? What are you two doing here? I thought you were after the Straw Hats?" asked the rock, tilting his head to the side. Not in anger or annoyance, but in genuine curiosity. "Sorry, boss," started Panic as he raised his arm wing to salute. "Their monkey got us with the knockout gas before we got a chance to do anything. We were lucky enough to get out of Loguetown when we did before the pheasant spotted us." Rock focus intensified. "Kazan is here? Why?" Footnote: Kazan's admiral epithet of Aokiji means blue pheasant. Pain shook his head. "Unknown. But considering his presence in the East Blue, it would explain the odd weather as of late, sir. In any case, seeing that he was in town, we tried to rendezvous at the designated spot before we saw you, well, you know, get my tail feathers handed to me by an ubercharged ballistic projectile?" The rock asked with a raised brow. While he hated to admit it, the Straw Hats gained not only his ire but also his respect. There's not many, if at all any, people who could do that to Rock in his bird form. While he would remember this day as an ungraceful defeat, he'll also learn from it. Both smaller birds shuffled on their feet. "We didn't want to insinuate anything. No, I bit the bullet on that one. Really foobarred the situation." On cue, the giant bird began to shrink and collapse on itself rapidly. Wings disappeared, feathers shrank, claws became nails, the beak became a nose and mouth. By the end, all that remained was an olive-skinned man with spiky blonde hair, light blue eyes, and green army camouflage, with black army boots and a camouflage bandana around his head. The fact said man could give the eldest sons of Big Mom a run for their belly in the height department was not mentioned. There was a reason he was such a giant menace in his animal form, and it wasn't just because the rock was a large bird to begin with. The man sighed and rubbed the back of his neck and spoke in a semi-annoyed tone. Didn't know the Mad Bomber was part of the crew nor that he had a devil fruit. Besides, what did I tell you two about calling me boss? The name is Xerxes Altair, and if that feels weird, then just Colonello. Pain and Panic looked at each other before looking back at Xerxes. "Sorry, boss is boss," they finished with a nod. Colonello sighed in defeat. "Never going to get my way. Is the conference set up in the Eastern Coop?" Both men quickly saluted and posed. "Yes, sir. The meeting starts soon, so we should be able to make it in time if we hurry." Xerxes nodded before going into hybrid mode. "Good. Let's fly." Undisclosed location. Sometime later, Colonello was currently sitting in a dark room at a large round table, big enough to sit at least 10 people. The wood was made of wood, varnished and sanded down to be smooth to the touch, colored to match the black leather chairs around said table. In the middle was a mushi pointed directly at him, meant to send his projection wherever needed. Above Colonello, hanging by threads, was a lighting system that was roughly the circumference of the table but hollow on the inside. Around him were precisely giant detailed maps of each blue. Then there was a separate map of Paradise and New World up there as well. In front of each map was another mushi, these meant to receive the projection of others. With how far apart everyone else, meeting via hologram seemed like the easier alternative. Took forever to set the whole system up, but it was worth it since they had a technological advantage that no one else had. On cue, all snails woke up and started doing their thing. One showered him in blue light, while the other created projections of the other heads in their appropriate seats. Feeling brave, Colonello's blue form, at least to everyone else, started. "East, signing on. North, signing on," spoke a purple figure in an armored helmet and full body suit. "South, signing on," grumbled an annoyed green figure in a white laboratory coat. West, signing on, spoke a calm red figure in a traditional red kimono with a long braid, drinking what appeared to be a cup of tea. Mui. Paradise, signing on, commanded an indigo-colored figure in a full-body hooded outfit that covered everything. Siasu. New World, signing on, smirked the yellow figure, dressed to the nines in an expensive three-piece suit and a fedora. And finally Morgan, signing on. Now Rock, what the hell happened? I gave you a simple assignment to get your claws on Usopp's kid. In a word, sir? Lack of information. What? Deadpanned Morgan. Colonello sighed, knowing this was going to be a headache and a half. I can't claim that I don't receive part of the blame, but certain factors should have been known before I send in pain and panic, or even myself. Morgan glared. He hated being out of the loop. It's why he became head of the news organization. Explain. First, it turns out that according to my subordinates' reports, the Mad Bomber is part of the Straw Hat crews and get this, a gorilla. Verde, the green figure, spoke up. A gorilla? An honest-to-Oda gorilla? He said in surprise. Those that can turn into gorillas with a Zoan maybe, but not a literal one. That's rare, less so in the Grand Line, but rare nonetheless, called Diddy his brother. In any case, he also has a devil fruit, one that causes explosions. Colonello answered. Mui. The bomb, pop, and even the nitro are accounted for. Tell me, did he slam his hands in any way? Asked the Indigo Viper. He caused the ground to explode like landmines, so yes. Then he has the Bakuha no mi. Good to know. People have been wondering what happened to that fruit for years. I hate it when my information network has holes in it. Then again, while the info is useful, he could spell some extra trouble for us. He deserves caution, if for no other reason than for his past exploits and potential. Morgan turned to his most useful source of intelligence. Should we be concerned? As long as he has his fingers. Supposedly, the number of bombs that can be active at any given moment equals to the number of fingers the user has, real or otherwise. Also, the user needs to trigger the bombs in some way, like clapping or snapping said fingers. Makes up for it with the fact that they can charge up anything into a bomb of any strength, as long as enough time is allotted. Colonello held his head in a grimace. He could already feel a massive headache coming back. Ever since that empowered bomb, there's been a slight ringing in his ear that steadily began driving him crazy, and he had just gotten his checkup for tinnitus. Explains what happened to me. The only reason I didn't dodge the cannonball they shot at me is because I've shrugged off worse in the past. Had I known, Morgan's hologram snarled but soon turned into a smirk. It matters not. Yes, we missed an opportunity to catch him before he made his way to paradise, but now he is in Amaraki's wings. Viper couldn't prevent a smile from appearing from the thought. Such a naive and new crew will never make it out there unscathed. Any other reason the mission went sideways? Morgan questioned Colonello. I would say that the weather was shitty because the pheasant was on his way to Loguetown, but that doesn't bother me when I go full bird. The purple one with the helmet, skull, eyes widened. Wait, the Iceman cometh was in town? Though were the Marines thinking of sending that bastard into the East Blue? No wonder my shipping profits have been down in the East, he said with annoyance, rubbing his helmet in anger. He hated it when idiots messed with his money. Viper may have been the miser and obsessed with belly, but Skull was the one who organized and ran the trade routes and channels used by them. If his money weren't tied in his business, he would have been the richest man at the table. Whether or not he was richer than his arch-rival Dufeld was debatable, and mostly relied on the state of the stock market at the time. But that's neither here nor there. The red figure calmly spoke up for the first time. Sending Borsellino would have made more sense, at least his power does not alter the weather outside the Grand Line. Any reason why? Fawn asked. Wild guess? Maybe the pheasant finally pissed the wrong person off. Maybe the Lightbringer was preoccupied. In any case, the animals may have something to do with it. I mean, the odds of 4 animals having devil fruits regardless of strength and rarity is a little off, no? Colonello pondered. It may not be obvious to the casual observer, but there is something seriously off with the Straw Hat Pirates, even by Grand Line numbers. Verde agreed, having very similar thoughts earlier. Statistically, you are correct. Another headache to deal with, figuring out why animals of all things are important to the Marines. Why the long face, Stymphalion? Asked Reborn, the last figure among them to finally speak, his concern still evident despite his glowing yellow figure. Morgan wanted everyone to be the same color, but no, these dolts had to have their quirks. You tried dealing with cannibalistic Nazis while also trying to keep as many of your agents alive while the Crimsoner is in your blue. If it wasn't bad enough, somehow some white job cyborg doctor figured out how to pass on that bloodsucker's fruit power, and isn't that a cream-filled surprise to his soldiers? Said doctor was killed before I could get my talons on him to show my displeasure at his moronic practices, the migraines he caused me, and his ODA damn research. Everyone watched Verde gather his breath after the impromptu shout-fest. With a sigh, Skull gave his guess. Caesar got his hands on the research, didn't he? Yes, Hippogriff, yes he did. Want me to take care of it? No, it's all right. I am calm. I am centered. Breathe in, breathe out. Look, the organization is almost gone, just like Crimson will be out of the South in due time. Yes, Caesar getting his hands on that particular brand of research is worrisome. Considering the rumors I heard regarding him, Kaido, and Don Quixote, we should be worried. Viper said with a tinge of concern, but it was focused on one paramecia fruit only. And Kaido favors Zoans, so Caesar has his work cut out for him. I get the gas bag is smart compared to most of the plebeians, but it took the deranged cult cyborg decades to get the formula just right. Knowing Caesar, he's going to skip a lot of steps and make abominations at best, sideshow rejects at worst. Verde added. Morgan growled in annoyance. Something I will look into as well. With the beef he has with Big Mom, it will be a spectacle if they decide to challenge each other. Anything else I should know? Only that with Capone gone, the West has a new power vacuum, chimed in Fawn as he sipped his tea. Normally I would have gotten involved to stabilize it, but some group who goes by as the Clam Pirates, I think there may be a translation error in the report, beat me to it. Supposedly, the members all have a grudge with Beej, and they all want their pound of flesh. Considering Capone's habits, they may be children of fallen families, Colonello sighed. Nothing on my end. Some trio of pirate captains teamed up to try and kill Luffy, but they failed. They weren't captured, so they will probably make their into the Grand Line after them. Viper pinched his nose, huffing. Wonderful. More headaches. Names? Wondered Reborn. Buggy, Alvida, and Kuro, Colonello answered. Verde was slightly surprised at this new information. Kuro? The bastard is still alive? How many lives does that cat have? 7, if the math is right. And that comment may be much closer to home than you think. Explain. Demanded the scientist. According to what Pain and Panic heard from a very loud and boisterous Buggy, Luffy beat him up so badly and left him so broken after their first encounter, that when his Zoan fruit tried to patch him up, the ratio of human and animals shifted, and not in his favor. He is stronger, faster, more savage, and his forms look more ancient, but his mind, not all there. Figured he accidentally crossed into Awakening and left something behind when he was dragged back. I must have him. For science. SDYM, calm down. I can sense your subordinates panic from here. Skull said with a bit of a sweat drop. Yes, you don't want them to call us in and tie you up till you calm down again? Fawn asked Verde. Oh, put a sock in it, Griffin, Reborn sighed. At least you guys have fun stuff to do. Gets boring with nothing changing in the new world. Shanks and Whitebeard want nothing to do with me, and Big Mom's kids are a bunch of pansies. I swear, the moment she passes on, all hell will break loose in that family. I am sorry, Ziz, but you are the only one strong enough to keep our interests safe in those waters with the likes of her there. I can only satiate her interests so much at her tea parties. Never mind that you are one of the few in the world who can match Kaido in the air or on land. Morgan said. Yeah. I know. Don't sell the other short on that front. Hell, even Skull can hold the line with Kaido. That's because I am immortal, jackass, not because of my fruit. Reborn waved his hand nonchalantly. Still, gets boring in these parts. Something new would be nice. Just you wait. The new generation in these waters have potential. In any case. Rock, your reasons are justifiable. While it will be somewhat harder to get our feathers on Usopp for now, they aren't a threat. In any case, everyone keep our interests safe and keep your eyes and ears open. Morgan, signing off. If someone told the Straw Hats that going down the reverse mountain was going to take so long, Luffy would have brought some reading material. Don't get him wrong, it was an amazing sight, and the experience was still breathtaking, but there is only so much one can take before they get bored again, especially with Luffy's disposition. Besides, the mist from the waterfall was clouding most of their vision. At the moment, however, he was more concerned about not suffocating at Nami's unknowing use of armament hockey. At least he hoped it was unconscious otherwise. He had no way to explain as to how she had enough strength to choke him hard enough to induce asphyxiation physically. Him dying from a chokehold while made of rubber is not something he wanted his death immortalized on his grave. In his triple digits surrounded by young noble twins? Maybe, as the captain of the most famous pirate crew in history, right up there with Roger's crew? Assuredly. But as a kid not even in his 20s without his cherry popped a second time? Absolutely not. Nami! There's a reasonable explanation for this. I swear! Luffy tried to defend himself, his brain failing him at the moment due to lack of oxygen. He tried to gasp more in, but it just wouldn't go past his neck. Now, was there a reasonable explanation? Well, there was for certain an explanation, but to call it reasonable, well, it's a matter of perspective, isn't it? Suddenly, the choking got tighter. Gah! How are you doing this, woman? Luffy's faithful crew were watching the in-progress attempt at murder with mirth in their eyes. Even Zoro couldn't help but chuckle at the weird development his captain was in. In a last-ditch effort to save himself from certain doom, Luffy looked for and reached out to his loyal animal companions in panic, only to see Diddy on King's shoulder as they laughed and pointed at him. With his last hope depending on his mushies, he found them several feet away, Brain watching intently. It's almost as if he was trying to record this into his memory. Luffy's eyes sunk into despair from what he was seeing. Et2, Brain? From this point on, Luffy swore to remember that hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. Also, he was slightly concerned that he was finding this to be a little bit of a turn-on. Look, Luggy blinked mid-choke as a faint warbling sound rippled through the air during their rapid descent down the waterfall. The hell? You heard it too? Zoro called up as he strained his ears to narrow down the direction of the sound. Good chance of it being the wind blowing through the peaks. Nami shrugged indifferently as she rubbed her hands in pain. Rubber is tough to choke. The rock formations around here are pretty unusual. I don't know, Luffy frowned, rubbing his neck in concern. All the reports he had access to didn't say anything about sound echoes and warbles. Of course, they were rather out of date since the Marines haven't used the mountain entrance in decades. Not since they figured out how to coat their ships with seastone and sail through the calm belt. Brain? Pinky? I am afraid, Captain, that not even my eyes can see through showers this thick. The Grand Line fields have already begun wreaking havoc on my new rig. It will take time to compensate, Brain spoke with concern. I don't know, spoke Pinky with actual seriousness. Luffy stood to attention, fun and games over with for now. This sound doesn't register as noise to me, if anything. Well, it registers as a voice to my powers, concluded the mushy. The hell? King said in confusion. Shouldn't you be translating that then if it is a voice? If not, what the hell can be that loud? Diddy raised his hand from on top of King's shoulder. Giants? Pinky shook his head in a negative. No, it's definitely animal. It's just one I've never had an encounter with before. It's going to take a moment for me and my fruit to figure it out before I can translate it. So animal communication isn't universal, neat, Zoro concluded. That's only partially correct, Zoro, Brain corrected. Creatures below the sea and above it have distinct languages. Mammals, avians, and insects can be considered as having different dialects of the same language. Sea creatures, however, have different rules altogether. Is no one questioning the fact the voice is getting louder? Added an unsettled Jin, still recovering from the fall. Whoa, hhh. See? He shouts with his arms out, pointing towards the mist. Luffy shuddered as the sound did, in fact, appear to be becoming louder and louder the closer they came to the end of the channel. The odd thing was that he recalled hearing something similar during his short stay on a cruiser. But why? Hey! Usopp called down from where he was hanging onto the main mast yardarm, pulling down one of the lenses of his goggles in curiosity. I think there's something up ahead. Yeah. Sanji concurred, pointing at the mist dead ahead of us. It looks like a mountain. How many of these damn things do we have to go through? Nami blinked in confusion. That can't be right. All that's supposed to be past here is the Twin Capes. Then what the hell do you call that, woman? Zoro demanded, pointing at the dark silhouette that was starting to come into view in front of them, right where the channel ended and met the sea, as evident by the rip currents separating and circling around it. What the hell? Nami blurted in disbelief. But the chart was accurate. There aren't any mountains here. Whoa! Then it clicked. Luffy's eyes bulged, and he shuddered in horror as he recalled where he heard those sounds before. Whoa! The crew looked at the structure in confusion, before collectively looking up, and up, and up. There she blows. Luffy revered in both horror and pure, undiluted shock. Luffy had heard those noises before, when he heard whales sing. But sweet Oda, calling the being in front of him a whale would do it no justice. The mind goes to odd places when confronted with certain things. Had Herman Melville existed in this world, the quote that came to Luffy's mind would have been appropriate for the situation. Towards the eye roll, Thou all-destroying but unconquering whale, to the last I grapple with thee, from hell's heart I stab at thee, for hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee. Sink all coffins and all hearses to one common pool, and since neither can be mine, let me then tow to pieces, while still chasing thee, though tied to thee, thou damned whale. Thus, I give up the spear. To be fair, Luffy would have reacted similarly to Ahab when confronted with such a whale. It was a challenge, a daunt to be faced and conquered, not out of vengeance but as a test of will and humanity, if the being in front of them was even a whale, for it was too glorious to be called as such. Luffy had read accounts of Sea King encounters, as well as their accompanying pictures and sketches. Always serpent-like in physique, but varied in appearance and behavior, all dangerous beings that are normal occurrences in the Grand Line, and unfortunately enough, have managed to spread out to the rest of the seas, with enemies and opposition far in between. Anything that can face them head-on is not to be trifled with, fantasized in a death match between the two, but not trifled with. At the top of that list are island whales, creatures that have ways to swim through all the blues in the world by using the deep currents of the seas. They were similar to normal whales in all regards but one, size. For their name is an epithet, as they have been known to reach such sizes within a few decades. Considering how long the species can live, it was a drop in the bucket of their lifespan. But those records have always been dismissed as legends and hearsay, arguing that no creature so massive could consume enough tonnage on the move to maintain said sizes, unless, of course, they found a safe place to grow. And what better place to grow than at the entrance to hell? Still, even if Luffy had the will to write what he was seeing as only a second since seeing the Leviathan has yet to pass, such a being would be hard to render on paper with mere pen and ink. But if a word came to mind to surmise what he was seeing, it would be Titan, and he wasn't referring to the adjective of size, but the noun for the giants of Greek myth. I mean, just look at the whale. Body of massive size and form, flesh and blood wrapped in pitch-black skin that could resist volley after volley of artillery, mouth wide enough to make even the likes of Charybdis seem infinitesimal, teeth the size of buildings and caravels, eyes the size of ships, scars on the head as deep as canyons and just as wide, and the most frightening thing of all, that it was just the head. To put it simply, the being in front of the Going Merry was not terrifying, nor monstrous, but as stated and repeated once again, glorious. But then again, the Going Merry was about to ram into the said creature at, well, ramming speeds, into what would most likely result in their early deaths, so bad time to figure out if one is an adrenaline junkie or not. Override panic, ignore the instinct to gauge and laugh, kick in lizard hindbrain. Someone fire the damn cannon before we become pulverized mincemeat. They needed to slow down the ship enough to stop. If they didn't, the Straw Hats wouldn't even make it into the Grand Line, let alone conquer it. If the cannons can generate enough force and power to slow down the ship to a close halt, then they just might be saved. Luffy's shout kicked everyone out of their catatonic dread and trepidation. But before anyone could do anything, Diddy decided to do the sensible thing. Run forward, jump onto the sheep head, push arms forward and unleash the most powerful gust of wind from his palms imaginable. You ever felt a sudden stop while going at Mach speeds and experiencing who knows what kind of G-forces? Yeah, Luffy either, but thank Oda it wasn't that bad when Diddy started pushing on the brakes. Still, King! That cannon isn't going to load itself. King in a panic rushed down under to load the cannon as they approached the whale slower and slower, but still at speeds that constituted a risk. Closer and closer they approached, sweat glistening on Diddy's head, the strain getting to him. The cannon still not fired, Luffy decided that he had no choice and was about to bite his thumb and blow air. But before Luffy had the chance to whip out one of his more powerful techniques, an explosion shook the ship, jerking it backward and causing almost everyone to topple over. While everyone was making small praises to Oda Jin in particular, they ignored a small issue, that being that while we finally slowed down to a stop, they were still in front of a freaking mountain-sized whale. So, Zoro stared upwards. Just how much sashimi can this whale make? Sanji looked to the side from his cigarette. Are you asking as a joke or are you being serious? Zoro stopped to contemplate that question for a minute in awe. You can actually tell? Sanji shrugged as he took a drag. I am a chef, you learn to ballpark the value and amount of product you get. Still, standard sashimi is about 1/2 an ounce, which means about 32 slices in a pound. A ton has about 2,200 pounds or 70,400 sashimi slices. Zoro waved his hands to make him stop. Okay, I get it, I was trying to lighten the mood. I know, Sanji smiled before looking grim. But still. Island whales are usually found in the West Blue in herds, and I never heard of one becoming as large as this. Luffy dusted his hat as he looked at the cook. Leviathan? I thought that was a myth, and it had tentacles, Sanji replied hesitantly. All legends have a kernel of truth to them. Luffy answered nonchalantly as he put his hat back on. Also, the Kraken is the one you are thinking of, which is real, since there is one supposedly guarding the entrance to Fishman Island. Everyone just looked at Luffy. Just how much do you actually know about the Grand Line, Captain? Nami finally asked. More than enough, less than I would feel comfortable and safe with. Then again, with his goals and ambitions, he's never really safe, is he? I am not filled with confidence here, deadpanned Usopp. Especially since you didn't know about the damn whale. In the captain's defense, Marines haven't used this entrance in a long time, so there was nothing in the paperwork about it, Brain chimed in. Pirates, on the other hand. Zap. They didn't tell us for laughs? Brain shrugged, probably. Everyone minus Luffy, Diddy, and King, face faulted. Why aren't you too freaked out about this? Kuina asked as she got up. King and Diddy looked at each other before replying in unison. We are used to this shit. Anyone else not noticing the whale has yet to react to the cannonball hitting it? Jin asked as he dabbed off his sweat. He could swear that he's the only one that notices the insane shit that happens to this crew, like it was his role to point them out. Loudly, 'tis the destiny of a straight man. Seriously. Usopp yelped as he jerked the oar into motion alongside him. Is this thing so big that it didn't notice it, or is it just slow? I think it's more the former than the latter. After all, from my experience, the intelligence of animals can seriously surprise you at times. I present to you exhibits A through D, smiled Luffy as he waved his hands across his animal cohorts, and then Oda showed that he did, in fact, have a sense of whimsy, as the whale's body sank just enough so that his eye could look down upon the ship, and line his mouth up with the level of the current. Usopp, with his new confidence from his fights, friends, and abilities, didn't piss himself. However, the very apparent meltdown he was having couldn't be held back no matter how much he tried. The story about the giant goldfish he told Kaya before he left the island came to the forefront of his mind. But where would he find a giant pachinko ball? Nami swallowed heavily as she eyed our captain nervously. Luffy, she attempted to placate him desperately. I realize you know more than us in these situations, but that whale is eyeing us. Everyone stop, Luffy whispered, shouted. Let's not do anything stupid to piss him off. Diddy glared at his captain. This is a whale, not a raptor, Captain. Staying still isn't going to make a difference. Whoa! Howled the whale, as his mouth began to open, and the crew started being dragged in, kicking and screaming as it were. For someone of his girth, the whale moved faster than anything half of its size. King looked at Diddy. For the record, I blame you, noted, deadpan Diddy before grabbing his brother like a lifeline. Now save me, you bastard. Everyone! Hold on to something! Luffy cried, one hand clutching to the side rail while the other stretched and twisted itself into the rigging as tight as it could go, both for support and as extra leverage to grab onto for anyone who dislodges. Too late, Captain! Squawked Usopp, already shifted into his hybrid form, leg talons digging into the mast while his wings were being used to protect Nami. We are going down, and down did they go, and to the left, to the right, upside down, whirling side to side, twisting and swaying within the rapid current in what could only be described as the esophagus from hell the ship did go. The pitch-black tunnel would have been a fun roller coaster ride were it not for the outright chance the ship could smash into the sides and that it reeked to holy heaven. And after being in the places Luffy has been in his short life in this new world, he would rate it around third in his top 10 list of worst things experienced. The place he found Diddy and King being number 1, of course, with number 2 being the Royal Palace in Dawn Island after he and his brothers were done with them. After who knows how many twists and turns, the Going Merry eventually met a steady downward current. The boat still rocked, but the rudder was still intact, and the danger of going overboard was finally behind them, for now. Luffy unclinched his frozen arms from the strain, not fear, as he started gathering his breath. Everyone still in one piece? Every crew member sounded off, one by one, as they wobbly got up and checked themselves and the ship for damage. Surprisingly, the Going Merry was still going strong. They surely had the luck of the devil. Then again, if they were lucky they wouldn't find themselves in this predicament in the first place. Maybe it was bipolar? Ah, guys? Squeaked Usopp in human form once more. We aren't dead, right? Well, Nami hasn't sprouted wings and become an angel yet, so I am going with no, snarked Sanji as he dusted himself. Then again, she doesn't need wings to be an angel, and the stomach acids aren't making us hallucinate either? Gastric acids are many things, very disgusting being one of them, but other than corrosive, no, not hallucinogenic. Why? Asked a confused Jin, just confirming that we are still alive. Because otherwise, I have no idea why there is a light at the end of the tunnel, deadpanned Usopp as he pointed forward. The straw hats all turned towards the appropriate direction and caught sight said light illuminating the darkness. There was a literal light at the end of the dark tunnel. Usopp briefly wondered if they went towards it would they find heaven on the other side, but quickly dismissed the notion since it would have to be in the sky. Hold on! Nami barked out, and with that, the Going Merry splashed down into the light, the suddenly even water killing the momentum and bringing said ship to a firm and final halt. Guys? Nami squeaked numbly. Is collective death a thing? Or becoming insane at the same time? I don't think so, but I get why you are asking, added Kuina, bug-eyed and in awe, as was everyone else on board, because no one in a million years would ever believe them if they were told that the inside of a giant island whale had a big blue sky with clouds and a sun, as well as an island with a palm tree and a house on it. There is crazy shit, and then there was straight-up bullshit. So, Zoro decided to break the ice. Someone clearly had a lot of time on their hands. Kuina slowly cranked her neck to look at Zoro. And you say this because? Well, getting an island inside a giant whale is easy enough. He would have eaten enough landmass and treated metal at some point to get it done. Painting the inside of the stomach to look like the outside, and accounting for adding in spots from time to time as said whale grew larger and larger? That's commitment. Everyone paused and considered that. A moment of peace and serenity in an otherwise bizarre and implausible situation. How much are we talking here? Months, years, decades? Sanji asked in honest curiosity. Well, when I was younger, the church hired a restorer to spruce up the ceiling as it was losing color in some spots. Granted, the man worked alone, and it was more like surgery, what with all the small details no one would notice from the ground, but it took him months before we were all satisfied. This? Jin narrated as he looked around. It's mostly blue, but even with one man and a big brush? 2-3 years, minimum, before you would get around to painting in the cracks and the clouds. Zoro stared at Jin in disbelief. You, a church boy? You can't be serious, Jin shrugged, trying to change the topic. It was a long time ago, and not something I like talking about. My parents were the devout ones, not me. Nami stared at the trio before clapping her hands with a smile on her face. Well, I've met my crazy quota for the day. Anyone want to figure out a way out of here before the ship dissolves from the stomach acids? We got time, Usopp spoke as he looked over the side. Doesn't seem like the ship is smoking yet. Besides, we are inside the stomach of a whale. How much crazier can it get? Somewhere far away in the heavens, a being named Murphy was in a reclining chair, with a cup of tea at the side and a newspaper that showed the current events of the mortal world. The being abruptly looks up from his paper and down to the ground, seemingly seeing right through it. With a small chuckle, it snapped its fingers. When will mortals ever learn? Was asked to no one in particular. Humming a nice tune, the being returned to his paper, now looking at the crossword section. Let's see. The will of D. Oh, that's an easy one. A titan-sized calamari-shaped sea king emerged from the waters, shooting and barreling straight toward the crew. The crew promptly screamed in fear from the jump scare. Once over the brief freak-out, Nami glared at Usopp with the might of 1,000 suns. Usopp, sensing the impending danger, tried to fly away, but was tackled to the floor. Wait! No dash! His screams were cut short, as he suddenly found it very hard to breathe. Karma truly was a bitch. Why would you do that? Do you think these monsters will randomly kill themselves? Every time you say something stupid you put us, but most importantly me, in danger, you idiot! Screamed Nami, choking harder. Reaching out for help, Usopp looked to his captain, the only one who could understand his pain. With Luffy's eyes hidden beneath the shadows of his hat, he turns his back on Usopp and towards the Sea King. I'm sorry, comrade, but you called upon Murphy, and this is your punishment, Luffy said, with pity in his heart. Luffy was about to give said calamari a serving of rubbery vengeance before he and others blinked in surprise as a trio of harpoons burst out from between the monster's eyes, causing it to twitch once, twice, 3 times before it slowly collapsed backward, its blood and ink staining the stomach acid. Everyone stared at the scene in shock before collectively and in unison leaning to the side of the ship to see steel chains connect to the harpoons, going all the way to the open door on the house on the island in the middle of the whale. This was starting to sound suspicious, like there was an old lady who swallowed a fly, and Luffy didn't plan to make songs with the crew until they got a musician. King stared at Nami. Ask for $1 million belly to fall from the sky, someone up there is listening to you. Oh come on, what are the odds of that happening? And on cue, a treasure chest hit King on the head, having been catapulted from the waters by the calamari, before landing on the deck, opening up, spilling out its singular content, a blue-yellow watermelon-shaped devil fruit. Diddy rubbed the now giant lump on his brother's head as the rest of the crew looked at said fruit in shock. That'll do, pig, that'll do, before promptly pocketing said fruit into his storage space. Luffy. Nami stuttered in shock, ignoring the Sea King being dragged and pulled toward the island. Was that? Yes, and based on appearances, it's something from the Paramecia family, and something big. There are indicators? Zoro asked in utter shock. Luffy waved his hand back and forth. More like patterns. Some fruit families appear more often for certain devil fruits. Paramecia are predominantly berry-based, Zoan are usually fruits that have to peeled or cut up, and Logia are usually fruits that are picked from larger shrubs with shapes covering them like scales. Size is also a factor to some regard. The larger the fruit, the more encompassing its power or word. So a watermelon is probably a paramecia that has a very general name under its domain, making it possibly powerful. Huh, neat. Anyone else not noticing that someone from the house is dragging the calamari toward the island? Jin interjected while catching his breath. Here's hoping they're human, Sanji smirked as he puffed out a plume of smoke. As the calamari was dragged onto the island, a man emerged from the house to tie up the chains to a hook in the ground. He had a rather stocky and muscular body, wearing a pink shirt with a yellow and green stripe with purple circles in the yellow along with bluish-gray shorts with sandals. He also wore glasses, a seaweed necklace, 3 gold bracelets, and a green gem bracelet on his left wrist. But the thing that really got everyone's attention as he glared at them, is that a flower on his head? Because honestly, what else would you call it? He was bald on the top of his head, but with yellow-purple flower petal-like things at the sides. He had white hair and a split beard, but the petals were just so in your face about it. Could be a flower man, Jin shrugged. I mean, seriously, we are in the Grand Line. After getting a devil fruit of all things inside a chest inside a whale on our first outing, nothing really should surprise us at this point. Well, whatever he is, don't let your guard down, Zoro growled as he tightened his grip on his katana. He just took down a Sea King-sized squid like it was nothing, Sanji mused nervously. Chances are, either he just saved us or he was fishing. Which make me wonder what does he have in store for us. And so, as everyone got ready for a fight, they waited, and waited, and waited, until finally, the man sunk into a lawn chair and flipped open a newspaper. Say something, asshole! Sanji roared indignantly. The old man had an eyebrow at the outburst, but before he could respond, Usopp barked up. We'll fight you if that's what you want, jerk. We got a cannon right here, and we aren't afraid to use it, right, King? Locked and loaded, shouted the gorilla from below deck. The man seemed to twitch as his glare redoubled, causing the rest of them to clench as well, waiting for his response. So they waited, and waited, and waited, until finally, don't, or someone will die. Sanji smirked with a convincing amount of bravado. And who would that be? Me, deadpanned the man without hesitation. You! Shouted an enraged Sanji, foot on the railing, ready to jump toward the old man. Hey! Don't get pissed off, Zoro spoke calmly as he placed a hand on Sanji's shoulder, keeping him in place. He walked forward, pulling the chef back. Old man, tell me. Where are we? And who are you? The man snapped another glare at us, focusing on the swordsman, causing the rest of the crew to freeze up once more in place. So they waited, and waited, and waited, until finally, if you want something from someone, growled the man, it's proper manners to introduce yourself first. Zoro paused at his faux pas, before plastering an apologetic grin on his face. Yeah, that's right. My mistake. My name is, I am Crocus, the now named man interrupted, his tone not shifting so much as a decibel the entire time. I am the keeper of the Twin Capes lighthouses. I'm 71 years old, Gemini, blood type is AB. Can I kill him now? Zoro snapped in an almost identical manner to Sanji, Wado Ikimanji halfway out of its sheath, were it not for a panicked Kuina holding it down. You want to know where you are? You come to my one-man resort, and yell such rude things at me. Besides, I'd think your current location to be rather obvious, considering how hard it is to miss the front door. Without warning, Crocus's glare came back at full force, and the pirates found themselves frozen stiff. So they waited, and waited, and waited, until finally, will you stop doing that? They shrieked, their nerves appearing to override their terror. Well, most of them shouted, shishishishishi. Luffy laughed, clutching his chest in pain, falling to the ground to the crew's confusion. Please stop. I can't take it anymore. Shishishishi, Luffy, the hell? Asked a bewildered Nami on behalf of everyone else. Geez, guys, lighten up, would you? Luffy sighed as he wiped the tears from his eyes. Can't you appreciate a decent running gag? That was a gag? At least the boy and his snail have a decent sense of humor. Crocus sniffed. 17, just for the record, whatever you say, brat. Also, how did you develop such a sense of humor? Luffy rubbed the back of his head. I was raised mostly by my grandfather and a few of his old-time friends. Guess I got used to their brand of comedy. That and Luffy was already an old man in his core. New age humor didn't appeal to him that much. Give him George Carlin any day of the week over the likes of Dane Cook. So anyway, how does one get out of this whale? Crocus jabbed his thumb at the pair of doors embedded into the horizon. If you want out, that's fine by me. The exit's right over there. There's giant metal doors in a whale. Who in their right mind builds a metal door inside a whale? Jin shouted in confused hysterics. It's a hobby. Crocus informed them flatly. Makes sense. Luffy nodded firmly. Got to keep busy out here. Long-term projects usually do the trick. Are you all out of your minds? Usopp demanded, a cross somehow appearing in his hands out of nowhere. We can deal with their brand of crazy later. Zoro barked. For now, let's get out of here before anything else happens. Whoa! Without warning, the whale's stomach all but literally jumped, his stomach acid flipping and jostling madly. Like that, Crocus shook his head in disappointment as he folded up his newspaper. He's starting again. Only Luffy heard what the keeper said since everyone else was doing their best to stand straight and not fall overboard into a sea of acid. Oi! Crocus! What's going on? Said man looked up, or was it toward the door, in a mixture of determination and worry. This whale, Laboon, has been ramming himself against the red line for decades. This giant obstacle is the source of all of Laboon's pain and he is determined to destroy it, no matter what. To get to the other side. To get to his family, explains the scars on its head the size of valleys. The Straw Hats thought collectively. Sniff, sniff. Everyone, Crocus included, turned to a sniffling Pinky, tears on the edge of his eyes, looking upwards. Pinky? Asked a worried brain. 3 finished translating. I can hear his bellows. Muffled Pinky. So much sadness, despair, no will to give up, anger. There are no words, only emotions, and a singular focus in destroying the cause of his pain. Crocus blinked. I've seen many things in my time, but a talking mushy takes the cake. And yes, Laboon is hitting the red line out of despair. I guess that would explain the number of scars on this guy's head, Nami mused sadly. But what could have happened to cause him that much sadness? No, not sadness, Pinky shook his stalks. There is only a cycle of misery, pain, and suffering. Over and over again. Tears were now streaming down his face. Crocus rolled up his sleeves. Then it's time to administer some relief. To everyone's shock, Crocus dived right into the waters. And instead of sinking and burning, he was but a blurry torpedo in the off-color acid, swimming straight towards the giant metal doors that marked the only way out of the shaking whale. King muttered as he scratched his head in confusion. I am no expert, but humans aren't immune to stomach acids, right? No, King, they are not, Diddy replied from his shoulder. Even armament hockey has limits. Seriously? Based on your lessons, armament hockey seems like the ultimate form of defense, Kuina asked. Luffy shook his head. You would think so, but armament is more suited to fight off against attacks of devil fruit users and living creatures. Sure, it can resist actual elements to a degree, but it's more draining. It's kind of why it's easier to wear a coat when going out into the cold rather than covering yourself in hockey. Zoro thought about the statement. So a logia or paramecia that deals with cold is. Devil fruits may seem like magic, but they have to be fueled by something. My thoughts are that the fuel is hockey and stamina. And since armament clashing seems to neutralize each other and produce actual sparks, I think that it provides more protection from devil fruit powers than the natural elements. Before Usopp could formulate a response, Laboon let loose another warbling moan before settling down, the acidic tsunamis subsiding to little more than mere swells. Well, that's quite a bit better. He must be pulling back for another run, Jin noted calmly. Whatever is going on, I couldn't care less. Let's row for safety, now, Sanji ordered. As the crew started getting ready to row, Brain finally spoke up. Captain? Yeah? I believe that there are hijackers on this whale. Luffy froze, slowly turning to the snail. Where? Other side of the steel door. Very good. Our infiltration so far has been a complete success, Miss Wednesday. Right you are, Mr. Nine nodded the woman in return. Both figures were currently heavily armed and had their backs pressed against the human-sized metal door built into the much larger metal one. Mr. Nine, a young man as he claimed, wore a golden crown on top of his red hair and had his agent number written on his cheeks. He had on a green suit with white lace along with a ruffled red scarf. His attire made him out to be a prince or a king, but that was up to debate. Miss Wednesday had a more angular, serious expression to her which made her appear older despite being the younger of the duo. Her aquamarine hair was pulled back in a ponytail laying lazily on top her grief-for neck jacket, which covered her modestly dressed white shorts and oddly striped shirt. Now, Miss Wednesday, on the other side of this door lies the stomach, as well as that meddling geezer. He must be eliminated. For the whale's sake. Yes, Mr. Nine. With how big he is, he will be the town's most precious commodity for years to come. Both nodded as they readied their weapons. So 3, 2, 1, baby, and we open the door. Agreed? Roger, Mr. Nine. Before they even got a chance to count off, the door they were leaning against was ripped open, causing them to fall backward, screaming in shock. The last thing they saw? Another hand coming at them. Seconds earlier, Crocus had just emerged from the acids and began to climb up the ladder when he heard the sound of something stretching. Looking back, he looked in surprise as an arm stretched from the ship, aiming straight to the door above him, quickly followed by a second one. Curiously, he stopped to see what the pirates were up to. Wasn't he surprised when the second hand returned holding on to 2 stowaways? Should really get back into the habit of leaving observation on. For those 2 to slip in again, mumbled the grouchy old man as he resumed climbing to the top. Crocus quickly picked up the pace, running down the tunnels, left and right, down the stairs, till he finally reached a room with a giant syringe picking directly into the exposed flesh of said whale. Stop it, Laboon. Stop giving yourself these terrible wounds. There's barely any sedative left, and I don't have the time to make more at the rate you're going. Crocus pushed the needle in, causing the whale to stop moving immediately. This wall is one that separates the oceans of the world. It will take you a second of eternity to ram the mountain down to nothing, and it's not even made of diamonds. Crocus pushed the top in, injecting the sedative into the whale. The effect was immediate, as Laboon slowly fell asleep, the air inside of him causing him to slowly float it up to the surface. Crocus nodded, his task done, before he started walking back to see the damages. Around the same time. Well, I'll be damned. It looks like you were right, Brain. Zoro spoke in admiration for the snail's eyes as he finished tying up the 2 Luffy knocked out. I am more impressed by their hardware. Jin spoke with admiration as looked over the artillery the 2 were using. I knew someone figured out how to miniaturize the cannon shooter into a 2-handed weapon, but I honestly thought it was still in the developmental stages. Trust me, this is nothing, Diddy spoke as he promptly put the artillery away for later. The Marines are always a few years or a decade ahead of the stuff available in the open market. 2 to 3 years tops if we go black market. Nami nodded in agreement. She had been to enough black markets in the East Blue before spotting Luffy's focused expression on the 2. Captain? Something wrong? Luffy slowly pointed to the woman. She just made things very complicated. He turned to the door. Pinky, throw my voice, will ya? The snail nodded before vibrating slowly. Connection established. Crocus? Oda, damn it. Give an old man a heart attack. Again, damn impressive, Mushy. Luffy smiled. Yes, he is. Listen, we caught the 2 intruders. You know them? Yeah, those 2 scoundrels are from some nearby island that have been trying to whale Laboon for some time now. Never gotten inside before, and I never got the nerve actually to do any damage to them. Thank Oda you didn't, mumbled Luffy. Something I am missing? Let's meet outside. This is going to need a lot of explaining, especially the whale. There's a switch on the side of the door to open it. Just follow the path, and it should lead you out. Thank you. Meet you there. Half an hour later. This is delicious, complimented Crocus as he ate his fish. Thank you, Shishishi. Just be glad we managed to knock it into him to hold his standards for men the same as for women when cooking, laughed Luffy, the rest of the crew joining in as they enjoyed Sanji's cooking on a flat mass of earth connected to the red line. Sanji rubbed the back of his, flashes of the pain he suffered going through his mind. Again, I apologize for that. It's a habit I developed that no one ever called me out for before. Luffy nodded in understanding. Considering the suffering he felt at the hands of his brothers and father, with the only positive experiences in his life being his sister and mother, it was excusable from a subconscious perspective. Luffy looked to the side, checking up on Diddy and King eating right next to the still knocked out and passed out captured duo. ZRK. Captain? Whispered Pinky in his ear. Luffy schooled his reaction, giving nothing away. Pinky only ever whispered things to him when something important binged on his radar. With his new rig, that was a sizable range. Luffy nodded subtly as the rest of the crew continued to try and get to know the lighthouse keeper. Laboon is very close to waking up. His rhythm is increasing, and his breathing is becoming less shallow. I have finished the decoding his speech. I can translate when he wakes up. Luffy nodded. He wanted the full story behind that. Also, we seem to have visitors up above us. Should I knock them out? This Luffy didn't expect. Slowly releasing his observation, he eventually spotted two figures above them on a ridge. They were confusing. One was a large, black-feathered vulture with a yellow aviator cap dotted with red flowers, and black goggles. The other was a small, brown-furred otter in a long-sleeved, light blue coat with purple dots, as well as black sunglasses. Luffy had to pause and make sure the two weren't Zoan users. Seeing as the two were at least to his hockey watching the crew and Crocus eat lunch, the table and chairs provided by Diddy, Luffy shook his head in the negative, for now. So Crocus, what's the story behind the whale? Inquired Luffy as he put down his utensils. It is a sad one, I am afraid. Crocus spoke with longing in his voice as he too put down his utensils and laid his arms on him. You have to know first that Laboon is an island whale, the largest species of whales in the world, and they live exclusively in the West Blue. They also live in herds. Somehow, he got separated from his pack. I don't know the whole story after that, but I can tell you what I was told. You see, I've been this lighthouse's keeper for a while now. One day, a friendly group of pirates came down Reverse Mountain, and right behind them was a little baby whale. One named Laboon by them. A pirate crew with a whale as a pet? Now I've heard it all, Usopp whistled. Yes, pirate crews can come across the most interesting of companions. These pirates had been traveling with Laboon for several years by then. They'd intended to leave Laboon behind in the West Blue because they knew that the Grand Line was dangerous, that Laboon wouldn't survive. But they didn't take into account that Laboon had adopted them as its pod, so it followed them here. The lighthouse keeper smiled wistfully as he relived his age-old memories. Their ship was damaged in the crossing, as most big ships are. They stayed here for several months as they made repairs, and I became good friends with both them and Laboon. And then, when they left, their captain asked me to care for Laboon for a few years, at least until they came back. They said that they would circumnavigate the world and come back, so Laboon and I agreed to wait here together. Everyone smiled at clear happiness the man poured into the tale, but Luffy remained serious. You're leaving out the important part here, Crocus. I doubt Laboon was that large when they left, and island whales don't grow that fast to begin with. Sanji froze at that comment. Wait. When did they leave? The pure sadness that emerged on Crocus' face was all the rest needed to know. They left just short of 50 years ago. But Laboon still thinks his crew is coming back. He thinks the Red Line is preventing them from coming back. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the table. Hearing the things Luffy has told them about the Grand Line so far, it's pretty obvious what happened to the crew after all these decades. Sad thing, really. I like the crew as well. Not like these new pirates that come around. They cared more about adventure and merriment. The Rumbar pirates, they were called. Crocus chuckled. Most of them were musicians by trade, you know. They and their captain got into the weirdest of circumstances, crashing parties, getting lost and ending in places they didn't expect. Hell, Laboon's main caretaker, Brook was his name, even accidentally ate a devil fruit without knowing what it was initially. The story they told me about his reaction to eating the damn thing was priceless. Crocus laughed. Really? Spoke up Luffy out of curiosity, hoping to steer the topic of conversation away from a dead crew. I am sort of a devil fruit aficionado. You know what fruit he ate? Crocus snickered. Oh yeah, I know. Brook made a whole spectacle of it when he explained the uselessness of it. Never got around to telling me what it did, always got in tears by that point, lamenting his poor fortune. He gave me a name though. I think it was… Yeah, the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Luffy froze, eyes bulging, as Crocus kept talking. Crocus shrugged with his arms in the air. Never understood why he was so upset. Having an underworld fruit doesn't seem that bad. That's because that's not its full name, spoke Luffy calmly but loudly. Pardon? Asked a confused Crocus, followed by the rest of the crew looking at Luffy curiously. The fruit's full name isn't Yomi, but Yomigaru. Crocus froze. Re-revive? Quick Japanese footnote. Yomi means underworld, Yamigara means resurrection, and Viz manga dubbed this fruit appropriately as the revive fruit. Considering the subtleties of the Japanese language, Crocus would have reacted differently to their passing had he known the difference. Wait. Jin started. You mean theirs is a fruit that… Supposedly, the fruit gives its user another chance at life after dying once. When they revive, the fruit power immediately appears again in the world, allowing it to be consumed once more. But that's the issue. What issue? Asked a leaning Crocus. My information network, which in turn uses world government information, keeps a decent tab on what fruits are active and what not. From what I recall, the Yomi fruit isn't on the market. So? Doesn't it mean that the fruit is lost somewhere on an island and just hasn't been found? Usopp asked logically. True. However, it is also infinitesimally possible that User himself is still alive. How would that work? Pushed Krina. Not the first time someone got trapped on an island with no way off, muttered Sanji, recalling the time he was stranded and almost died from starvation. And seeing as the fruit can be used over and over again, Crocus' eyes bulged and leaned back into his chair. Brook is still alive, possibly alive, emphasized Luffy. The odds are not in his favor. Sure, the rest of the crew is definitely dead by now, mercy on their souls for whatever happened, but the odds of him alone being alive are barely above 0%. Not very far above 0%, but definitely above it. Crocus leaned in, glaring. Listen here, boy. I may not look like it, but I used to be a physician on a pirate crew long ago. Case Straw Hat Crew's shock and all, and I have seen some of the chaos in those waters. Unless something has absolutely zero chance of occurring, odds are that it can happen, Murphy be damned. Until I see the fruit with my very eyes, I will have hope that Brook is alive. I have to, just for the sake of finally calming down Laboon. Luffy smiled as he wiped his mouth. Well then, why don't we ask him? He has been listening in to us since the beginning. Luffy turned in his chair to the whale, pretending to be asleep. Isn't that right, Laboon? Everyone turned at once, watching Laboon slowly rise from the water, its giant eye fixated on Luffy. I imagine Laboon's voice sounding like Frank Welker, the guy who voiced the Sand Lion entrance from Aladdin. My familiar live? Everyone either covered their ears or stood their ground. With the amount of power and baritone behind that voice, Luffy was surprised that glass wasn't shattering. It sounded deep, deeper than any human would be able to create through normal means. Everything shook slightly just from the voice, but not enough for everyone to lose their balance. Oi, Pinky! Turn down the volume, Nami commanded, popping her ears. I want to keep my eardrums, thank you very much, sorry. First time translating something this large, I forgot to account for the echo generated by his lungs as well as how whale calls would translate into normal language. Warbulb Pinky. Everyone including Crocus looked at Pinky in shock and bulging eyes. Yes, added Brain. That is the smartest thing you lot have heard Pinky say, and yes, a lot is going on behind the scenes to make translations work. Pinky is what you call special. While he's not great at a lot of things, he's amazing at others. He's either amazing or terrible. There is no middle ground with him. Sheesh, Usopp added. Still better than the alternative of playing charades with animals. I mean, what are the odds of finding someone who can act as a natural translator? And how would they even do it? Would they have to eat a fruit like Pinky's or be an animal themselves? If so, without Pinky, how would we even understand them? Usopp said as a headache started forming. Would the animal be able to talk by itself? How? Where would we even find something like that? On an island covered with snow, a blue-nosed reindeer sneezed. Zoro looked at Usopp strangely from the side. Why are you thinking about this so hard anyway? Usopp spoke up while messaging his new headache he got from overthinking things that made no sense. Well, that didn't make any sense. Ever since he got on the Going Merry, what's sensible, or not, started twisting and turning. Well, don't you think we're just really lucky? Being able to talk to animals is a useful skill. Think of all the ways we can use it. It'll make things like spying or gathering information much easier on our journey. While it's headache-inducing, thinking about it makes me appreciate the little mushy all the more. Zoro nodded, agreeing with Usopp's assessment, and Pinky said thank you with a smile. Right. Yes, Laboon, there is a chance that one of your friends are still alive. I am sorry that they may have died or become lost at sea, but such is the nature of the Grand Line, Luffy said with a bit of sympathy. Laboon had been waiting all those years for people who aren't coming back. Holding on to that hope like a lifeline, the giant whale deserved at least a bit of sympathy. Luffy stood his ground as he stared up at Laboon, tears forming in his eyes. Friends not abandon? Laboon, these people traveled with you for years, fed you, taught you, sang songs with you. It would take an act of Oda to stop them from coming back. No, they didn't abandon you, not a single one of them. They loved you as part of the crew. As a family. Laboon looked down. Wadi, don't know? Luffy smiled. Now you have hope. Hope that your friend is out there and alive, waiting for a chance to return to you and make up for his crewmates' sin of abandoning you. Luffy pointed his thumb at Crocus. You caretaker isn't going anywhere anytime soon. All I have to do is leave my mushy number behind and hope we ran into this brook on our adventures. Not Strangy Pain Mountain Ridge. Shishishi, laughed Luffy. Then I guess we just have to find a way to keep you safe and intact until we do. Usopp, yes, Captain saluted the long-nosed man. I want our crew insignia to be painted on this whale's head on the double. Burrow paint either from Crocus or Diddy, but by the time we leave, I want this whale recognized as part of our crew. Is that clear? Usopp smiled. He had already designed the ship's flag Luffy could only sketch, so recreating it on the whale wouldn't be that much of hassle. He was that good of an artist. Smiling, her morphed into his hybrid form, brushes from where they didn't ask at the ready. Sir, yes sir! Everyone watched in fascination as Usopp started forming an outline on the whale's scared skull, the black behemoth twitching. Tickles but no pain. Just hold it out, big guy, Luffy said, jovially patting the whale. It shouldn't take long. Luffy's smiles faltered, however, when he turned to face the captured duo. Now, to deal with an even bigger headache. Nami, get your ropes out, we're going to be interrogating them. I am not into that stuff, shouted an enraged Nami, but her red cheeks said otherwise. So you don't have something to hold them down? Nami remained angry for as long as she could until she sighed dejectedly. I'll get the handcuffs. Sanji looked at Kuina with some worry as Nami left for her room. You're not into that stuff, right? I am a sword woman who trains with a lunatic with 3 swords who goes for blood and doesn't know the meaning of restraint. What do you think? Kuina asked, terrifyingly smiling as she slowly unsheathed her sword. Withdrawn, Sanji replied hastily, only now realizing his cigarette was cut in half. Really need to restock on my brand soon. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine woke up at the same time, both quickly realizing that they were being glared at by a whole menagerie of people and 4 animals and an old man while restrained by handcuffs. Pink and furry handcuffs, but handcuffs nonetheless. Honestly, Miss Wednesday didn't know whether to fear the handcuffs because they were pink and fluffy and didn't entirely know what they were recently used for, or because she was restrained with them in an awkward position. The only one not glaring at them was the more neutral-faced kid who was currently playing with a pair of bouting balls. Before Mr. Nine got a chance to ask what was going on, I have to say, as far as princesses go, playing someone that looks like to a high-class hooker is pretty low. Why, but still low. I mean, I get that some people are into role-playing and all that, but still. Luffy stopped playing with his balls as he looked at the blue-haired girl. What the hell are you doing, Vivi? If the sheer amount of panic and sweat that formed on the girl's face wasn't an indicator, then the drawing of weapons by the 2 animals on the edge of Luffy's observation was all he needed to know that he hit the nail on the head. I'm not this Vivi you speak of. My name is Miss Wednesday, proud Baroque Works agent, retorted Vivi haughtily. Sure, and I am the Walrus Goo Goo Jijub, Luffy deadpanned back. The hell are low-life Baroque agents doing out here? Last I checked, whaling was frowned upon in most parts of the world. See, come now, Mr. Nine reasoned desperately. It's just whaling. Why, you're pirates. Surely we can come to an understanding, no? Luffy at his eyebrow as he gave the man a decidedly unimpressed look. Back where I'm from, whaling is a pretty hefty crime. Besides the fact that it's damn immoral, I mean. Want to try again, Mr. Kudiki Tanaka, replied Mr. Nine rapidly. Not like they would find anything on him. He doesn't look like an officer agent, and if those whirls are any indication, he must be Mr. Nine. I know for a fact I disposed of the pair that I met. Mr. 12 and Miss Saturday were their names. Everyone including the duo looked at Zoro in confusion, including Kuina. And you know this how? Remember when you strained your leg and couldn't move for a while, so we had to stay on that island for a week? Well, one night while you were sleeping, I was drinking at the bar when this group of people the pair included recognized me and started chatting me up. I was bored, so we got to talking, drinks were exchanged and well, suffice to say, my tolerance went out, and those agents were very informative about how Baroque works. Well, works. Granted, I figured they were next to useless on intel when they told me they were frontier agents, and I wasn't interested at the time. They were drunk and didn't take well to my rejection. I thought you won the money through a game. I did the game of life and death, smirked Zoro to Kuina as she rolled her eyes. In any case, interrupted Luffy. What exactly was your plan here? Shoot this whale in the stomach, where he couldn't even defend himself? It would have taken it longer to die from acids spilling out from such a wound. Was that your intention? Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday glanced at each other for a moment before shaking their head. No. We were planning to dispose of the old man. Afterward, we were going to tranquilize the whale or find another way to put it to sleep. We would have called the billions after that to drag it away. Mr. Point 9! Shouted Vivi, still in character. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. All she knew about the people in front of her is that they were pirates. She had 2 choices at the moment. 1. Confess about her being a princess to a potentially dangerous pirate and pray to Oda that she lives through it safely without getting ransomed or kidnapped. Or 2. Double down on her acting to convince this pirate that she was in fact not a princess, and therefore a lot less valuable. If they found her completely useless though, they might just kill her to get rid of deadweight though, so she had to be careful. Or so she thought, since Luffy didn't think about any of that. The goose is cooked, Miss Wednesday. They know too much. Well, at least you two have some decency. But again, Vivi. My name isn't Vivi! Shouted Miss Wednesday. A tic formed on Luffy's forehead. In annoyance, he let that out just a little. Everyone on the deck felt it. Garp described that it felt different for everyone since no two wills were alike. To Garp, Sengoku felt like his epithet, a large shining presence, one of peace until his wrath was triggered. Shanks felt like the open sea, vast, open, and ever-changing, its moods and temperament more mercurial than a cat. But at the same time, there was always a hint of danger and mystery hidden just below the surface, ready for anyone who was submerged below. Whenever Shanks got angry, it was as if a wave was consuming you, dragging you down, kicking and screaming into his ocean depths. Whitebeard felt something like a grizzled tiger, one too old and lazy to be in charge, but in no way defanged or meek. Sort of like a retired alpha who was still on the front lines. The one time Garp felt Charlotte Lean's a harlot of the worst caliber in his eyes he could only describe as an all-consuming maw, one that didn't discriminate between allies, enemies, or her children. Luffy had personally experienced the wills of his brothers. Sabo's felt like the center of the storm, a calm amidst turbulent chaos. But when that fine balance was tittered, all he had to do was shift his center, and it would feel as if Oda's very breath was crushing you into nothing. But instead of Oda, it would be the wrath of a serpent, draped in lightning, surrounded by winds and sharp rain, pelting all in his way as it obliterated all opposition as the embodiment of nature's wrath. There was a reason that Sabo's epithet was Dragon's Storm, and it wasn't because of his fruit or his apprenticeship with Luffy's father. Ace felt like a nuclear ball of flaming gas and plasma, massive and hot beyond all reason, beyond all sanity, all imagination. And what made it worse is that he could focus all that presence into a target. A meager, puny, insignificant person in absolute nothing standing against not might and power, but a fact. If that was what Ace's father presence felt like, no wonder he was such a feared and powerful man. When Luffy would ask those affected what they experienced by his will, they all said something along the same lines. Their breathing stopped, hearts stilled, to some, their very soul froze. For one brief moment, they all died, but when they returned, they felt it. No, they lived it. To each one, it was like they suddenly appeared in a dark and cold world. And it was only them, standing in front of a throne. There was no one there sans them, some distance, and a being in a throne. But calling the being a king or anything of the kind was just wrong. It was like standing in a slit of darkness amidst a world of blinding light. There was no other explanation for the encroaching corona of radiance and destruction. But as they looked around, the darkness did not falter, and shadows grew, for they were too strong, and from it, creation formed and change came. And all the darkness came from the being. There was no face to it, either because they couldn't see it or because it was not important, too above their concern. The regalia was odd to them. Not entirely like a knight, not entirely like a soldier, but too much like someone who earned, who bled for the right to be on the throne, regardless of what it looked like or cared. There was no crown, but the presence made up for it, for no item can convey the right to be in charge. There was a righteousness to it, an incorruption, a concentration of what made humans human, with their drive to persevere and live for freedom, but no humanity in it itself. No, they all experienced the same thing. The humanity, the normalcy was abandoned long ago. There was loss. Loss of too many things that gave people innocence, and naivete of the world around them. This being was neither a king nor a martyr, someone who has sat in a graveyard of fallen warriors, both friend and foe. This was someone who fought. Someone who screamed at challenges. Someone who raged for the right to live, for self and others. The being in front of them was a shell. This was no king, no role model, not a human being, not anything comprehensible. This being was a leader, a figurehead. This was a fact, much like Ace's presence if it was to be compared. This was someone who had the right to exist, the right to fight, the right to go against opposition and the wrong. This was someone who would go to the very gates of perdition to rescue the wrongfully claimed and barge through the halls of Valhalla itself to remove those who have not earned the respite. This was darkness, yes. But a darkness that didn't destroy but revealed the blinding corruptness and burning of the light and those ensnared in it. It fought back, step by step, inch by inch, life by life. No, this was not a leader. This was a conqueror. No one passed out when the presence passed, but almost everyone was wheezing, sweating, eyes bulging, on their knees, or an inch from fainting, and that was Luffy loosening his restraints, not unleashing them. At their current power, Luffy's conqueror's haki could potentially put them in an unwakeable coma. Luffy had lived a full life before being reborn. He had AG behind his haki, not unlike the old guard. Only the animals were spared the oppression, but they still twitched. Diddy, King, Pinky, and Brain had felt it before. Laboon, funny enough, barely reacted. He had fought sea kings and lived. He had seen the face of death enough times to look it in the eyes without hesitation. The two watching from a distance weren't affected, but they saw what happened to everyone else. And Crocus. Well, Luffy wasn't the only one surprised that the only evidence that he was affected was by the drop of sweat on his brow and the recognition in his eyes. Dear Oda. Roger? Luffy looked to the man with barely restrained shock. We will talk about that comment later. Crocus could only nod in acceptance. Zoro was first to stand by using the sheath of his katana. Luffy, what the? When I started training you all in haki, I told you that were 3 types. Observation and armament can be learned and mastered by any living being if they activate them. The third, however, cannot be learned, for only 1 in every million people are born with the capacity even to have conqueror's haki. It's that rare? Squawked Nami, considering the fact that the average user is capable of scaring or taming sea kings just by looking them in the eye, and decimate an entire army just by willing it? Luffy bit out. If it weren't, the world government wouldn't have survived a day. You have to understand, conqueror's haki is about dominating the wills of others via your will. Houshiku haki is proof of an individual who possesses the qualities of a king, a candidate chosen by the heavens. Anyone who has it, unlocked or otherwise, share a royal position or epithet, or attain some highly respected status. It is a right of anyone with conquerors to be in charge, to lead, to rule, to be followed. Luffy glared back to the prisoners, who were barely keeping it together. And as someone who has been around fake and real royalty in her life, I will ask you again. Nefertari Vivi, what are you doing, being part of Baroque Works? I admire your persistence in keeping your secret, but I will not repeat myself once more, understood? Everyone stared at Miss Wednesday, Mr. Nine included, as she went from fear to anger to confusion to resignation. Along the way, they watched as her edged face actually softened and became more innocent. How, HM? Luffy responded with a raised brow. I've been in Baroque Works for 2 years. And no one, and I mean no one, recognized me in all that time. My partner among them. Luffy simply sighed. Brain, on command, the Mushy's eyes glowed as a photograph was plastered on the mountain wall. One very familiar to Vivi, as evident by her shock. To others, it was just a horde of people in crowns walking into some sort of castle, among which was a clearly younger but still recognizable blue-haired child. But that's the stuttered Vivi. The lovely some years past, I know. Getting into Mary Gios's suicide, but paying or infiltrating as a guard or attended to take pictures outside of it for reconnaissance purposes? Not impossible. Levelly? Jin inquired. I know about the Mary Gios but not about the other. Oh, the Levelly is a council formed by the world government which consists of 50 of the world's leaders out of the over 170 nations affiliated with the world government that meets once every 4 years. The membership changes a lot except for the big players, Nefertari family being among said players since the beginning. How do you know so much? Demanded the princess. Knowing all the members at any time is punishable under espionage charges unless one is in the Marines or world government employ. Revolutionaries don't give a damn, and what makes you think that the information wasn't stolen from a Marine or world government base? Smirked Luffy. Gnarl. We be sneaky, indeed. We have seen the very darkest and most well-hidden corners of the East Blue. And as the depository for a major part of said organization's more out-of-date but classified intelligence, we are, or rather I, are very well informed. Informed enough, interrupted Luffy as he pulled up a chair, that I noticed a rather disconcerting piece of data out of Alabasta. What kind, Captain? Nami asked, first mate duties superseding her curiosity. First, I believe some backstory is needed for clarity's sake. Luffy cleared his throat facing his crew. The Holy Land Mary Gios is the capital of the world government that hosts the Levelly. Mary Gios is also the home of the world nobles, or otherwise known as the Celestial Dragons. Anger and rage spread on the crew's faces, Crocus included. Yes, I have made my displeasure about them rather clear. In any case, the dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, above all law and punishment, and the world government bends to their every command, regardless of the senselessness, yada yada yada. Of course, that's what they tell the world. Everyone caught Vivi's flinch. You see, the dragons are only the descendants of the 19 kings that decided to go up to Mary Gios. For you see, one king and his line refused to join them, for they never wanted to leave their homelands. The line? The Nefertari. Everyone's eyes bulged in surprise. You see, the S that went up and became what we know as the douchebags and shitstains of humanity didn't want that, so they fudged history a bit. 20 is a nicer number than 19. They have always despised us for that, mumbled Vivi. Pardon? They've always despised us for spurning their ascension. They've always made sure to spite us at every turn they could find. Vivi spoke with more venom in her tone. It's a grudge that's festered for almost 8 centuries straight. Up until now, it's taken the form of petty annoyances, ignorance, or downright pettiness, rightfully so. But what else do you expect from something that a step below psychopaths? Vivi looked down in shame. The only benefit in them altering history is that our kingdom can't be recognized as part of that brood, without a lot of true history being revealed. Said history being as to how the kingdom of Alabasta has remained a big player in the world government for over 20 generations despite being, and pardon my wording here, a summer desert island. Summer island? Asked a curious Nami, later. It has to do with island climatic types. Waved Luffy to a nodding navigator. At first glance, sure, Alabasta seems like a desert that is either hot as hell or cold as ice depending on the time of day. A closer look, however, shows a rich terrain in minerals, rare to find plants, a booming textile business, a centuries-strong perfume line, and quite frankly, very wise and fortuitous investments and contributions of the ruling line. Luffy looked at the surprised Vivi. Your family, in particular, is the epitome of the rulers serving the people first and themselves second. Not to say there wasn't a dark sheep among them living by the same standards. Nefertari Bayek made a significant contribution to the castle's treasury during a particularly turbulent time in the island's history by running a drug cartel so profitable through its trade that it made the Vinsmoke Channel in the North Blue look like small potatoes. Luffy said with respect in his tone. Sure, it was against the law, but he was a pirate. His very existence is against the law. How can he judge? Besides, Bayek did what needed to be done to protect his home and country. Luffy couldn't very well judge the guy too wrongly even if he wanted to. Vivi paled at that mention. How in the world? Second-hand accounts from journals and first-hand accounts from giant mules to their descendants. Bayek was a surprisingly nice boss. Had to be so that the Marines didn't know he was a kingpin. I believe he was called the Pharaoh during the whole stint. When his country finally recovered, he faked his persona's death and passed the leadership on to his second-in-command. A very well-picked second-in-command who was quickly captured after someone anonymously reported him. It was just too bad that only a small but crucial and vicious part of the cartel was caught, as everyone else with smaller rap sheets managed to disappear mysteriously, as if they were in the know the whole time. Sanji whistled. He got the money and framed a criminal who was going to be troubled down the road? Well played. Now that's a boss. Still, Luffy quickly turned back before the princess got a chance to reply. That is not to say that they also didn't have an ace up their sleeve to maintain the power, a little compound called dance powder. What's that? Asked Usopp. He returned a while back while waiting for the first layer of paint to dry before layering more on top. The magical love child of silver iodide, potassium iodide, and dry ice. Wait, my chemistry isn't solid, but aren't all those chemicals responsible for causing rain? Usopp scratched his head. I did say love child. You spray this stuff into the air and bibbidi-bobbidi-boo, you get rain almost immediately, usually without side effects. Vivi was practically twitching at this point. Usually? Jin pushed. I am guessing playing Oda with the weather has consequences? You are correct. In small and sporadic doses, dance powder has no side effects. Sure, it draws moisture from surrounding areas, but with proper geological planning, wind estimations, and recuperation time, the damage is minimal thanks to the already bizarre Grand Line weather. However, it was because the powder was so important to the kingdom that the royal family felt it was necessary to distance themselves from it. Why? Asked a twitching Nami. Checks and balances. They may be a good family, but too much power in one place, especially with odds of just one bad egg ruining it for everyone? Wait, but the royal family does control the dance powder, interrupted Mr. Nine. You are correct, and there is a reason for that. You see, a separate family trusted by at the time king generations ago were given the sacred duty of growing, preparing, administrating, and regulating the dance powder. It was kept all in-house except for people marrying in, and it was a very honorable position. Seems reasonable, Kuina pondered. I am guessing the bad egg scenario happened to them instead? Irony at its finest. I won't spare you the details, but let's just say one member went crazy, flooded the damn kingdom with the powder in a bid to declare themselves a god reborn, and drained so much of the surrounding moisture in the process that Alabasta became the desert kingdom we know and love today. He left us no choice, Vivi spoke regretfully. The family was trusted, but an example had to be made. It's been centuries, and the land has just started to regain normalcy. Princess, I don't blame you for what your ancestors had to do. The family ate up, and had to be removed. Luffy spoke without a hint of judgment. As a result, the royalty took in the responsibility of the family, but as a precaution, created the Alabastan royal guardians to protect and assist them by administer justice, enforcing laws, and protect the dance powder. Why is that? In a moment, it will all be clear, Nami. The 6 positions were each given a devil fruit, 2 of each kind. 2 paramecia, the Nuno Nuno no Mi, cloth, and Atsu Atsu no Mi, hot. The mummy and the heat, Vivi added. 2 Zoans, the Inu Inu no Mi, model, jackal, and Tori Tori no Mi, model, falcon, Anubis and Ra, and finally, the 2 Logia, Kuki Kuki no Mi, air, and the Suna Suna no Mi, sand. Wait a minute. Sanji caught on first. The wind and the desert. Now, unfortunately, due to a certain. Luffy looked at Vivi. Event, in the past that won't be mentioned. Vivi sank her head, at least acknowledging the decency. The queen was lost and the guards were eliminated, sans for 2 apprentices. In the ensuing chaos, 2 fruits were lost while 2 remain unused. Rumors of fruit matching the cloth have been circulating in the South Blue bootlegging network, but I can't confirm them. The heat was found. Vivi looked up in shock. You know where the heat is, Luffy nodded. The heat was found and eaten by Don Achino, head and boss of the Achino bounty hunting family. Thankfully, he is above board in his methods and personality, and if reports are to be believed, a very devoted and loving father. The dessert, however, well, that was found and returned to the kingdom in the form of its savior. They were so grateful when he came and diffused tensions in their time of need that they knighted him as Sir Crocodile. Sanji, having read enough stories and lived among people who have plans within plans, was first to realize where Luffy was heading to. Oda damn it, Luffy clicked his fingers as Diddy took out a giant folder for him. Sir Crocodile's bio is somewhat cut and dry. He was present at the execution of Gold. Roger, at one point wanted to be Pirate King, and became Shichibukai sometime in his mid-20s after adapting and surviving at least a part of the New World. What gets sketchy is what happens after he lost to Whitebeard, since he just disappeared afterward. Then, a few years later, for some reason right around when Alabasta was at its lowest, he emerges and rescues the kingdom with his new and wouldn't you know it, now no longer lost devil fruit power. Well, that and a hook for a hand. Afterward, he gets knighted and decides to stick around and be a hero to the people, helping out in rebuilding and monitoring the waters as his warlord duties required. His only blemish? Never being able to get rid of a little mercenary organization heavily centered in those water called Baroque works. Then Luffy gave Vivi the most sickly sweet smile anyone has seen. But considering that he is the head of the organization, that would be counterproductive of him, wouldn't it, princess? The sheer shock that appeared on everyone's face and felt by the 2 animals still watching was palpable. How do I spend years infiltrating the organization, and I just found out about it? They've screamed in panic. Luffy leaned back into his chair, fingers intertwined in front of him. Any of you know how warlords are selected? Collective head were shaking. Vivi was still too distraught to respond, as was Mr. Nine. No? Well, either do I, just the broad strokes, as it were. I understand reputation and power is a requirement, but bottom line, it's a business transaction between the world government and soon-to-be privateers. Now you may be thinking, is it worth selling out your soul to become the Marines' dogs? It is, if the negotiations go well. That got their attention again. See, besides getting what would be the equivalent of diplomatic immunity as well as a frozen bounty, the warlords can also ask for a minutiae of other little things. Dracula Mihawk and Geki Mariah were admitted around the same time since both wanted something from the other. Bartolomeo Kumas is classified, and Jinbe got jurisdiction over all fishmen crimes in the Grand Line. Don Quixote da Flamingo got control of an island in the New World, but my info is shaky at best regarding that topic, even with my source. Boa Han got protection for her island of Amazon Lily because, well, an island full of attractive, Amazonian beauties that can easily be stolen into the slave trade? You do the math. And finally, we have Crocodile, who the world government gave. Luffy pushed the file forward. A new identity. The mic has been dropped. Crocodile, or Imhotep Ramel, is the very last surviving descendant of the family that used to regulate the dance powder before your family took over. He was there when the event transpired because he was the one that instigated it. Vivi was in near tears. What? That was Crocodile's first attempt at ruining your family and claiming what he always wanted, what he thought was rightfully his, the throne. No, but he was young and impatient back then. He didn't think things through, and barely got away, but with the prize. Now the rest were catching on. Everything I mentioned about his life since has been exactly the same, easier to hide a lie within a truth. All the Cypher Pole agents had to do was find old mentions of his name and face, publish new material, bribe and kill a few people, and presto chango, you get Crocodile. It helped since he left for a decade, bulked up like crazy, and got rid of his hand willingly, I hope, before returning as a hero and waiting. Waiting? You see, you can't just kill off a dynasty like the Nefertaris and expect people just to accept you as the new king. Oh no, tradition is too strong in the lands there. No, Crocodile had learned patience, he was methodical. He knew there was only so many ways to legitimize his claim to the throne, but he would still need a way to instigate the removal of the current king, Cobra. He managed to remove his wife the first time around, but that isn't enough. He needed an accident, some event that wouldn't scream planned assassination. Murdering, poisoning, and demolition were out, so what he needed was a patsy, or rather, a collection of patsies. Luffy slowly turned to Vivi. And a princess willing to do anything to continue the people's legacies, even if it meant marrying someone older than her but beloved by the people, especially if he happened to stop a revolution and mercenary group responsible for killing her father. That is just... Kuina covered her mouth to stop herself from gagging. Machiavellian, I believe, is the term. Maybe even ancient. But really, Vivi, did you really think Crocodile didn't spot you a mile away when you infiltrated his organization? I mean, his cult? That got everyone confused. Cult? Well, it's more of a Ponzi or pyramid scheme when you break it down. I mean, only the officer agents and their partners are well known in mercenary and assassin circles, but not the bounty hunting circles. They get most of the benefits and actual assignments, while frontier agents like yourself are sent on recruitment drives, spouting the benefits of Baroque works and then trying to get those people to spread that belief onto others, perpetuating the cycle. Hence the millions and the billions, who get next to nil in the process and actually manage to fall into debt themselves, cementing their placement in the organization. Is that not how a pyramid scheme works, except for the CEO, in this case, being the elusive and all-powerful Mr. Zero, or Sir Crocodile as the case may be? Vivi was looking at the paperwork spread out over the table in front of her, being unable to accept this. Her body started to shake with not only rage but fear as well. She caught Luffy's gaze over her and hated that for a moment, no matter how brief. There was pity in his eyes. How did you figure this all out? She said with grit teeth, forcing herself to stop shaking by will alone. She was still a princess, and she was determined to act like it till the end. Luffy wished he didn't have to drop all of this information on her at once, but in all honesty, they didn't have time to do things gently. He made sure to kill his pitying look as fast as it formed. She just learned that man is willing to do whatever it takes to wipe her bloodline off the face of the seas and may even have the help and support of her own people to do it. As a princess, she has to be strong, but as a girl, Luffy knew she was terrified. I have resources and friends on both ends of the information network. The Marines are aware of Crocodile's backstory and cover-up, but the revolutionaries are aware of his connection to Baroque works as its boss. In summation, what he is doing is one giant long con for power with him as the victor, and everyone else as pawns or dead, including everyone else in the organization. It's sad to say, but whatever you think his endgame is, it's still more likely to be a red herring, all to get his hands on the throne. And you. Silence. There were no words spoken, no sounds made, no jaws still rooted in the mouth. Everyone was slackjaw and stupefied by such a decade-long orchestrated event. Even Mr. 9. Even Laboon's eyes were more bulged than before, till finally, holy shit. Roger was never involved in crap this complicated. Luffy next almost broke the sound barrier with how fast he turned to face Crocus. Crocus, realizing he slipped up, only stared at Luffy's visage like a deer stuck in the path of headlights. I can explain? Beat. The moment Roger's mere name was mentioned, Luffy's attention was fully Crocus. So many thoughts and ideas sprinted through his head, one after another, so fast and plentiful he couldn't keep track of them all. After what felt like a handful of minutes to him, he looked around and found only a couple of seconds had passed. Luffy sighed in resignation. We will be having a talk about this later. Crocus nodded. Fair enough. Luffy turned back to his two captured members, one with a look of re-evaluating everything that he has ever known, another in resigned defeat. To be completely honest, Vivi, your cover was good, Luffy spoke, deciding to give the girl the proverbial bone. He's not heartless, and this was just not her day. Had there been anyone who had some common sense or seen pictures of you younger, someone in Broca's works would have made the connection. Thankfully, with how you changed your demeanor, and weird as it sounds your face contours, no one would connect the two you based on the accounts. I mean, a sweet, sheltered princess without a vile bone in her body being the scantily dressed seductress partner of Mr. Nine? Vivi sighed in resignation before plastering a semblance of a smile. The one good thing about being royalty, access to the best teachers. One being an acting coach to train you to control your emotions when meeting people you despise. More useful than you think, Nami chided. Considering the number of confidence scams she must have pulled, she might as well teach acting herself. In fact, Luffy bet that Nami could scam every one of Vivi's tutors. In any case, if I release you guys, can you promise not to make a scene and try to escape? Luffy smiled as he started doing just that. After all, even if they did try, they'd just get tied back up again. Vivi chuckled in resignation. Where would I go? My people think I am sheltered outside the kingdom. I spend 2 years doing something that an outsider realized in a few days or even weeks. It makes my sacrifice feel meaningless. Luffy rubbed the back of his head. Well, Alabasta would miss you for one. You do have a kingdom to save, and I want to get rid of Crocodile, if not for personal reasons that at least moral ones. Luffy answered her first comment as he undid Mr. Nine's wrists. And Devil's Advocate? I had access to not one, but 2 large networks of information and a devil fruit user specifically gifted to filter through hordes of paperwork and information. Your method, while long and possibly damaging to the psyche and soul, is the more efficient and fastest way to get the same information for normal people. Yeah. I've seen things I would have preferred never to see. I can vouch for her on that, interrupted Mr. Nine. I did my best to pick up the more savory assignments. But unfortunately, Luffy raised his hand, say no more. It doesn't really matter now. What matters now is getting rid of Crocodile and undoing his organization. Thankfully, the narcissistic bastard made himself into the organization's linchpin. The moment he falls, the rest of the House of Cards falls as well. We may not have much time though. Based on accounts from Alabasta, the powder keg is near ready to blow into the final stages. Oda knows what will happen if he gets his hands on the throne. Your presence is needed or otherwise. Vivi laughed louder now as Luffy started undoing her wrists now. ORA. I spent years trying to find Mr. Zero identity to make sure he wouldn't get his hands on my people when I should have been more worried about him marrying me to just get to the throne legally. Could be worse. He could have been after the Poneglyph. Vivi's eyes bulged as she quickly slapped her hands over her mouth, her bad habit finally making a comeback as she no longer had a persona to maintain, and it returned with a vengeance. What? The sheer presence Luffy put into that statement made people relive flashbacks of when he unleashed his hockey moments earlier. Well, I mean, speak. Now. Vivi's back and everyone else's went ramrod straight. Her mind went blank with the command. There wasn't even a point where her brain thought about resisting. The information flowed out of her mouth like an unimpeded river. There's a poneglyph hidden underneath the tomb of the kings under the royal castle within Alabasta, Alabasta. While its message has been lost, and no one has the ability to translate it, family accounts recorded in the journals of past rulers refer to something called Pluton. Luffy's haki receded and he just stood there, staring at her, eyes devoid of emotion. Pluton? Deadpanned Luffy. Vivi nodded rapidly, sweat glistening on her panicked face. As in one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton? Vivi nodded a little more slowly as all of Luffy's crewmates' eyes began to expand slowly. As in the thing responsible for the rise of the world government 800 years ago, Pluton? Vivi barely nodded at that. As in the thing that is most likely directly responsible for the Void Century, Pluton? Vivi just stared silently at this point. As in the Pluton responsible. Odo's silence. Pinky quickly shouted right as Luffy's voice started to become louder and enraged. Everyone bared witness to Luffy shouting to the heavens, arms waving and pointing at things in the distance, or into the air, feet stomping, and pantomiming other forms of rage, while completely silent. It was a truly terrifying sight, but without noise, it kinda just looked silly. Everyone looked to the snail as Pinky shrugged. Not the first time he had gotten into one of his moods, and we don't want to hear him swear again. I'll say, muttered Crocus. Noting everyone's curiosity, he too shrugged. Lip reading. Very handy skill when facing an enemy who can take advantage of sound. Personal experience? Jin inquired. More like a case of temporary deafness due to fighting an idiot who was way too lax about using guns too close to other people's ears. Archer had it coming though. Still, the things he is saying would have made Roger blush. He should be done right about now. Poseidon's left rotting nut by Calypso's rusted diseased fishing knife. Luffy finished shouting to the heavens, "Oops." Undershot it a little, laughed Pinky as everyone cleaned their ears. Luffy started breathing in and out, rhythmically and calmly. Calm down, go to your happy place, this is not a big deal." Everyone's sweat dropped hearing to Luffy mutter to himself. Yes, Crocodile has a way to get to the Poneglyph, but he needs a moment of chaos to be able to sneak in and bypass the guards in the castle. Could be a side goal, or a non-issue if he isn't aware of it. The primary objective is to get his hands on Vivi or the throne, whichever is easier and or comes first. That is why he created Baroque works and orchestrated the Civil War. Even odds that he has people in all camps just waiting to incite more chaos if even a modicum of peace manages to sneak in. Vivi's entrance into Alabasta has to be monitored in secret. Even a whisper of her presence will trigger the finale. Still, there is no feasible benefit from getting access to a Poneglyph. The world government can't destroy them and information from them has no value since no one can read it. Well, not anymore, ever since the Tree of Knowledge has been destroyed. Luffy froze once more, his breath caught in his throat. Oh no. Pinky, get ready for another cone of silence, replied Sanji. Usopp looked to Sanji in confusion and surprise. Sanji looked offended. What? I read. It's a common phrase in spy thrillers. Usopp's brows lowered. Oh. I was thinking of science fiction. That too. Luffy turned slowly, smiling dementedly, toward Vivi. Vivi, sweetheart? His words sounded sweet, but Vivi could swear they were dripping with poison. Yes? Vivi spoke in barely a whisper at the demonic visage of Luffy. You wouldn't happen to know the identity of Mr. Zero's partner, wouldn't you? I know that she is dubbed Miss All Sunday, but I've never seen her. No one has. Luffy turned to Mr. Nine. Explain. She is Crocodile's special agent. She always works solo and, according to rumors, goes in places where secrecy and subtlety are paramount. All the officer agents have their specialties in killing, and whatnot, Mr. Two especially, but Miss All Sunday is in a league of her own. And since she reports directly to Mr. Zero, the only other agents who could know what she looks like are the Unluckies. Unluckies? Zoro asked. The Unluckies serve as messengers for Mr. Zero and are also responsible for executing any Baroque Works agents that fail their missions or go soft. It is a play on their names, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday. Continued Mr. 9. Luffy's observation sensed a reaction in the animals on the edge of his senses. They wouldn't happen to be an otter and a vulture, would they? Mr. 9 paused at that. Well, there are accounts claiming that they are Zoan, but I never really paid much attention to them. All that I am sure of is that they are efficient but rather niche in skill sets, meaning that they can only take certain assignments. Luffy repeatedly nodded before slowly cranking his neck and looking to where the animals are. He continued to stare in the direction, while everyone looked at him in confusion. Finally, after what felt like minutes, either you two observers come down here, or I will make you. Fair warning, I am not in a gentle mood. The words were calm and inviting, but the intent behind them was horrifying. So terrifying that before anyone got a chance to ask, an otter and a vulture appeared in front of Luffy, sweating up a storm. Is he wearing a onesie? Nami asked curiously, a hint of something akin to childish glee slipping through. Girls like cute things. Enough said. Not now, Nami, you can play dress up later. Now, seeing as you two heard my spiel about Crocodile and what he will do once he gets what he wants, how about a truce? Both animals, despite still panicking, lifted a brow. Luffy waved to his animal compatriots. I am very partial to animal cohorts. I have a snail that can translate animal speech, and you two have very good references and the need to survive the oncoming shitstorm. So here is the deal. We promise to take care of Crocodile and let you two have your pound of flesh, real flesh, not sand, and in return, you work with us to take him down. Whatever happens afterward is up to you, but I promise you that we won't go after you if you decide to go your separate ways. The vulture and otter looked at each, a message passing between the two before nodding to each other. The otter, Mr. 13, quickly took out a sketch pad before he started sketching furiously. He quickly finished before turning it around and revealing, "Wow, you're pretty good." Nami chirped as she clapped her hands eagerly. The otter couldn't help but smile at that before catching Usopp's eyes. What felt like electricity sparked between the two. A rivalry has been born, one based on drawing of all things. Luffy was too busy staring at the picture as his eyes twitched to note that. Ah, Captain? Kuina asked with worry. Are you Oka? That, Luffy spoke slowly, is Nico Robin. Older than her last poster, but still her. The only survivor of the destruction caused by the Marines at the Tree of Knowledge. Nico Robin, who passed her archaeology exam at the age of 8, everyone's surprise. Nico Robin, the only person who I know for a fact can read poneglyphs, and she is currently working for someone who has the highest chance of getting to a poneglyph. Luffy was the face of calm before he slowly breathed in, letting everyone think he was trying to calm down. Oh, Oda! Pinky, quickly! Silence him before Brain was too late, as Luffy opened his mouth. To the readers, we are afraid that the amount of profanity Luffy is currently screaming is too much for the more innocent viewers and the website's stringent censors. Please go to YouTube and search for Conway Twitty and enjoy his calming songs. Done? Back to the story. Luffy, looking like a deranged version of his namesake, was practically steaming from the rage he was giving off. In fact, Usopp would swear up and down that he actually was, even though no one would believe him. Everyone present just looked at him, jaws on the ground, shocked at the level of profanity he released. Except for Diddy, he made a show of looking around before tapping his ears. Ah, so glad I figured out how to store away hearing. You missed quite the show, smiled Zoro, the only one not surprised by the sheer range of swears and curses his captain spewed. I haven't heard vitriol that profane ever since Kuina got drunk and stubbed her toe. Kuina had the decency to blush before smacking Zoro in the back of the head. Quite you. It was my first time drinking, Zoro laughed. Doesn't change the look of shock on your father's face before he tried to kill me for thinking I of all people taught you those words. Who knew the books you read were so raunchy? Stop it! Shouted a panicked and tomato-red swordswoman. Jin, Sanji, and Usopp looked at each other before sighing and shaking their heads side to side. Lucky bastard, muttered Sanji. Crocus, after checking and waking up the passed-out Vivi and Mr. Nine, being a doctor, and all turned to King and Diddy. Is he usually like this? Both shook their heads in the negative. The snails have been with him longer than us, but we can count on one hand with fingers left other the number of times we saw him angry. Just be glad this was minor in comparison to past ones, King replied as a matter of fact. Crocus looked in confusion. This is minor? Usually when he gets mad, someone dies, and so far, it's never in the single digits, Diddy added as an afterthought. Everyone paused at that little revelation. Seeing as he was cool as a cucumber when he slaughtered Krieg's crew, Nami had to ask. Was Arlong? That was more of an assignment that he had in the works and more like anger on your behalf rather than his own, answered Brain before noting his captain. Okay, he has finally calmed down, to manageable levels. Luffy finished taking his last breath before pacing a bit in though. He quickly turned back, far enough from everyone to gaze at everyone collectively. Okay, this situation has just risen from DEFCON 4 all the way to DEFCON 2. If Crocodile is aware of the poneglyph, it's DEFCON 1. Everyone gulped. Afterward, Zoro made a confused look and thought, why would DEFCON 4 be a lower rank than DEFCON 2 or 1? Well, that just doesn't make any sense. Right, we need to suit up and gear up. We need to get to Alabasta on the double, the sooner, the better. Usopp? Yes, Captain? Asked the marksman in a traditional salute. Luffy pointed at Laboon. Finish up painting Laboon. I want to be out into the water on the double, am I clear? Usopp shifted into hybrid form with brushes in his claws. I can be done in a few hours, long before sundown. Luffy nodded, and Usopp flew up to get to work with an urgency of a soldier. Next, Nami, Diddy, Brain. The trio stood a little straighter. I need you three to plot out the path to the nearest island we can get and figure out which one it is. Crocus had to interrupt. How do you plan to do that without a... He never finished his question as Diddy took out a chest, opening it to reveal a hoard of aged but labeled instruments that Nami inspected curiously. What are these? Those Nami are called log poses. Normal compasses do not work in the Grand Line due to the special magnetic waves created from each island. The log pose functions by recording the magnetic wave of an island in the Grand Line and points to the next island for the user to travel to. How long it takes to lock onto the magnetic waves varies from island to island. Once on an island for the required amount of time, the recording of the magnetic wave resets to accommodate the new island. So you have a hoard because the stuff can't be repurposed, so they usually gather around in bases gathering dust. In the Marine's eyes, the fewer pirates have access to these, the harder it is to navigate these waters, replied Luffy. The only reason I gathered all of these is that I wasn't sure if they would even work when I got into the Grand Line. They won't, replied Crocus commandingly as he leaned down and started looking through the chest. At least, not now. They need the magnetic waves generated by the Grand Line to function. All the years outside of them have made them deficient. Give them enough time to charge and then they may be useful. Ah, here they are. Crocus smirked as he took out a bunch of them. Before Nami got a chance to ask, Crocus reached into his pocket. Here, A charged log posed to the next island in one of the pads. I'll take these in exchange to charge them up for future use, Mr. Nine chimed in. Isn't that log pose pointing at Whiskey Peak? Nami looked up from Crocus's log pose. How can you be sure? Mr. Nine reached out for his log pose, putting it next to hers, showing that they were pointing in the same direction. Whiskey Peak is a town on Cactus Island housed entirely by bounty hunters working for Baroque Works. It's a honeypot for any pirate crew that stops there. The citizens fool pirates into thinking that they are kind and hospitable and proceed to throw a party for them, only to turn them in and steal everything from their ship when the pirates pass out. Hell, the spike on the giant cactus mountains are crosses of all the people they have killed who didn't have bounties. I can vouch for that, Miss Friday said as she raised her wing. I've eaten few of the corpses in passing. Sanji raised his hand. Question? I only ate them because I am a carrion eater. Given a choice, I prefer aged meat over decaying. Mr. 13 prefers clams or just plain seafood. Withdrawn. Please give a list of preferred cuts to Yasaku and Johnny. They may already have some stuff in their food prep room. The two assassins stared at the two smiling swordmen. We've been looking for some taste testers. Fair warning, as a vulture, I can't taste capsaicin. Means I can't taste spiciness. Things like jalapenos and habaneros mean nothing to me. The two looked at the otter. I like clams. Anything against herring or boneless fish? The otter remained serious and motionless. I wouldn't say no to something like surströmming, not while at sea, deadpanned the duo. Wait, you two have some? Asked a shocked Sanji. Can the food talks? If you want to keep chatting, team up with Diddy and check the stores and ship for damages. Mr. 9, Vivi, join them. They will be showing you two along with the unluckies where the quarters are. Quick note, animals have separate rooms. Everyone nodded as they left on their assignment. Sans Zoro and Kuina, who looked at Luffy, said Captain smiled from ear to ear. I believe that someone was promised to, what was it, break the bed for all I care? The predatory grin Zoro got on his face spoke volumes, as he slowly turned to a paling Kuina. Wait. She spoke up. Don't you have work for us to do too? Luffy nodded with a serious expression. While yes, there are other things you two could be doing right now, I feel you've been slacking on your training, Kuina, so this is your punishment. It wouldn't bode well if Zoro starts to get too far ahead of you. I mean, he's already fought and survived Dracula Mihawk. What? I never slack on training. How dare why? What was that? Luffy asked, pointing his ear towards her and cupping it with his hand. Is all this complaining because I'm right and you actually can't keep up with Zoro in physical activities anymore? Kuina glares at Luffy but then quickly turns her attention to Zoro. I'm going to destroy you, she said in such a way that sent chills down Luffy's spine. Zoro did nothing but smirk at the challenge, which seemed to make her eyes burn with determination. She walked away, with not a little sway to her hips. Luffy assumed to her room. Zoro chuckles in response to her departure. You sure are a troublesome captain. Oh please, like you don't want to rush to your beloved right away. Zoro fully laughed at this. Luffy handed Zoro Pinky. Keep him outside the room on the door or nearby and he will silence the area of all noise, smiled the captain as Zoro started walking away. Use protection. Crocus laughed as he watched the pair leave the deck before turning serious and looking down at Luffy. So, you think I was going to let that comment slide? I mean, for shit's sake, I consider Roger's son my brother in all but blood. And even then I know for sure my relationship with Ace is stronger than most brothers by blood anyways. Fire Fist Ace is Rouge's son? Crocus asked in a panic. He knew Roger had a lover before he turned himself in, but still, that actually caused Luffy's demeanor to break. You didn't know? I thought he was a member from one of her relatives. Kid, if what you say is true, she must have carried him for 20 months, answered a despondent Luffy. She held her pregnancy for 20 months through sheer willpower to deceive the world of Ace's connection to the Pirate King. When the child was finally born, Rouge held him in her arms and named him Gold, Ace. She died soon after. As a result of this sacrifice to save his life from the world government, Ace claimed that he owed her a debt and took Portgas as his surname. My Gramps took him away and hid him with a close associate before I met him years later. Crocus flustered and fell back into a chair. He lives. By Oda, he lives. Tears of joy gathered in his eyes which he had to wipe away as he raised his glasses. You are taking it better than most, Luffy replied, confusion clearly evident in his voice. Roger was dying. Crocus replied stoically. He, or rather we honestly thought that his legacy ended with him. Luffy's eyes bulged at the revelation. What? Crocus turned serious once more as he looked up, arms crossed as he rested his head in reminiscence. Did you really think that burning the candle at both ends wasn't going to come without a price? Roger achieved everything he ever wanted, survived the worst of the worst that the Grand Line threw at him, and gathered the greatest treasure imaginable. But that kind of luck is bound to run out. Or rather, the fact that it was running out is what caused him to strive for such greatness. Luffy looked down, practically feeling the pain emanating from Crocus. What did he have? Luffy couldn't imagine it something that could bring down the king, nothing that you would expect. All I can say is that his power came at a price, Crocus replied cryptically. It was no secret among the crew that he planned for his capture. Hell, he had time to set up a meeting with Whitebeard to talk and share one last drink as well distribute the islands under his protection he didn't give to Shanks. Unfortunately, the plan hit a little issue when it accelerated beyond our control. Luffy nodded in understanding. The Marines jumped the gun too fast. And you didn't manage to set up communication methods? Crocus nodded. Only the higher-ups set up some sort of system. The lower members decided to retire, as it were. Unfortunately, by the time we were told about Rouge's relation to Roger, it was too late for anyone strong enough to make way to Batarilla in the South Blue. The only way GARP must have known about her is if Roger told him directly. Luffy sighed, recalling the story GARP had told him. He did, while in prison after he was captured. The air quotes with the fingers where necessary. GARP told him about his and Roger's relationship. They weren't best buddies by any means, but when you fight someone for that long, sometimes trading blows is as good as any drink. They had a huge amount of respect towards each other, and the more they tried to kill each other, the greater that respect grew. GARP knew Roger wasn't a bad man, but someone who valued freedom above all else. His son didn't deserve to die for that, and so he took Ace in and raised him as if he were his own. TCH. Captured my ass. I was his doctor when he was knocking at death's door, and even in his weakened state, he wouldn't go down without a fight. He turned himself in. Propaganda just made it seem like he got captured. There is a reason they never mentioned how or where the proud Marines found him. Luffy nodded. It seems like history being written by the victors was common in this and his last life. Still, not to waste a chance. So I know you got Laboon in your lighthouse here, but I got to ask. Luffy started before Crocus raised his hand. No can do, kid. I like you, really I do, but there are two big issues. It's me joining your little shindig. Crocus even raised two fingers to emphasize the point. First, I am old. I was old when I joined Roger the first time around, and I am old now. 71 is not a good age to go back into those water. Luffy agreed with the reasoning. And the second? This. Crocus raised his sleeve above his shoulder, revealing an odd scar, one that looked like a mixture of a lock and Roger's pirate flag. What's that? This is the mark of a blood oath. Luffy nearly shat himself at that reveal. But how? To think someone would make one. Not just someone, everyone who knows where Raftel is made that promise. Or rather, everyone who knows how to get to Raftel has this mark. Luffy was just about to ask about the lower-level members of Roger's crew when reanalyzed that last statement. How to get to Raftel? Luffy knew the log pose was involved, so what else? And a light bulb went off. Roger could read the poneglyphs too. Read and write, corrected Crocus. He told us how he did it, but I can't tell you that either. But more specifically, the top-level pirates and one pirate apprentice who somehow snuck in during one of our discussions all made blood oaths at the Temple of the Dutchman that was ironically on Raftel. What did you promise? Luffy asked with worry. The breaking on a blood oath led to only one outcome, and there was no warning whatsoever. First, none of us would mention what was written on the road poneglyphs or where they are. The latter point is rather mute since they can be moved, and who knows what happened since we last saw them. We can make hints about how to find them, talk about places we visited, and of other poneglyphs we found along the way, but not the road for. Second, we can't discuss anything about Raftel or the One Piece. But to be fair, even I am not aware of the later one. And finally, none of us can join and sail under another crew. We can hitch a ride, but we can't join the fight if you get my drift. We can, however, train and help out anyone who we feel has potential, like an investment as it were, such as Shanks giving you that hat. Luffy put his hand to the hat in joyful reverence, remembering his talks with Shanks and who the hat belonged to. Shishishi. You understand that I had to ask, right? I mean, my crew really needs a doctor and well. Crocus merely chuckled. Say no more, I understand. That did get him thinking. Seeing as they were heading to Alabasta, that chest have a log post to Drum Island by any chance? Luffy tilted his head thinking about it. I think so. Wait, isn't that the island that has the issue 100? Yep. But I am not actually thinking of them. That island happens to be the one usually that appears in most paths right before Alabasta, and I think you should visit it when you get the chance. You see, an old associate of mine lives on that island, goes by the name of Kureha Evig. We share letters from time to time, and she has made references to a student for the last 6 years. Never described him, but she calls him a prodigy, in her own special way, of course. Beat. You slept with her, didn't you, you lucky cougar? Smiled Luffy. Crocus outright laughed. I am afraid she was the cougar in that scenario, Crocus replied to Luffy's shock. The woman was my teacher. Shouted Luffy. How old would she have to be? And almost twice my age, just scratching 140. The double? I know, right? Smiled Crocus, before a perverted grin appeared on her face. Still, that body, and those bodacious curves, and wouldn't believe what she can do to a human body with. Luffy's sweat dropped before clapping his hands loudly. All right. Enough of that, focus, old man. Huh? What? Luffy sighed, rubbing his brow. Okay. Are you allowed to tell me about the location of the other high-ranking members? Crocus rubbed his chin and thought, well, I know that most of them passed on for one reason or another. I lost track of Seagull completely, but knowing him, he is with his birds. Scalper was always a crafty bastard, so knowing him, he would try hiding in plain sight somewhere. If I were a betting man, it would be somewhere where people could always drink and be merry. There are 3 people who I am for certain are still around. 2 of them, however, are in the New World, so that doesn't help you, but Rayleigh, he is definitely on Sabati Archipelago. Went into something to do with coats, or the like. Luffy tilted his head. Why there of all place? Aren't the Marines ridiculously close? Isn't he afraid of capture? I get that he's a badass, but he can't take on the entire world alone, can he? Crocus shook his head side to side. You don't get it, the dragons visit that island a lot. Luffy's nails dug into his hands. If a fight broke out, no scrubs, no matter how many, could take someone as powerful as Rayleigh. They would need to send out the big guns, and such a battle would most likely have casualties, celestial dragon casualties. Not to mention the dragons aren't the type to listen to reason and just leave. He's using the Marines' need to protect the dragons against them, essentially taking the whole island hostage by just being there. A big middle finger to the world. Genius. Sabati is the final island in paradise, right at the entrance to the New World. Ray sticks around to see who got what it takes to make it. Most of the weaker bunch has already been weaned out, so he gets the best of the best, as it were, to check. Luffy could agree with that. By what I've gathered with the current batch in the waters, that number may add to be in the double digits. I only have my eyes on 6, but I am not sure about any crews from the Grand Line itself. Crocus raised a brow. Anyone in the news as of late? Eustace Kid Killer, Basil Hawkins, Trafalgar Law, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Beach. Not ex-Drake? Honestly? It wouldn't be the first time an agency disowned someone just to get a spy within the enemy's camp, Luffy replied. Besides, he a dragon, ancient Zoan. A fruit like that doesn't just sprout up, especially in the North Blue of all places. Crocus considered that. As odd as that sounds, the Cipher Pole does something similar for long-time assignments. But still, he was a rear admiral. That is not a rank you toss away to the wolves and hope he brings something back. May I remind you of a particular Yonko's fascination with Zoans? Luffy said as he raised a brow. Crocus' eyes bulged. You mean, the Marines have caught wind of Kaido prepping for something. He's been more active, less suicidal. Revolutionaries have noted that Joker has been funneling a lot of the slave trade profits into something big. What about the Emperors? I know Joker is just a big shot broker, but still. Crocus asked with some worry. Luffy shook his head side to side. No, the Emperors are too busy with filling their coffers or attending the harlots' tea parties. All the revolutionaries have been managed to find is that Joker has been buying up a lot of medical drugs and supplies, enough to interfere with Stussie's and Giberson's businesses. Shit, the Queen of the Pleasure District and the Concealer. Is Joker planning? My best guess? Chemical warfare of the worst kind. Worst case scenario? NAC-10. Luffy knew what the horrors what can be brought upon by chemical warfare. He has seen what Agent Orange did to people, and thankfully, this world hasn't gotten to that level. Yet, the hell? Crocus replied in confusion. Neither fits Kaido's MO. He is for brute force, not subtlety. He is also getting rather desperate for a fighting force, and NHC-10 is a rather effective measure of control, Luffy answered in kind. Still, I only know about NHC-10 because Kureha told me, and she is one of the few select who knows the recipe and process to make it. That particular list is a downright short pool of people who would be playing around with that. Caesar Clown. He fits. Crocus paused. Never heard of him. Former colleague of Vegapunk, arrested for developing a powerful mass murder gas weapon despite its nature being illegal and releasing it on Punk Hazard. Unfortunately, he was only arrested but never sent anywhere afterward. Rumor has it he escaped back to the island and used his devil fruit to purify the gas that was left over. He has the educational background, and being the doctor's assistant means that one way or another, he has at least seen the formula for the drug. Damn it, an amoral chemist working on the most powerful narcotic in the seas and being involved with Kaido and Joker? It's only hearsay and coincidence for now, not a correlation. Yes, circumstantial evidence suggests the worst, but it's all inconclusive for now. Inconclusive, my old wrinkly ass, grumbled Crocus angrily. Kid, I met Kaido. Of all the big shots in these waters, he is the one most likely to set up the end times because he wants to. Shanks and Newgate don't care for power grabs. Big Mom is in her personal playground, but Kaido, he would do it, if for nothing else but a power grab. Luffy sighed in resignation before taking out a piece of paper and writing numbers on it and giving it to Crocus. Here, what's this? The top number is Shanks, followed by Dragon, Newgate, my Mushy, and finally Ace. Just tell them that I gave you the number if you ever want to connect with them again. Crocus smiled fondly at that. Thank you. This is the least I can do for an old man who wants to reconnect with past friends. Luffy smiled fondly. Besides, we've been talking for a long time now, and it's best if the crew leaves as soon as possible. Crocus looked at where Luffy was pointing, noting that Laboon now sported a giant picture of the Straw Hat Pirate's skull on his head. And based on his smile, he was enjoying it. I guess it is. Crocus smiled as he shook Luffy's hand and held tight. You know, kid, I've been around for a long time and have seen things on this sea of ours that you will never believe. I've traveled and conquered, loved and lost, lead and served, and while a lot of it was painful, I wouldn't trade a single moment. Luffy gave him a big smile. Old man, don't be getting sentimental on me now. Crocus looked into Luffy's eyes, and for a moment, just a moment, another person was standing there, one wearing that same exact hat and that same exact smile. One man, one pirate, one king. Who would have thought that I'd get the pleasure of seeing another in my lifetime? You can rest in peace, Roger. The world will once again remember the will of D, he muttered as he finally let go. Shishishi. So about the whale. Luffy laughed. You recruit him and I will harpoon you. Shanks be damned, Crocus stated flatly. Just checking. If Luffy ever expected that the first words out of anyone's mouth the moment they left Reverse Mountain's range would be icebergs dead ahead, he would have screamed bullshit. Unfortunately, the accounts Luffy read about the Grand Line's weather didn't do it justice. He knew that the Grand Line's weather is completely out of this world even by the world's weirdness bar, and he knew how it'd start with snow and icebergs, but nothing could predict the sheer scale of the madness that they were to be put through. To put it in a few words, it was like everything decided to happen all at once. The wind kicked up into a howl, a fog swept over alongside a blizzard/storm, lightning decided that it needed to join the festivities for giggles, a rogue sea king gave them a wink before submerging once more, and icebergs emerged large enough to give the Luffy flashbacks to when he was forced to watch the extended cut of Titanic. Or, put another way, Poseidon was found by his wife in a compromising position, and the most epic of mood swings was currently happening, and there was no chocolate to be found. What the hell is with this ocean? Nami shrieked furiously as she held on to Mary's railing for dear life. The wind's shifting again. Luffy braced his feet against the deck and yanked on Mary's line as hard as he could as the sail tried to yank his arms out of the shoulders. Well, what the hell did you expect, navigator? Sunshine and daisies. And for Oda's sake, someone wake up Zoro. Even my brother's narcolepsy isn't this bad. Zoro, sitting and covered in snow and rain, grunted as he blinked awake, stretching slightly as he got up from the part of the wall he'd been snoozing against. Who's shouting so loud? I was having such a nice GRK. Zoro was cut off as Kuina suddenly appeared in front of him, jerking him down to her eye level by way of his collar. Listen here, you lazy good-for-nothing, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerve herder. We're fighting against Mother Nature for our lives here, and you're sleeping? She spat, sounding downright possessed in her fury. Zoro fumbled for an answer in light of the heretofore unseen levels of rage his partner was displaying. I was tired? Kuina's rage intensified. Don't you dare blame this on bedroom acrobatics. Nami approached smiling. Kuina, if I may? Kuina released Zoro and backed away. Thank you, Nami replied sweetly before getting into the same position Kuina was just in moments ago, but with even more fury. I don't give a shit how tired you are. you alcohol-swilling moss-head-covered degenerate. When this is over, I will happily introduce Kuina to my personal inventory, and that is after I am done punishing you. Now tack the sails. We need to turn around, 180 degrees. She shoved Zoro back as she darted back to her position on Mary's upper deck. Get to work. Great, when I was a bounty hunter, I got rum, and now as a pirate, I get rum, sodomy, and the lash. Zoro drunkenly commented. What did I just say? I'm coming. I came! Shouted Zoro as he ran up to his position. Luffy just stared bug-eyed as he turned to the otter at his side tying the rope. Did he just? Yes, he did, replied the otter without hesitation. But I don't think he noticed. Luffy wiped the rain off his face. Say, where's your partner? Helping out your sniper figure out where the iceberg is from her wings don't make her useful in this situation. Luffy considered this for a second. I have a devil fruit that might help you guys out if she wants it. The otter looked up, never considered it. And I do swim. What's it called? Koga no Mi, tool, but in a broad sense. Includes equipment, instrument, machine, utensil, device, gadget, and apparatus. Mr. 13 scrunched his face. Doesn't seem that useful. What do you call a tool to fly? A plane, but I don't see how. A tool to burn something? A flamethrower. But what does that have to do with? A tool for off-road travel? A tank. But what does Luffy could almost see the light bulb appear. Oh. The otter replied in awe as his smirk widened. Never thought of it like that. Trust me. It would not be the first time wordplay has let me weaponize a useless-sounding fruit. Now the otter was just curious despite the fact they were on the dagger's edge of life and had to ask, like what? Ni no mi, odor. How the hell did you know that most of the human taste is caused by smell? And did you know that even the most odorless of poisons and toxins snuck into foods manage to trigger certain reptilian parts of survival and most hardened of humans? Mr. 13 nodded, aware of that issue, but what about? It also allows one to either completely remove their scent or weaponize it into knockout gas, poison, or even one that can be lit on fire. Smiled Luffy as he started pulling another rope from Mr. 13 to tie up. That's deranged. Who would think of something like that? Oh right, sorry, that's working with what you got. That's what makes the devil fruits amazing. As long as you completely understand the meaning behind each fruit, none can be considered particularly weak. There are only weak users, but the fruit themselves are all incredibly strong in their own ways. Don't deny that fact since you use seashells as weapons, deadpanned Luffy. Touché. Hang on to something, shouted Usopp. Tidal wave. Acting on instinct, Luffy caught Mr. 13 with one hand while grabbing Mary's rigging, and not a moment too soon. For a brief moment, the ocean became the sky, feet came off the deck, and everything just seemed to float. Then, as fast as things went crazy, everything roared back to normal. Everyone crashed onto the deck as they tried to process what the hell had just happened. Did Mary just pull off a loop-de-loop? Usopp sputtered weakly, trying to get his bearings alongside Miss Friday. Checking each other, they quickly switched their goggles back. How that happened is beyond them. Actually, I think that was a barrel roll, Mr. 9 moaned. What in the literal blue hell is going on? Vivi shrieked at the top of her lungs. We almost died. It was never this bad when we traveled. Nami spit out the water that she gulped down from the wave. Well, don't look at me. I was the best damn navigator in the East Blue before I entered these. I can't even call this a sea. I just saw a lightning strike split an iceberg in half. Well, it ain't us, shouted Zoro and Kuina. Seconded, Yasaku and Johnny shouted in unison. I was on a traveling restaurant for years and Pops never actually talked about his adventures, Sanji said, having just run up from locking down the food stores, rooms, and windows. I survived, Don. I think I am a statistical anomaly, Jin replied groggily. Me and Miss Friday fly above the skies, Mr. 13 said as he twisted and drained his onesie. Everyone slowly turned and looked at Luffy and his snails, whistling innocently. Diddy and King, apparently used to this chaos, had the decency to sign in resignation. To be fair, I traveled with him so long I thought this was the norm, Diddy said in resignation. I figured it out the moment I broke off years ago. I honestly forgot the chaos that Luffy draws to himself. King started as he rubbed his chin, not noticing Nami's steam and rage as she slowly approached Luffy, ready to choke him. On the other hand, his luck is like a squirrel on crack. One moment he can be drawn and quartered about to be executed, and the next he can be bankrupting underground casinos and laughing all the way. Nami paused as she looked slowly at Luffy. The trend has happened enough times that it can be measured, Brain added. Crunk. Cheer up. If it's bad now, that means something good is going to happen soon to make up for it. Pinky cheered despite the salt water they just barely avoided. You could actually see the gears turn in Navi's head as she slowly approached a decision. Crack! Damn it! Nami flinched as thunderstruck. We will discuss this later. Someone put away the metal before we burn, commanded the navigator. Zoro, Kuina, Yusaku, Johnny, and Jin all looked at their metal weapons and gulped. Usopp took out a notebook and started jotting down. Combat idea: find a way to coat weapons and scabbards against lightning attacks in case of storm and or lightning fruit users, before quickly closing it. Nami-swan, Sanji choked as he looked overboard. The storm may not be our immediate problem. Oh, what the hell N. Oh my god! Someone turn this ship around before the damn whirlpool off the port bow swallows us all alive. What followed soon after in order would be a giant watersprout, mother horde of icebergs, a typhoon, a giant flying fish, sudden extreme heat, typhoon, flying panda man, lightning, icebergs, waves that flip the ship up and down, mists as thick as syrup, flying panda man again, and more lightning and wind. Now take all that, chop it up, put on a spin cycle, and repeatedly serve for the next few hours. That will barely begin to match the hell the crew entered. 6 hours later, there was nothing. Well, not nothing, more like nothing by the standards the crew just experienced. The sea was calm, the sun was shining, the birds were chirping, the light breeze was blowing, and it was completely ruined by the fact it looked like everyone on board the Going Merry could have passed as post-apocalyptic zombie survivalists. Luffy was first to recover. Okay, everyone who's not dead, sound off, he wheezed in voice early reminiscent of Andrew Lincoln. He got a few groans as a result, but what surprised him the most was a snore coming from Zoro. Thankfully, before Luffy could introduce his fist to the swordsman's head, he quickly realized he was sleeping standing up while holding a rope that controlled the mast. Another day, Zoro, another day, grumbled Luffy as he had his fist back. By the way, is it just me or is the ship swaying off? Jin asked in concern as he was currently behind the wheel. Sorry, Johnny said as he raised his hand. After the 4th time we flipped, I got annoyed and made the ship heavier by layering it on top of what Yusaku did. Yeah, we kept switching back and forth as the journey went on. We are going to need to dock somewhere before we figure out just how many times we accidentally layered each other's work and not accidentally sink the ship, Yusaku finished. That is rather horrifying when you think about that statement, King said in shock. Too bad you guys can't pass on your weight effects to other items. One good cannonball shot and boom! Their ship suddenly sinks from the ship weighing 1,000 times more. Yusaku and Johnny paused as they looked at each other, and then their hands. We did layer our stuff on top of each other, and we can turn it on and off at a distance. So what, I made something heavy and then you made it light, before shooting it at an enemy and deactivating it at a distance? Could work. Can you guys brainstorm weapon applications later? Kuina interpreted as she used her sword as a cane to get up. I am more concerned about the fact that at some point I thought I was going deaf. LARP. Sorry, that was me. Everyone slowly turned to face a somewhat conflicted Snail. How? No, better yet, why? I believe I can explain. Q Crew turning to Brain. You see, as Zoro and Kuina are aware, Kuina couldn't help but look down, suddenly finding heavy interest in the floor while Zoro could pass for a D with how wide his smirk was. Pinky can filter out sound, creating something akin to a null zone. What you don't know is that he can be rather selective about it. Everyone looked bug-eyed at Pinky, realizing that the lovable goofball Mushy can create zones without sound. You see, Pinky can fine-tune that power to cancel out specific sounds, or wavelengths as the case goes. So, that being the case, as our misadventures progressed, Pinky filtered out and removed certain bothersome noises, such as the loud gust of winds, the smashing of waves, the crackling of thunder, and so forth. Why, Jiff, I figured that setting up the communication between you all would have been a bad idea in the heat of the moment, so removing the bothersome loud sounds would have made it easier for everyone to talk between each other. I didn't think I could cover the whole ship, but my new rig made it so easy, smiled Pinky. Silence, sweet mother-loving Oda, Usopp awed in reverence. Can you do the same thing with your total zone of silence? Pinky frowned at that. Yes, but I don't like using it. Why? Jin asked curiously. That could be incredibly useful when sneaking up on enemies and even... I can explain, Brain interrupted. You see, filtering out specific sound waves or all sound in a confined room is one thing. But to cancel all the sound in an area? That would require Pinky to create wavelengths that are slightly out of sync with the ambient sound waves in the air, canceling each other out. Now consider the fact that he is a Mushy. While the new rig has probably made this easier, Pinky has to process and counter all the sounds in the immediate environment. This also means that he would be hearing those sounds at full volume before, during, and especially after at all times. Everyone flinched, realizing the full implications of such technique and the mental and audio pain one would feel from all that. How isn't he deaf? Brain interrupted, raising one stalk higher than the other. For one, mushy don't register sound the same way other organisms do. Pinky has also trained himself to handle the strain, but even that isn't perfect. The last time he used such a technique, his powers didn't work for some time, and even he was partially deaf to the world itself. For a mushy, that is a rather horrifying experience. Pinky slightly twitched in sadness and pain at the mention of that particular memory. Luffy told him not to do it when they were infiltrating the base, but the stakes were too high at the time, and, that being said, Nami quickly interjected before smiling and coming down to Pinky's level. Thank you for that. Pinky smiled in turn, joy returning to his stalks. That's all good and all, Mr. Nine stated as he adjusted his crown. But what exactly is the plan now? What do you mean? What we mean, Mr. Swordsman, Vivi continued, is that we are still heading towards an island full of bounty hunters. What exactly do you plan to do when you get there? Before Zoro had a chance to respond, Luffy quickly closed his mouth with a hand. Before you answer, Luffy smiled as he turned to the unluckies. I believe it's time you two made your way forward, double agents, and all that. Wouldn't want someone reporting back to Crocodile that you went rogue and all. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday nodded in understanding before the otter got onto his seat on top of the vulture. Oh, speaking of which, Diddy, would you mind getting number 157 out? Diddy shrugged before getting out a numbered chest with what appeared to be a Swiss Army knife on it. Luffy took the chest before presenting it to the otter as a gift, in case she agrees. Miss Friday looked at her partner curiously. Mr. 13 just put it away. We will talk later about it, Neckbet. If you say so, Otter, replied Miss Friday before flying away in the direction the log pose was pointing. Otter is voiced by Jason Lebrecht and Neckbet by Brina Palencia. This was done because of a certain duo that they voiced together in an anime that fits the assassin role. Before I realized that two had already voiced two animal-themed characters in the One Piece dub. Funny coincidence. Vivi looked back at Luffy. So what exactly is the plan? What's the plan? We play the game, allow the people to draw us in, thinking they got us surrounded, and then we spring the trap, classic Trojan horse. Luffy shrugged. To be honest, Luffy could just go with the more exciting route of running in, guns blazing, but sometimes he likes to switch it up. Besides, it'll most likely lead to mass violence anyways, it always does. Not that there is anything wrong with that, of course. He's always up for a scrap. Trojan what? Asked Nami in confusion. Luffy just said stuff that confused her sometimes. Really, it confused the entire crew. It's just one of the many mysteries of her strange captain. Shit. Luffy just realized he slipped in his past life knowledge. Sorry, something Gramps told me once. Basically, we sneak in and blow our cover when deep in enemy territory, catching them off guard at their weakest. So, slice and dice? Smiled Zoro as he slowly unsheathed his sword. No! Shouted Vivi in panic as Mr. 9 pulled her back. Not all of them. Something you want to tell us, Princess? Mr. 8. His name is Igaram. He is the captain of the Royal Guard. He joined me as my helper so we could both discover Mr. Zero's identity. Vivi replied as she calmed down. The guy with the curls who clears his voice like an opera singer? He's the captain of the Royal Guard? Mr. 9 asked. He then thought for a second, before looking up from holding Vivi. If we are picking out people to save, can you keep your eye out? A tall, muscular woman with dark skin and pink hair pulled into short twintails with a soft, high-pitched voice. She usually dresses as a nun. Vivi looked up shocked. Miss Monday? Igaram's partner? Why her? We're dating, Mr. 9 replied seriously. What? Vivi asked in shock. The crew just keeps switching between the two, enjoying the show. Well, you usually met up with Mr. 8, often realized why now, so me and Dolores got to know each other, and well, one thing led to another. Vivi starred. Dolores. Miss Monday's name is Dolores. It's Dolores Van Cartier, but she lets me call her, smiled Mr. 9. No. I do not want to know what you call her when you two are together, doing things, Vivi shouted and waved her arms as she proceeded to blush. Anyway, Luffy interrupted. I figured since, you know, they are bounty hunters, part of a depraved mercenary organization who have done the trick before, the town is bound to be loaded with Oda knows how many berries and supplies. So yeah, we go in, take care of them, and then loot the place of all valuables. Agreed? The crew met each other's eyes and nodded collectively. Agreed. Great. Let's plunder some loot then, crew. Luffy yelled with an arm raised in the air. Said crew just smiled and decided to go along with their captain's antics. That is such a grand welcome. Nami watched in confusion as the ship came into the dock. The thick mist hid most of it as they came in, but the mountains did look like cactuses. The moment the fog cleared up, they were treated by a plethora of people of all ages, elderly little ladies included. Hell, there were kids in the cheering crowds waving banners as confetti floated in the air. Still, the streamers and cheering were a bit much. Vivi did say that they perfected the act with practice. Sweat dropped Kuina as she struggled and smiled. But children, though, I don't know how I feel about that. Just smile and wave, Kuina. Smile and wave, answered an equally strained Zoro. Vivi and Mr. Nine are just lucky they are avoiding this by hiding below deck, answered a grim arm-crossed Jin. They would blow our cover if they remained topside, Luffy corrected, smiling ear to ear, waving to everyone excited as a child in a candy store. The ship finally docked at land. As the crew got off armed to the teeth, which the people weren't aware of, they were greeted by a man that matched Vivi's description of Igaram. Welcome. Ma. Welcome, travelers. My name is Igarapoy, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Luffy smiled as he got off and shook the man's hand. Wow, thank for greetings us like this. We pirates never get such excitement when we dock in town. There's usually more screams and explosions and death. Igaram laughed happily as started walking away, leading the crew further into town, leaving their ship unguarded. But such is the spirit of Whiskey Peak, a town of music and spirit brewing. We take pride in our hospitality. If Marines ever decide to show up, we would treat them just as we would treat you. All are equal here, no matter if they are pirate, Marine, or revolutionary. Makes sense, answered Nami, walking right by Luffy's side as befitting her duty as vice captain. Even the most bloodthirsty of pirates wouldn't attack a town that treated them nicely, usually. Ma. Too true. In such scenarios, our ocean of spirits satiates their bloodlust. That and honest enjoyment in the stories they tell us during their travels. Will you share your stories while we celebrate? Igaram asked with a smile on his face. Luffy laughed while discreetly scanning the town with observation. And wouldn't you know it, everyone from kid to granny was loaded with a gun and or weapon on them. That's either really troubling or totally badass. Why can't it be both? He even spotted Miss Monday on the sidelines, looking just like Mr. Nine described her. Luffy quickly spotted the bar they were going to wear. As Vivi said, they held the festivities, one that ironically happened to be in the middle of town. Luffy smiled widely as he smacked Igarama playfully on the back. The crew quickly spotted the movement as agreed beforehand, and subtlety armed themselves as their eyes darkened. Shishishi. Well, if we are sharing stories, I know a good one I can start with. Igaram smiled. Thou? Do tell. Well, I can go into details and all that, but to spoil the ending, it is about a group of pirates who entered a town full of bounty hunters knowing exactly what to expect, armed to the teeth. Everyone stopped. All noise ceased, the banners stopped waving, and all confetti finished falling. All the people looked at the crew in shock, Igaram's eye nearly popping out of his head. Some even backed away when they noticed Zoro, Yasaku, and Johnny draw their blades. What? Yeah. These guys were total chumps who made one big mistake, Luffy said with a jovial tone. Luffy's smile vanished as he grabbed Igaram and pulled him toward himself to whisper to his ear. Princess Vivi sends her regards. Before Igaram had a chance to react, although Luffy noticed that his slacked his body just a little before tossing him with full force right into Miss Monday, causing the two to be launched right into a building and through the wall. And right out the fight, if he was right with his observation hockey of them being out cold, they ed with the straw hats. The town slowly turned back from watching Igarama be launched, before they all turned murderous and drew their tools of the trade. Luffy's crew did the same thing. Of course, in Usopp's case, he shifted into his hybrid form. So, 9 pirates, 2 primates, and 2 mushies against? Sanji asked as he took another drag, figuring he wouldn't need a mask for this fight. Brain did a quick scan from Diddy's shoulder, eyes flashing. 2,764 armed individuals, of which 73% have some sort of handheld weapon, 37% have a handgun of some sort, and 28% have both. So basically, a bloodbath, replied Yasaku. Yeah, shouted a smirking grunt, sword drawn. For you, he shouted this as he jumped forward. Before he even got close, he was quickly sliced vertically across his torso. Everyone was shocked by the man's scream before spotting Kuina sheathing her sword. Correction. 2,763 armed individuals, Kuina stated solemnly, and the bloodbath began. So why are I acting as your chaperone? Nami snarked as she spun the pole behind her back before using the momentum to shatter someone's knee and continue the move into another's cranium. Prag. got to change it up from time to time. Pinky smiled as he continued to enjoy the merriment. Same deadpan brain before flashing a mook who tried attacking from Navi's blind spot. That, and your skill in observation is not proficient enough to handle masses of people. Nami had the decency to blush as she swung downward into a man's nether regions since she already tripped him to the ground. Are you calling me inexperienced or are you being literal? Jalapeno. Brain is always literal. You should have been around when we tried explaining metaphors to him. Yes, muttered Brain. Your training has been more geared towards facing one or two opponents. Multiple amounts were just not something Luffy could replicate at the time. As such, he figured this was a good opportunity for you to gain some experience. Oh, Nami realized as she backswinged her staff into a woman's face, shattering her teeth. How am I doing so far? You show remarkable skill in environmental awareness. Have I not watched you train, I would have assumed you were dipping into hockey. Paranga. I think she is every time someone is about to attack her outside her vision. Her breathing hitches and the heart beats just a little stronger. Well, that explains it, stated Nami as she ran behind a table to hide from a firing line. I keep sensing on the back of my head, and I just react to the direction it's coming from. Interesting. It seems that your body is responding to the stress of the situation and is rapidly accelerating your acclimation to observation hockey. I wonder if this is universal or relies on the release of adrenaline? Is there a limit to how far it can evolve in the heat of battle? If this is true, how is the hockey output decided? How does the adrenaline choose between using observation hockey and armament hockey? We have seen that certain people have a stronger affinity to one type of hockey than the other, so is it based off of that? Brain rubbed his two stalks together as if they were hands as he started considering it. They are about to run out of bullets, by the way. How do you? Oh, right, X-ray, you can see their cartridges. Right as she finished that comment, the firing ceased, giving Nami the opening she needed to vault over the table, running toward the mercenaries reloading their guns. Arriba! Dodge left, swing high. Oh! Another one bites the dust. Laughed Pinky nonsensically as Nami quickly disposed of them. Maybe it's all chosen by personality. After all, those more physically attuned are more likely to specialize in armament like Zoro. If so, does your affinity develop around your personality, or does your personality develop around your affinity? This would explain the inherently violent people in the world. They aren't necessarily bad but was just born with an ability that uses the confidence and spirit of physical strength. Not to say there aren't armament pacifists out there, there's always those that flow against the grain around somewhere. Nami wheezed in and out trying to gather her breath as she hid and listened to her crewmates' fights. Yes, that's good and all Brain, but how am I doing so far? Nami asked as she looked down to her shoulder. Better, nodded Brain. With how your hockey is progressing and your preference for the finger gun, there's a good chance that Luffy will show you one of his original techniques. Will that apply to me though? Asked Nami as she thrust her staff into a person's chest, leaving a round hole as she pulled out. I thought Shogun was for, a finger. A misnomer, I assure you, corrected Brain. The whole point of the Rokushiki teachings was to weaponize the student's body without relying on hockey or devil fruits. Somewhere along the way, the message got mixed up, and the techniques became the key goal. As a consequence, they took the separation of hockey rather literally and never bothered combining the two. Nami spun her staff around defensively before striking it down into the ground, her enemies dealt with. I find that highly suspicious. I mean, don't the higher-up Marines learn the Rokushiki as they progress in the hierarchy? Again, a slight misnomer. Most Marines progress due to their feats, but those feats are usually done via their sheer strength and accomplishments such as what GARP did or via some devil fruit bullshittery. By the time they are taught Rokushiki, said Marine may or may not have learned hockey as well and has learned to compartmentalize it. And since Marines follow the teachings from their superiors, no one ever asks. HIJK. Don't forget the cipher pole, kids, interrupted Pinky. Nami raised a brow. Cipher pole? You mean the Marines' boogeymen? Brain chuckled unmerrily. Cipher pole has an island somewhere where they gather orphans and train them for years in all the skills necessary to become agents, the Rokushiki techniques included. Something about that training breaks the agents, since even GARP's admitted that he has never ever seen even a CP0 agent use hockey. But considering that hockey is the weaponization of will which is most likely broken in said training, it makes sense. Nami sweat drop. I am starting to think that the only reason Luffy probably created such techniques is that there was no one to tell him not to. Both mushies looked at each intently before looking back at Nami and replying in unison, probably. So Kuina. Kuina slashed the double sword user laterally as she resheathed. Yes, Sanji? Sanji finished his handstand as he kicked half a dozen mercenaries away, I hope you take this the wrong way when I ask this, but just how close are you and Mosshead? Kuina had the decency to blush, but not enough to distract her as she sliced a man attacking her from her blind spot. Sanji whistled. Nice observation, Hockey? Yes. Luffy's say comment is rather spot on, really, in regards to a sphere around you. But in any case, Zoro, Kuina sighed as she crossed her arms, you want to fight my half while I gather my thoughts? Sanji smiled ear to ear and closed his eyes. For a lady such as yourself, I would move the world. Kuina smiled in turn before going stoically, tuning out the sound of Sanji breaking bones, shattering kneecaps, and what sounded like the restructuring of faces. The smell of a freshly lit cigarette is what caused her to open her eyes and take in the carnage. I have to ask, how is it everything but your hands are covered in blood? Sanji took a drag. First thing Zeph taught me, always make sure that your hands are not in the path of danger or injury. Kuina raised a brow. Speaking of training. Sanji frowned and oozed in displeasure. I'm getting there. It's like I am on the precipice on all the techniques. But I can't get that last push to break through all the walls. Kuina smiled as she waved her hands back and forth. Don't worry, you'll get there eventually. The captain wouldn't be pushing you this hard if he didn't think you could handle it. True. He doesn't even push Zoro that much. That's because Zoro is a hammer, a large, powerful hammer. But a hammer nonetheless. And what am I supposed to be, right now? A dull sword, one that I think Luffy is trying to sharpen and whittle down to a katana. And then I don't know, a dagger or scalpel? Sanji considered that for a moment. He did say that I was the most suited to learn all of the Rokushiki techniques. And considering his supposed original techniques that he created by adding haki, who knows what he has in store for you? Smiled Kuina. While debating possibilities of fighting techniques with a lady such as yourself would be rather titillating, Sanji smiled as he quickly kicked a rock up with one leg, before kicking straight up at a sniper on the saloon across the street. In the distance, a bit away, Sanji could have sworn he heard a shout of goal from Pinky. I believe we have gone rather off topic. Your relationship? You have to understand, Sanji, me and Zoro, we have been together since before we hit puberty. We have trained together, we have fought each other, we shared meals. Hell, when we got old enough and received my father's blessing to go into the real world to perfect the craft, we constantly shared rooms when we stayed in bars and inns. Sanji had a light bulb go off in his head. So I guess a single bed and a rather disproportionate amount of social lubricant was applied? Kuina blushed once more. While I won't deny that alcohol was involved, the feelings that sparked it all were there for years. So when Zoro was the first to engage, Sanji smirked and laughed under his breath at the of Zoro pulling the trigger first. I didn't exactly resist. Sanji nodded in acceptance, not willing to push the issue. So, Kuina sighed, look, we can't call what we have as a traditional boyfriend-girlfriend situation. We know each other too well to demean it like that, but we aren't crude enough to call it a higher form of friends with benefits. Sanji looked up in thought before taking another drag. Sounds more like a case of the girl next door and the boy next door living together for years, realizing that they acted like an old married couple, and decided to elevate the relationship with since they already covered everything. Seriously, the only thing missing from your situation was an actual ring. Kuina blushed even more. Granted, Sanji stated as he tapped his cigarette. Had you not let that nookie promise slip back in Loguetown, I would have just thought you two were friends who knew each other way too well. Yeah, smiled Kuina worryingly as she rubbed the back of her head. It's not a card I like to play a lot with him. I mean, not that I don't enjoy riding the devil with two backs, but Zoro is a little too savage and bloodthirsty in the line of fire and the bedroom? Yes, but more that he always runs out of stamina first. Sanji's mental train derailed and crashed in an explosion before causing all the passengers to die in a fiery "this is going to be sweeter than any honey he could put on a cuisine." He could feel it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Kuina continued obliviously, not noticing Sanji's reaction. We can go on for hours, even for a whole day. One time when we stocked up on water, and he always makes sure that I am satisfied. But at the end of the day, he's always the first to give. Kuina laughed, not realizing that Sanji had passed out at this point standing. He wanted to remember this moment, but his mental fortitude stat wasn't strong enough. Kuina's story time was super effective against Sanji. It's funny. He's always been a step away from me when we were kids. Not that he's stronger than me with the sword, he has to master the one below his belt. Zoro sneezed loudly, the momentary distraction allowing one rather daring mercenary to almost slash him across the back had Diddy not punched said man across the street, breaking another building. Someone is talking about me, Zoro said as he wiped his nose. And I feel like Arrow Cook is responsible for it. Diddy dusted his hands off as he shrunk to his normal size. I got to ask you and Sanji? Zoro looked down, friendly banter and competition, I assure you. If he were the way he was when we first met, I would have seriously killed him had he hit on Kuina. But he's now more manageable, so his flirting comes off more as weird compliments to the female quotient if anything. Diddy sighed as he pulled 2 guns out of himself. Your brain thinks it may have been a coping mechanism on his part. Mind if I get some height? Sure, go ahead, stated Zoro as he let Diddy get on his shoulders and start firing while he acted as the horse, jumping from roof to roof. Coping mechanism? It's his story to tell, but suffice to say, the only positive interaction he has ever had other than Zeph have been from females. Males not so much, so like a reverse Cinderella? Yes, but replace the evil stepmother and sisters with the actual father and brothers, and instead of helpful animals you put in sister and dying mother, and you get rather close to the truth. Zoro nodded in silence as he continued slicing the mercenaries in front of him, and amazingly in the air while Diddy kept refilling his guns. So I got to ask, Zoro stated, breaking the monotony, and isn't that a horrifying thought in the middle of combat? As they found a nice nook to catch their breath. The giant form? Do you just not like fighting with fists, or is this a whole not imitating your brother thing? Diddy looked up in shock. I didn't even consider the latter point. No, it's just that I have a whole saving for a rainy day mentality to it. Sure, I splurge a little if need be, but I usually leave all that extra power alone. So what? This is a light drizzle, in a word? Yes. Deadpan Diddy. Zoro, I've seen an admiral in passing, so believe me when I say that when I tell you that when we get a rainy day, pray to Oda we are ready for it. Zoro tightened the grip on his swords. That bad? Remember how Luffy said that he has a rather low opinion of Logia fruit? That's more because the accounts he heard were of idiots who never bothered doing anything with them. Okay, the admirals, however, they are the main reason why he believes that awakening a Logia through sheer stubbornness is possible. That is not what Zoro wanted to hear, as evident by his eyes bulging. Wait. I thought he said awakening a Logia means being one with nature or something? Yeah, now think how stubborn and bullheaded someone needs to be to dominate nature of all things. Shouted Diddy. Thank Oda that only one of them has probably done it. Zoro, nothing no one around despite still hearing some screaming, decided to sheath 2 of his swords. What do you mean? The 3 Logia the admirals have are magma, ice, and light. However, the admirals also happen to represent the 3 ideals of justice prevalent in the Marine Corps at the moment. Absolute, lazy, and unclear. Unclear? How the hell is justice unclear? Zoro asked in confusion. Think about this phrase. A character is a hero in one story but a villain in another. Ah, so there are 2 sides to every story in justice. Right, Diddy stated. Borsellino the Kizara may be many things, but unless he has a direct order from a superior, he is the one admiral at least willing to hear both sides of the story even if he acts like about it. Neat. A marine with some semblance of a moral compass. Oh no, that little epithet is reserved for Kazan the Akiji. Unfortunately, the bastard would rather let someone else make all the decision rather than listen to his own conscience. Lazy bastard. Which leaves the magma user and his absolute justice he the one we have to worry about. Diddy nodded. Sakazuki the Akaneth, one man at the moment Luffy honestly believes has the highest chance of successfully awakening a Logia, if he hasn't done so already. Jeez, that's a horrifying thought. If a normal Logia becomes an element, does that mean an awakened one can summon it up from anywhere? Diddy shrugged. Hard to say, but not impossible to envision him summoning up a volcano on an island permanently. Hell, islands are made from underwater lava runoffs, so even that is an option. And here I thought I heard it all about devil fruits. Diddy looked away angrily to the side. Trust me, you haven't seen the true horror of devil fruits. I don't have to see it since I have you as proof. Diddy froze. What? No offense, but you and Luffy aren't as subtle as you think when trying to avoid talking about your past. That and Luffy has slipped up enough times when talking about animal testing to paint a rather grim picture. Zoro stated seriously, not looking away from Diddy. Diddy stood his ground, but eventually, he looked down in shame. It was the same cycle over and over again. They would feed an animal a fruit, hoping to see what the fruit was. They would do things to cause the animal to use the fruit powers in desperation. If they didn't do it fast enough, they would. Diddy had tears in his eyes. Easy now, you don't have to tell if you don't want. No, this would have come up sooner or later. Diddy wheezed. The room was jokingly referred to as the dunk tank by the scientists. The room was filled with various fruits, and in the middle was a giant pool with a lid on it. The animal, usually something small so it wouldn't be able to fight back against the guards, would be dropped in and sealed, until they drowned and died, too weak to escape due to the devil fruit weakness. And then a devil fruit would be reborn, and the cycle would repeat. And the smarter animals the ones who figured out how to use the fruits? Diddy looked up with dead red eyes. They would be kept around, forced to show off the fruit's power for documentation. The scientists had orders to use everything at their disposal to cause the animals to use the fruits in various ways until they run out of things to do with them, meaning that if the animals showed off once in a while, it had the chance to live a little longer. Zoro thought about that for a second before eyes bulged in shock. How long? 4 years. I was born in that lab, and I thought that I would die in it. So King, not my actual brother by blood. But he was there for me. He gave me his food shares when I was young and growing. He taught me the tricks to survive. He kept me safe. The day they separated us is the day my world died, and I resigned to my fate. What changed? Zoro asked despite knowing the answer. King expected them to one day get fed up with him. You have to understand, they never thought he would get that big. Combine that with his fruit, he was more of a hassle than necessary. So King prepared himself. He trained himself to hold his breath for a really, really long time. Why? So that he could hold in more air. You see, his fruit also allows him to cause his breath to explode. However, just breathing it out is meaningless since the explosion wouldn't hurt anyone unless it's at close range. But in a sealed tank with no room for anything else, well, Zoro couldn't help but smirk at the ingenuity. The tank was above ground, wasn't it? He caused it to blow since the air had nowhere to go. I was kept at the other end of the establishment, so I had no idea at the chaos King caused when he flooded a whole floor at the section. He got out and ran further and further into the island the lab was stationed at. He knew he couldn't leave me behind and that the only way off the island was via the ships stationed at said labs, so he started planning, but he was tired and injured and didn't know the first thing about planning a rescue operation? Zoro stated with a raised brow. Yes. But luckily, he ran into Luffy on the other side of the island. What was Luffy doing there? Hiding out of all things just a pit stop before heading off elsewhere. So there he was, an injured and tired, suddenly able to talk to someone thanks to Pinky's fruit, begging the first human he found to help him rescue his brother, and Luffy did just that. Oh, he didn't just rescue me, he rescued all the animals in that establishment. Right after he killed every human there, stole all their research, and all their devil fruits. Zoro nodded along at all the points until he froze as his blood turned to ice when he registered that last phrase. All their devil fruits? Diddy smiled ear to ear. My bounty does say that I am wanted alive. How? How many? Luffy rescued me off that island years ago, and I've been with him to other Martine bases and revolutionary ones. Diddy smiled dementedly. You have to understand, Zoro, Luffy didn't just destroy the facility. He was so consumed with his wrath at the things he saw in there that he destroyed the island. The only reason the animals got off is that Pinky and Brain directed them to go the biggest ship out docked when we escaped. Zoro's eyes couldn't bulge any further. He knew that his captain was holding back but to destroy a whole island. And he still claimed that he was weak compared to the monsters in the Grand Line. How? Just how? A combination of one of his original techniques, clever usage of his rubber body, and Brain telling him where the fault lines crossed on the island. He didn't break the island, but the after effects are what finally did it in. Zoro calmed down a bit. Causing an island to sink was much more believable than destroying it outright. So what happened afterward, after he robbed the place dry? Diddy shrugged. Not much. He got the animals together, found an uninhabited island called Anoa for some reason and decided to drop off all of them there. He stuck around for a few weeks to train what few animals still had their fruits so that they were ready to defend their land, but otherwise, he just left it alone. He warned the animals ahead of time that he would trust the island location to humans he could trust, i.e. revolutionaries, but he told them that they didn't need to involve themselves with them. Been like that for years. Did the revolutionaries ever use the island? They did, but they leave the animals alone. Except for the few that fight them off and on for training. Now, this Zoro had to ask. Which animals fight? Not as many as you think. A giant anteater, 2 boxing kangaroos, and an ostrich. You're shitting me. And they win? Yes, rather frequently. While there are others that have devil fruits, those 4 are the more active ones. Don't ask me about the fruits. Even Luffy said that their powers are rather niche. Zoro blinked and chuckled. Fair enough. Common, let's get a move on. This area seems clear. So King, anything interesting happened while we were separated I should know? Luffy asked nonchalantly as he used Gomu Gomu no Gatling a dozen or so idiots. Not really. Made some stops, ate some bananas, had a pina colada or 2, King replied, not even bothering using his devil fruit power, relying more on his Herculean strength. Thank Oda for all the barrel lying around. So, no blowing anything up. I didn't say that, King smiled innocently. The last thing I blew up before Loguetown was a rather annoying bunch of gators on the island I called you off. Luffy finished punching out the last one around before both proceeded to jump to another area. What is it with you and gators? What, did you piss off a gator god or something? King paused as he finished giving an idiot a particularly vicious head nookie. Not that I am aware of. So, any plans in the future? You know, grand plan and all? Luffy smiled, actually, progressing ahead of schedule, all thanks to Diddy. Oh? And what exactly did my brother do to accelerate the plan in such a way? He got me ID. King paused. Wait, Diddy found you one? The Hail Mary pass item of yours? He actually found it. Shishishi. Yep. Found it in a mushy shop of all places. Man didn't know what he had. I've been toying around with it, but I am missing some parts. Hopefully, we can find them when we get to Drum Kingdom. Place may be cold, but it must have metal to spare. Sweet. King cheered, pumping his arm. Does Dragon know? I told Sabo, so probably. In any case, I'll give them a heads up when we get it working. King smacked his fists together. Good. I've been waiting to sow some chaos. Usopp, this is not the best time for this discussion, shouted Jin as he smacked another idiot with his spinning tonfa balls of doom. Oh? Inquired the hybrid from the top of a building as he sniped another sniper. The irony before flying to a new location. You don't seem too bothered by the heads you're pounding, so when is a good time? Jin paused for a moment in thought before rearing back into action. That's irrelevant. But still, the topic doesn't seem important. Considering that you have a devil fruit, I think it does. Jin sighed in resignation as he contorted his body by rotation to avoid a sword slash. Okay, fine. So what's your theory about devil fruit users shouting out their fruit name when attacking? Usopp landed on the ground, drawing two long feathers, attaching them to oil string, before tossing them in such a way as to tie up as many people as possible. I think it's mental association. Thinks certain powers require the body to act or change in a certain way that the user trained it to. Jin considered it. Like a trained muscle flexing on command? Usopp nodded before setting the string on fire, causing everyone who was hogtied to be lit as well. Both ignored their screams of pain. Yeah. I mean, there must be a reason everyone, even the captain, and me shout their fruit names followed by the attack. I only did it because I thought it was normal. Makes sense, agreed Jin. But you think there's more to it? You put it best, trained muscle. Make a connection in the brain to the action, enforce over time, and most likely, simply shouting the name triggers the best routine for the attack. Routine? Usopp nodded before drawing and firing a feather. Consider that action. I have a named attack for that move, but I can still carry it out without needing to call it. Following so far, Usopp quickly spotted an enemy running away from them both. Crocus shot. Jin watched, noting the fluidity of the movements, the instinctual precision of the strike, as well as how much stronger and faster it appeared. He only turned back after he saw that the feather hit true. I think I got it. The routine is an ingrained instinctual combination of movements, no thought, no hesitation. Just a pre-programmed response to a perceived threat. Usopp nodded. Which makes sense. If the user enforces it, a weird naming convention is needed to trigger it, that, or a unique name. What do you mean? Well, consider your power. Let's use your tonfa ball for example. Both looked at the tonfas, as they have finished cooling. You have options. You could go standard and say something with Kaiten, like Kaiten Smash or Kaiten Burn. Nah. Too literal and encompassing. I can easily say the same thing for any weapon I apply it to. Usopp considered that. You tried sword? Yeah, doesn't work. The rotation goes against the natural sharpness of the blade. Okay. So how about something literal, spin bludgeon? Rotation friction? Lame. Still. Does it have to be related to a fruit's name? Usopp scratched his beak in thought. Not really. I do acknowledge that it has to be something that you wouldn't use in an everyday conversation or even in a different language so that you don't accidentally trigger it. Jin thought about that before spotting a rather giant and dumb-looking mercenary charge at them with a mace. Let me give it a try, Jin stated in thought as his ball spun and glowed once more. As Jin charged and approached the offender, burning mace, the ball smashed through the attacker's mace, penetrating the man's chest, the rotating ball grinding into it, burning and cauterizing the wound along the way. The man passed out from pain long before he was smashed into the building, dead long before he was even launched. To the point, but it doesn't have that wow factor. Any other contenders in mind? Jin shrugged. I was thinking something like Frollo's Desire or Brazen Bash. Usopp looks confused. You're going to have to explain those too. Brazen after the burning brazen bull and Frollo after a, shall we say, a hypocrite religious man who liked to punish people through fire. Usopp nodded. Both have potential. Better than Burning Man in any case. We'll consider the options later. The Birdman looked around. The screaming seems to have died down. You think that's everyone? Jin sheathed his tonfas. Let's head to the town center and find out. Nami looked at the setting sun as she finished observing all the mercenaries spread out around her and her approaching crewmates. It was not a bloodbath. Compared to the fishermen pirates, there was less savagery to it, less refinement. There was no emotion behind it. Arlong was retribution. This was more like a checkmark on a list. Get in, get it done, move on. Still, surprisingly efficient on their parts. No fuzz, no buts, get in, get the job done. Then she did a head count. Hey, where are Yasaku and Johnny? Usopp shifted to human form. Don't know. I saw them running around everywhere, so they must have been doing something. We were. Everyone turned to see the duo carrying giant bags of canvas on their backs, barely being able to contain everything in them. Should we ask? Kuina inquired. Figured we save everyone some time, Johnny replied as he put down his bag. This all the belly and everything of value we could find in the town, and this, continued Johnny as he placed down his bag, is everything useful that I managed to find. Stuff like gunpowder, chemicals, tools, the useful stuff. Mine, quickly stated Usopp. Sanji looked at the two. Anything regarding food? Both pointed at the bar they would have entered. Seems like all the food produce is in there. We only gathered this to save Diddy some time. It's late enough as it is. Luffy noted that yes, it was sundown. And the two we knocked out beforehand? On the ship with Vivi and Mr. Nine, Captain. Smiled Johnny. Also, you should know we ran into the Otter and Vulture while doing some, Yasaka stated seriously. They said that they would have to report to Mr. Zero about the pirate crew that took out his agents here. Luffy raised the brow. Just the pirate crew? The Otter showed us sketches of everyone he saw fighting in the town. Subtlety was not Yasaka's strong point. But Luffy had to admit, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday made their point clear. Surprised they managed to hide so well that he didn't manage to spot them. But considering the chaos he was in, it was plausible that they tittered on the edges of his observation. And Mr. 9 and Miss Monday? Last we checked after we dropped them off was that Vivi was giving them the rundown of the situation, Johnny stated unequivocally. Miss Monday was not amused by her revelations. She didn't break anything, did she? Zoro asked. She was a big one. Johnny and Yasaka looked at each other for confirmation before looking back. We left before it got that bad. Luffy sighed as he crossed his arms. Fine, we will deal with it when we get to it. Everyone. Help Diddy stuff everything into himself. He only got 2 hands, so let's speed it up. Sanji, get into the mess hall and see if they have anything worth taking. Get Kuina and King to help you. Everyone else, start separating the stuff the two found. I trust them. But odds are they may have accidentally picked up something we don't need, or we already have. Diddy's storage is not endless. Let's not push and see what happens when his seems to reach a limit, as it were. Everyone nodded and started going into separate directions. Not you, Nami, commanded Luffy. I need my second in command. What for? Strategy meeting on the ship. As Luffy and Nami arrived on the ship, Mushy on his shoulders, he quickly spotted the 4 mercenaries sitting on a table on the deck. Vivi and Mr. 9, Igrum were on one side, looking down in shape. On the opposing side was Mr. 9 consoling a crying Miss Monday. Luffy pulled up a chair for Nami first before sitting down himself. Dare I ask? Mr. 9 picked up the proverbial baton. Let's just say that Miss Monday joined the organization with good intentions and her cover identity was closer to home when we realized. Nami pondered on that. She was an orphan sending money to where she was raised and happened to base her cover on a nun who raised her? Miss Monday looked up. The church was in desperate need of money. I knew that this line of work wasn't going to end well for me, but with my body. Luffy nodded in understanding. It was the only kind of work you could find. Let me guess, you were never told about the really dirty stuff of the organization, were you? It was an always ends meet deal for her, Mr. 9 stated as he gave her another tissue. And yes, she stuck to the small stuff. Whiskey Peak was as far as she went, and she never really needed to kill anyone. Igaram sighed in resignation. True. The bloodthirsty lot had a first come, first kill policy that I allowed to spread. A sort of datmamama. Determined I made to leave my hands at least morally clean. Vivi looked at Luffy. So, what now? Now, we set a course of action. Dolores, Tanaka, Luffy used their real names to get their attention. Miss Friday and Mr. 13 have already left to report to Crocodile that everyone in town has been dealt with. As far as he will be concerned, you and Igaram are dead. Luffy turned to Igaram. Depending on whether or not he was aware who you and Vivi were in the organization, this can go one of two ways. How so? Vivi asked curiously. If he wasn't aware of who you two were, then he will not change his plans. If, however, he was aware, he will put effort into finding Vivi immediately by calling Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday in. And since you two have not reported in, we have time, Mr. Nine interrupted. We can be considered traveling or deep cover preventing us from reporting in. The whale was one of our sub-goals of a much larger assignment to track down new supply sources, so we have time before he might turn desperate and start calling you in. That still depends on whether or not he was aware of who Vivi is, conjectured Nami, tapping her chin. And I don't see a man like Crocodile overlooking such a fact. Nami, you forget something very important about the man. He is a narcissist who believes that everything is going his way. Odds are, he honestly believes that regardless of circumstance, everything will go his way. It's one of the biggest fallacy and weakness people like him have. Stay too long in power without someone knocking you down a peg, and that ego will keep getting bigger and bigger. There's a reason advisor to the king exists, well, that and gestures. Luffy crossed his arms. Still, we need a course of action. With what we did in Whiskey Peak, Crocodile will have his eyes on us as a possible cog in his machine. Mr. Nine chuckled. Cog my ass. With that kind of efficiency, I wouldn't be surprised if you managed to topple down his entire operation in 2 months' time tops. Shishishi. I am good, but I am not that good. In any case, you, Dolores, Igaram need to make way to Alabasta as soon as possible. The crew and I will take the long way there, hoping to keep attention on us via whatever spies Crocodile has in these waters. And yes, Vivi will be with us, and we will get there. Before Igaram had a chance to finish, Luffy quickly handed him a log pose and a piece of paper with a number. He looked up at Luffy in confusion. The log pose was hidden in town by an agent who traversed the stuff back and forth, and the number is for Pinky. And what do you want us to do exactly when we get there? Dolores asked, tears finally dry. Well, you two are going to be hiding in the castle, sort of like a hidden guard for the king. Igaram will provide verification for you two and inform only the king everything he has learned today. Igaram raised a brow. Only the king? Luffy shrugged. And those you trust. Remember, Crocodile has agents in every camp, the revolutionaries, his own, hell, even inside the castle is possible. That makes sense. He sighed in regret. It's sad really, I've been undercover for years now and I still can't bring myself to think like a spy. Vivi smiled in understanding as she patted him on the back. Don't worry, Igaram. You're doing better than most. Why, almost everyone who joins the billions and millions gets a tacky tattoo aligning themselves with Baroque works, but fail to realize the irony of having an identifying mark as part of a secret organization. Silence. Everyone looks at Vivi in collective shock while Pinky reading the room imitates a cricket sound. Vivi just had her eyes bulge in shock as she quickly covered her mouth, her bad habit rearing its ugly head. Luffy looked at Nami. I fear for Alabasta with a princess that absent-minded. Actually, Vivi has been tutored and trained from a young age in a variety of topics and etiquette necessary for royalty, and some topics beyond, Igaram stated proudly before sweat drop formed at his brow as he looked at Vivi in concern. We did, however, hope that her bad habit of forgetting the most minor but necessary things would go away in time. In this case, though, it is a lifesaver. True, stated Luffy as he regained his confidence. I guess you could pass around the message to everyone without a mark about whose loyalties they should trust. I will do just that. Igaram agreed. Then if nothing else, I wish you all luck and savage on your journey to Alabasta. We found a decent-sized boat for you to use. Dolores, Tanaka, and Igaram all nodded as they shook Luffy's hand before getting up and preparing for their journey. Hours later, the moon is up, the trio has left, and Luffy's crew had just finished loading. Captain? Luffy looked down from his ram head. Yes, Usopp? Was leaving them lying around really the best idea? Why, you wanted to give them a proper burial? Zoro asked from the sideline while cleaning his swords, no more concerned about vengeful spirits if anything. Kuina pondered that for a moment. Didn't Jin do some weird prayer before we left? Jin looked up from his steering. Hey, I was being careful. With what Luffy has told us about these waters, I figured a quick prayer and exorcism was pragmatic on my end. On the contrary, it's a non-issue. Nami smiled innocently. However, would someone please explain to me what the hell is a giant duck doing on this ship? Nami shouted in rage at the mentioned giant duck being petted by Vivi, a duck who quickly got up and saluted. Captain Karu of Super Spot-Build Duck Troops reporting in, SIR. That doesn't answer my questions. Nami shouted in rage as the boat left the docks, sailing away from Whiskey Peak. Nami, and I can't believe I am saying this, please don't choke the duck, Sanji said with a straight face. Yes please, I like breathing, quivered the giant duck as he hid behind Vivi. Diddy looked at Pinky. Is he not aware that he is talking right now? Of course I am aware, commanded Karu with recovered bravery. I would not be a good bodyguard for my princess if I couldn't follow her undetected. Everyone looked at Luffy in deadpan. Luffy sighed, a common occurrence as of late. He ran into her on the island, and she filled him in on everything. And yes, he is her guard. He acted as his steed who was only left behind on the island before Vivi went after Labu. Please don't marginalize observation hockey, only very few things can trick and get around, certain devil fruits not included. As soon as they entered the mist, Luffy looked up grimly at someone way above their range of view. Ain't that right, Miss All Sunday? Everyone looked at where Luffy was looking and realized that they had an extra guest with them. Sitting on a railing, legs crossed, was a rather stunning woman, which was expected from the likes of Nico Robin. Tall, slender, and with legs that can go for miles, complementing her long yet lithe physique paired nicely with her darker than tan skin tone and shoulder-length black hair. But it was her aristocratic nose and sculptured as well as turquoise Cheshire eyes that drew you in. The cowgirl outfit helped, of course, especially a skimpy one consisting of a purple cleavage exposing corset and matching miniskirt, both with white ornaments hanging from them, and a white fur-lined coat paired with a white cowboy hat and white high-heeled boots. She looked like a high-class escort from the Wild West. Considering that she was an assassin, that may have been on the point. However, before she realized it or not, her approach was a failure from the get-go, seeing as how no one on board was bothering to react to her presence or draw their weapons. Well, except for the duck. But you can't blame the duck for being afraid of her. Well, here I am entering Whiskey Peak for an update, and what do I find? A pirate crew leaving with an agent, or should I say, princess? Luffy hid his smirk. So she Miss Digger am I? She leaned forward a little, smirking. Tell me, princess, what would you do in my situation? Because frankly, I have the mind to kill everyone on board and Shanghai you away to Mr. Zero. Luffy chuckled. Cut the act, Miss Robin. You ain't scaring anyone on this crew. She frowned, her smile lost. The name is Miss All Sunday, and your boss's name is Sir Crocodile, and mine is Monkey D. Luffy. Are we done being capricious, or should we get to the fun stuff? I should kill on principle just for admitting you know his identity, and I should call bullshit on that considering that the scholars of O'Hara were rather against taking a life. Nico's eyes bulged a smidgen. Everyone stood on the sidelines watching the byplay as she jumped down. And what do you know of O'Hara, little man? Luffy got up from his seat and walked towards her. Enough to know that the propaganda they spewed regarding you being the demon of O'Hara was bullshit. Nico looked around, noting the crew members weren't shocked by this reveal. You know nothing about what happened. True, Luffy agreed. But I know that in no shape or form would a library grand as that bother researching the ancient weapons to use them, and that no 8-year-old child could possibly consume a devil fruit powerful enough to wipe an island off the map. Nico Robin's eyes bulged slightly more and more with each reveal. How do you? Like I said earlier, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of GARP the hero. When I say that I am aware of what happened, I mean I know everything that happened. Nico looked at the crew in a panic. No, they know the broad strokes, but not the details. Hell, not even I know everything that happened that day. Gramps' accounts are second-hand at best. Nico Robin, while still marginally panicking, recovered herself. But then you know what the Marines did, and I know that I can't simply paint the whole of Marines as one and the same, or will you put the 13th Royal Marine Flotilla under the same banner? Nico paused at that, so Luffy pushed. If you are going to blame anyone, blame it on the poison that permeates the organization, not the symptoms that manage to infect the civilians as well as whoever they brainwashed into joining. Nico's head looked down in shame, fists twitching. Now, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back on your giant turtle on the side and report back to Crocodile. Corroborating the story the unluckies will tell him. Nico's eyes bulged at that. That's right, we got them on our side as well. But if you heard that things we gathered on the man, you would abandon ship as well. However, you won't do that because you wouldn't accept our side of the story ingrained behavior after decades of being betrayed. She twitched again. So instead, you're going to stay silent and watch. Watch what will happen when we make our way to Alabasta and topple his organization to the ground. Silence stretched into the night as the Going Merry sailed through the mist. And why? Should I not report to Crocodile anyway of everything you have told me? Luffy smiled. Because doing so will make you come across as a double agent, and you have yet to get what you want from Crocodile, as it were. Nico pondered that, considering her options. Fair enough. While I don't appreciate someone having the upper hand in a situation, albeit being a nice change of pace, I will keep my silence for now. I will not tell Mr. Zero what I saw on the ship, only that I managed to catch your flag leaving Whiskey Peak before arriving on it myself and seeing the destruction you left behind." Luffy tipped his hat. "That's all we ask?" Nico Robin agreed in turn before promptly jumping overboard onto a rather comfy chair on the back of a giant aged turtle. "To satiate a woman's curiosity, where's your crew heading to?" Luffy pulled out a log pose, based on the one we have working now, a place called Little Garden. After that, the Drum Kingdom. Nico couldn't help but smile. "Fair warning about Little Garden, get a strong brand of bug repellent. We will keep that in mind." Nico Robin waved as she swam off. "In that case, ciao." Everyone on board watched as the turtle swam away, the fog mysteriously clearing before activity resumed on the ship once more. Vivi, unfortunately, as well as Karu, were left completely in the dark of everything that happened. Captain Luffy? Just Luffy is fine." "Luffy then, what was that all about?" "Afraid it's not my story to tell. Like I said, not even the crew knows the whole story. I will, however, say that despite my claims of hating the world government, Nico Robin has a much larger claim on that front." Luffy looked down in resignation before looking up calmly. "In any case, I was being serious about our travel plans. Unfortunately, I can't say much." Vivi shook her head in defeat. "All I know about Little Garden is that for some reason no ship has passed by that island for over a century." "Well then, time to check up on it, and see what all the hubbub is," smiled Luffy. Whiskey Peak. Two people stood in the dead of night, taking in all the bodies and destruction around them. One was a dark-skinned man with black hair and short, spiky dreadlocks, wearing a brown trench coat with a pink cravat and a pair of sunglasses. The other was a woman with short blonde hair and a yellow and orange hat, as well as a yellow dress with a lemon-like pattern, lemon earrings, and white high-heeled shoes and umbrella at her side. "Miss Valentine?" "Yes, Mr. Five. I believe that we missed out on a rather spectacular party." "Yes, we did. Tell me, what was the next island in this path of the line?" "If memory recalls, the most likely candidate is Little Garden." "Well then, let's make way there and hope we manage to cut off the den men who dared to declare war on Baroque works." "Indeed we shall, Mr. Five. Indeed we shall." Thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to support and follow the Slixic for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.